Itu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TPJ Raya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Axis Esports, the next team to get taken out of the equation here. As you can see, anxiety just building up their manpower at the front of that entrance there. Time Turner pulled out as the players of Diversity Gaming drop by to check out the situation as well.
Diversity Gaming runs into a grenade launcher. Kano was like, get out of my house.
Oh my lord.
You do not get to do this. You do not get to come in and interrupt my fight. Can be said, K9 are in the best position to win this one.
Yeah, but actually in the very middle of the circle, look at that one player from the side of Bloody Head. He stays hidden. Will he get taken out of the equation? Kaloy with the way to victory, and it looks like it will be Geek Fam who brings in their team members. Riptide Rhythm. Mark, is he going to be safe? But Mother Nature saves him. Aye! Victory! Too good, bro!
Orange Esports able to down two members. K9 Esports to get go. Blank is the third one to go down, and Orange Esports looking for the complete wipeout. And then they might have just found it. Jumbat just needs to get one more kill to get the finisher, and yes, K9 Esports are out. And Orange Esports once more reigns supreme. And remember last week,
First one, can he get the second? He needs to go in for the pop right now, and he does. Beautiful takedown, just one kill, but can he deliver more? Has got the MSMC in hand, 27 HP, and gets away with his life, but X-Man out of the equation. Gonna get taken down here by the one and only Kanoho, but they pause for just a second so that they can heal themselves.
has come to a premature end. Top 2 is Geek Fam. Normie does not let Geek Fam take.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OEDCOS. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Put Geek Fam out of commission, so no records being broken in this as the Eastern Wolves gang will fight off no escape for the Booyah in this matchup.
And this is where it gets a bit tough for EWG, having to run uphill. And we see Potter, he actually has the trip mine. He's going to put them on 1-8. Just one is enough. And no escape makes quick work of EWG. We talk about when you clump up, all it takes is one play.
Back to up, that is the trend, and Farang wants to stay true to it. Riptide Rhythm takes one down, and the timing is perfect from Too Bad as KH gets dropped and taken out as well. What a play by Farang.
Yeah, Farang wants some revenge against AQ Khmer, who somehow was able to take away the Booyah that they earned for themselves in map number 2, but maybe this time they will make sure that... Very stressful situation right now. Actually, it's a 1 versus 1. Who can clutch this out? Spade hiding behind the trees, and Afix has no idea. He's trying to play the healing game, but it was not meant to be. Farang has this in the bag all along. A Booyah deserving only of Farang, as they all...
Medkits on him. Great nade popped out, but not at the right angle. His glue wall taken down. Mika Boy gets tagged up. Jiraiya down onto the ground. Jembal sprayed down. Great play by Mika Boy.
Oh,
Mika
wow.
Boy takes yet another. No! Spark, the savior with the Groza from afar.
Terrain for him to work with, so Anxiety Toby keeping himself safe by proning down, but Oren has made contact with members of Never Stop. Anxiety and taken out by Mano for the nade, just overshot, and Oren just goes for it. Phoenix gets tagged by Sandman's nade, but Oren is gonna go in for the finisher. It's between him and Zenze. Of course, Oren comes out on top, the superior fragger in that situation. Was never meant to be occupied. There was no one there, and Axis Esports learns it the rude way. ORV sets up the trap, and Axis falls for it. Position is Toby also takes place, and this is just Anxiety being the aggressors as we always.
Taken out just yet, got picked up but put right back down onto the ground thanks to RS7. Lotte with the grenade launcher.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Axis Esports, the next team to get taken out of the equation here. As you can see, Anxiety just building up their manpower at the front of that entrance there. Dime Turner pulled out as the players of Diversity Gaming dropped by to check out the situation as well.
Diversity Gaming runs into a grenade launcher. Kano was like, get out of my house.
Oh my
you
lord.
do not get to do this. You do not get to come in and interrupt my fight. Can we say K9 are in the best position to win this one?
Yeah, but actually in the very middle of the circle, look at that one player from the side of Bloody Head. He stays hidden. Will he get taken out of the equation? Kaloy with the way to victory, and it looks like it will be Geek Fam who brings in their team members. Riptide Rhythm. Mark, is he gonna be safe? But Mother Nature saves him. Aye! Victory! Do good, bro!
Orange Esports able to down two members. K9 Esports at the get-go. Blank is the third one to go down, and Orange Esports looking for the complete wipeout. And then they might have just found it. Jabat just needs to get one more kill to get the finisher, and yes, K9 Esports are out.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. We are here for Grand Final Weekend where we are going to be looking at our top 12 teams that have made it through our group stage and are going to be competing for the crown. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host over the course of this weekend. And of course, joining me are my two amazing, wonderful, talented casters. It's Husky and the mustachio AJ. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much.
Yes.
Very great compliment.
But actually, welcome. We should be welcoming you.
Oh, yes, yes.
Actually, right? Because I just came into the broadcast. You've been doing most of the show.
You were supposed to, well,
Yeah.
I say supposed to be here last week due to a bit of a
Let's not talk about that. That
Yeah,
was
let's-
that was miscommunication on my side.
But it's good to have you here.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's been with us for more than a year.
Yeah, more than a year now. And it's very, very good to have you back.
You make it sound as if I've literally just joined the broadcast. I'm astounded at this. This is new
Welcome
to
back.
me.
Welcome back,
Welcome
Natalie.
back.
I call this
misses
mutiny.
you.
I mean, we're going to have fun this weekend, right?
yeah.
Because we've got some amazing games lined up. We've got, of course, we've got some monstrous teams coming into these matches. And we are going to talk about this in just a minute. But firstly, I think we do have to talk about the 12 teams that have made it this far, right? Because we had to sort of go through a bit of a culling. Only the best teams make it through. We had to say goodbye to some of those teams. When the groups are ready, we will show you those groups. I think we can start off the day with some pretty standard procedures. And I know you're smiling because you know what's going to be what's coming up next.
No idea.
Sure. Our teams that we are going to be cheering for, right? Because let's be honest, as casters, as hosts, we tend to be a little bit biased towards teams that we favor.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I can't deny that. You know.
Oh, yeah.
He's ready.
So,
No, but you know, to justify the biasness, it is based on data, and we just want to hype the competition up just a little bit more, so that the teams
Makes
that
sense.
are not getting, mentioned will work a little bit harder, so that they get the opportunity to be mentioned when we are speaking here.
look at AJ just sprinkling his little pixie dust. It's like, okay, work harder, guys. Get
He rehearsed this. He rehearsed
If you
this.
want to be mentioned, you gotta step it up. That's how
Yeah.
it works. That's life, Danley.
Get a booyah and we will pay attention to you. But to
Or
be very
bomb
fair,
out, and we'll pay attention to you as
yeah.
well.
But to be very fair, I think we've given all the 18 teams in the group stage equal amount of attention.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
right,
I think we did them justice.
Yeah.
Obviously, there will be some favoritism along the way, but I think it's also based on what AJ said, data, right? Like we can't help it if a team gets 3 booyahs in a row. It has to be them. You have to focus on these guys. But we also did see some teams who had a poor start get off to a good second half.
Yeah.
And some
Yeah.
of them actually made it into the grand finals.
Absolutely right.
We are going to talk about that, I think, once we take a look at the brackets. But firstly, let's sort of break the ice a little bit. Who are we cheering for this weekend?
Oh, what?
Ah,
So early,
Right
Danley?
off to
I
the-
told
right off to the
you.
question.
I told you this was coming. You should have
All right.
known.
Farang. Farang is going to win the whole thing. I
All
wouldn't
right.
say by a huge margin. I expect it to be a very close fight, but I think they have a great chance of winning.
You know who I'm cheering for? I'm cheering for the three of us. I'm cheering for the three of us so that we bring on a fantastic show for all of the audience.
What a good
That's who I'm
cop-out,
cheering
AJ.
for.
Oh my goodness. See, AJ's trying to skirt around the question. But of course, let's take a look at our top 12 teams that are going to be competing this weekend in the grand finals. As you can see on your screen, we have Geek Fam, we have Farang, Anxiety, Access Esports, Todak, EWG, K9 Esports, Bloody Head, No Escape, Watch and Learn, Orange Esports, and lastly, ORV Esports. If the team that you were cheering for over these past couple of weeks isn't here, unfortunately, they didn't make the cut. Only the top 12 teams from group stage was going to make it, and these are our 12 teams that have made it to the final. So, Husky, you've already said that you're going to be cheering for Farang. AJ is trying to skirt around the question, but the teams, they're staring in his face right now. Who are you cheering for this weekend?
Oh, you gotta be very specific with that question to get me to answer it, huh? Okay, all right. I'm cheering for Orange Esports, right? And because this is that one team that was insane on the final 2 days. I mean, I wanna say Geek Fam as well, but that one then just becomes a little bit too obvious, right? They've been so dominating through those placement points as well as kills. But I don't want to be on the side of Geek Fam. I want to bet on the Wonder Boys of Orange Esports that showed us when push comes to shove, they can deliver out there on the battlefield. And we've got exactly those number of days. 2 days in here. Orange Esports, I think they can get it done.
Very, very true, right? Because they scored over 100 points on that final play day to make it to that grand final. So this team is on a high. Let's see if they're going to continue on this high for that grand final weekend. But before we talk about these teams a little bit more, we are going to take a quick look at the prize pool to see what these teams are actually playing for. We'll see that in just a minute. But it is quite a bit of money. So off the top of my head, the winner of the grand final is taking home $10,000 US. And for people that aren't quite aware, we are playing in Malaysia, in the Philippines. If you convert $10,000 US into ringgit and pesos, that's a lot of money for our region.
Yeah, I believe that's like what, close to 500,000 pesos, close to 40,000+ ringgit, not close to more than 40,000 ringgit, right? So that's a lot of money on the table.
To put it into perspective, the first place prize pool is basically 5 times of what you get if you finish first in the group stage.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can finish first in group stage and still earn lesser and still win lesser.
You can finish first in the group stage and the grand finals.
Exactly.
And be the biggest winner.
Exactly.
Well, technically only one team qualifies to do that, right? But we'll say a little bit later on. So here is the total prize pool that we are looking for all of these teams. So as we said before, $10,000 for first place. Second place will take home $5,000. So it's only going to be half of what you get if you make it in second place rather than first. Whereas for the rest of the teams, we are going to be going for smaller cuts. But we can say for certain that everyone so far has qualified for at least $150. So everyone's taking something home for competing over this weekend. So, of course, these teams, they are competing for that prize pool. But I think that you also have to think, right, being able to win the tournament, putting the money aside, being able to take a tournament has to be such a big morale boost to the team, right? Because if you're able to win a tournament, it brings everyone's motivation up, and then people tend to play better when they're feeling good. I don't think I've ever seen a player be like, oh, we're in a massive slump, and then all of a sudden they just dominate all their games. It just doesn't happen.
It takes longer to come online. I think if you have a very bad day, it's not as easy for you to improve overnight compared to when you're on a high. And at the same time, these guys are also fighting for qualifications for upcoming tournaments, right? We have the major coming up in a month. I think, if you finish top 3, you get a direct seat. I think that is very crucial for some of these teams.
And, we wanted to call it the MCPS. I don't know if or not we will be able to see any Sri Lankan teams in there, but hopefully we do, right? Because this time around, where we did see them at the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2, they showed a lot of promise, but unfortunately, towards the very end, they kind of bombed out, right? We saw potential from both Neverstop as well as the Archangels, but just not enough to squeeze them into the Grand Finals. And, Cambodia showed a lot of promise as well. No thanks to Orange Esports towards the last.
Gosh, no thanks to Orange Esports.
No, Orange Esports just ruined the hopes and dreams of the Cambodians in that one final day.
Fair.
Yeah, they knocked Cambodia up in just one day.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to put it.
Right. Now, as you can see on the screen as well, to our wonderful viewers at home, we are going for the standard point system, where if you manage to take home a booyah, that's going to be an automatic 12 points for your team. And then, of course, as you go down, you're going to be getting less and less points. So second place will get 9, third will get 8. And then if you end up in the bottom 2, you don't want to be down here because you take home absolutely nothing for placement points. But you can offset this by those kill points. And we all know how important kill points are. Placement points are more of a guarantee, but kill points are an anomaly, because if you get a lot of them, even if you place in the middle, we've seen teams still come out first in the round.
Yes, ma'am.
There has been a theme between me and AJ. We have been debating this across the group stage, where we were talking about if a team should just focus on placement or kill points. Teams that are not performing as well, teams that are struggling on the leaderboard, right? And for me, is if you reach the later stage of the game, you have to forcefully go for those kill points, because I think it's equally as important. Because if you don't go for that, and you just rely on placement points, there's a huge chance you don't make it.
Right.
And we had some teams being made example out of that. Teams that didn't make it in the top 12.
And you're looking at the Grand Finals, right? At the Grand Finals, the theory of, which one do you want to focus on? Do you want to focus purely on those placement points? That goes out the window. Because if you're focusing on the top 3 spots, you have to be proficient in both getting those skills as well as finding that final circle. No if, buts, or maybes. If you are just playing plain survival, it might have been enough to get into the Grand Finals, but not enough to get anywhere close to the top 5, unfortunately.
Exactly. Now, here is our schedule for today. And also, if you think about it, tomorrow, because we are going to be playing on all 4, that's right, folks, all 4 competitive maps. If you have been following the league, you'll be familiar with Alpine, but if you haven't and you're only tuning into the Grand Final, Alpine has been a bit of an anomaly lately, because firstly, it is the newest map to the competitive pool. So a lot of teams are still trying to get a feel of this map. It's not like Bermuda, where it's been done, it's dusted, everyone's basically explored the entire map. There's a lot of things you can still do on Alpine, but very, very quickly, we are going to be starting with Bermuda. Second, we're going to be jumping into Kalahari. Third, onto Purgatory, and then we'll be going on to Alpine before we round things up and go back to Bermuda and rinse and repeat these maps for the rest of the day, which means we've got 8 rounds today, folks. So it's going to be a massive hurdle for these teams. Speaking of teams, our teams to watch. Now, I know Husky's team is on here. We've got Farah strong on the board. But of course, we do have Geek Fam and Anxiety. These are the top 3 teams that have come out of that group stage, and rightly so, because their performance has been phenomenal if you compare them to the rest of the competition. So I'm going to start here with AJ, because I know you were very enthusiastic about Geek Fam during our rehearsal. So let's talk a little bit here about Geek Fam. Why has Geek Fam just exploded into first place? Because if you compare them to the rest of the competition, they ended group stage with 486 points. Second place was Faran with 429. That's a massive gap between first and second.
Absolutely, and all of that hustle happened on day number 1, where they had back-to-back 8 matches. And Geek Fam has already proven when they run the marathon, they will absolutely annihilate if they want to. Because after day number 1, and for the rest of the 5 days, it just felt like Geek Fam was just falling asleep out there on the battlefield, right? But it didn't affect them in the slightest. They just had to show up every single day to still be that number 1 team overall on the league. And that's exactly what's so scary about Geek Fam. Placement points and kill points. They are the highest in the league for a very, very good reason, Danley.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
And that is thanks to the roster that they brought in, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
coming into this season, Exact has moved from Geek Fam to Todak, and there are some role changes in the roster as well. Sometimes we see them feel Raja, sometimes we see them feel Phoenix, kind of as the flex of the team. But we saw, Orin take up a new role. We saw Mano4 taking up the new role. They are no longer the designated, Orin on grenade and Mano4 and the double barrel shotgun running in. Sometimes they swap it around. Orin is now being the one that is clutching out rounds. He's the one that is starting engagements, and Mano4 kind of plays the sniper support from afar, which is pretty crazy if you think about it, right? Because 1 year ago, you would never imagine Mano4 wielding a sniper, but here he is doing the exact same job that Exact was doing a year ago, and still basically nailing every shot.
Yeah, and you've got 3 main players on the side of Geek Fam in terms of engagement capability on the battlefield, right? You're talking about Orin, Fikri, the hardest hitters on the side of Geek Fam, and Mano4 keeps his pace up with them as well. Raja and Phoenix, they are very equal in terms of numbers, in terms of the numbers of kills they have managed to pick up for Geek Fam so far. Not 100% equal, we're talking about 30 to 24. But what is so different about Raja and Phoenix is the kind of impact they bring into the playstyle of Geek Fam in those rounds, Husky.
Yeah, if you want to go for a safer approach, Raja is kind of the reliable pair of hands that Geek Fam can rely on, can go for. But if you want someone with a bit more firepower, you want someone to run into the fight and support Orin in the front line, that's where Phoenix comes into play.
Yeah. So speaking of today, it's day 1 of the grand finals. Who would you like to see for the day 1 roster? Because we know for a fact that Geek Fam, they love to come into grand finals as explosively as they possibly can. What 4 players would you like to see playing today?
We feel the main 3 plus Phoenix.
I think this is exactly where Husky and I will disagree, because I think the main roster should be Orin, Fikri, Mano4, and Raja. But Husky prefers Phoenix in the mix because of how aggressive he is out there in the battlefield. But as to who's more efficient, for me, it has to be Raja, because he's efficient in terms of getting away from those battles, surviving, bringing the rest of the players in. Very great at surviving, but also he's got more kills than Phoenix. So in terms of efficiency on the battlefield, it's slightly safer to bet on it.
All right, let's switch things over here to Anxiety, who is our top Filipino representative of the tournament here. So we know these guys are amazing. Let's break things down for anyone that didn't follow the group stage. What has made Anxiety so explosive?
Chessman. First of all, he's the only guy that wears a Free Fire jacket. He was the only guy during the winter camp that has flashed the MCP jersey with his previous IGN called Jaboiwa, if anyone remembers that. And he's probably one of the most proficient snipers. And he's a double-edged sword. He is the strength and the weakness of that team itself. If he has a good game, Anxiety has a good game. But if he doesn't get what he wants, Anxiety struggles. And they actually have, the rest of the team, Toby, Kanoho, and Barba trying to patch up all of those holes. But the problem is a lot of it still rests on Chessman himself. Kanoho, we regard him as the golden arm of Anxiety. He's so good at those utilities, but not consistent enough. Barba, previously from PSG Radicals, the wonder team from Philippines that completely crushed the competition half a year ago. In Anxiety, he's still trying to do the same, but the impact doesn't rest on him anymore because of Chessman.
And the positioning that Chessman holds most of the time, that bird's eye view, it shows what kind of strategy Anxiety plays out there on the battlefield, right? It's very IQ based, it's very informational based. And that's the main reason why when you take away the eyes of Anxiety, they usually go out bombing in all of those rounds. And Chessman is the main chess piece on the board that the other teams need to eliminate before they can even hope to shut down Anxiety. Because if you look at Geek Fam, you've got three main players with one guy that is just substituted in and out. It could be Raja, it could be Phoenix. But when you look at Anxiety, they always run with their four main players, Barba, Konoho, Chessman, as well as Toby. And they're all pretty much equal in terms of firepower out there on the battlefield. And they play their role so well, Husky.
So I just want to add a quick fun fact. So there were 2 rounds in the second half of the group stage where Anxiety and Geek Fam went up against each other, again, 2 consecutive rounds in a row, and they actually went 1-1. So the first round, Geek Fam won because Victory took out Chessman.
Yes.
Second round, Geek Fam lost that 4 versus 4 because no one knew where Chessman was. And I think it really speaks volumes about how important he is in that roster.
All right, Husky, I think it's time for you to continue speaking here because your boys Farang are on the field here. Husky, what's up with Farang? Why are you cheering for them today?
I think Farang has perfected what macro is in this game, and I'm not counting out teams like Geek Fam, I'm not counting Anxiety, but I think when you watch Farang play as a unit, and even when they split out in a 2x2 formation, they just look so coordinated. It really felt like Farang is confident enough in their individual abilities to take you on 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2, but they also knew what to do at specific moments. Take Kalahari, for example. It's Farang's best map, and I don't think any team, even Geek Fam, can contest them on that map because of how much control they've exerted. Refinery, that is the area that we always emphasize on when it comes to Kalahari, and Farang is the one team that always takes Refinery and always stops other teams from taking it away from them. And also at the same time, they do something that we've always been wanting to see on Kalahari, which is how you move around Refinery.
Yes.
A lot of teams wait for the circle to force them to move. Farang doesn't wait. They move before the circle comes, and they make sure that they always have a backup plan, and that's what makes Farang such a formidable team. On other maps, sometimes they do bomb out early on, but when they have a good game, they are unstoppable. The macro game is just incredible from them.
And one greatest difference between Farang and Anxiety is the fact that both of them have got pretty much similar firepower. But Farang, they are survivors, right? They always manage to find that final circle very consistently. And with their positioning on the battlefield, it's just so much more superior because when you look at Anxiety, you remove Chessmen from the equation, the team bombs out. You remove one of the heavy hitters on the side of Farang, it is absolutely no difference whatsoever. The players and their roles are all interchangeable, and they are always, ready to back each other up. Although they do play those 2-2 splits sometimes on a Refinery, you can always see them keeping an eye on each other, watching each other's backs. It's just so beautiful to see Farang out there on the battlefield. But I think, Husky, Geek Fam might have their number in here today because, once again, Geek Fam hasn't really hit hard after day number 1. And today it is all on the line, and Farang might just have a little bit of a challenge there.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a surprise if Geek Fam decide to just go 110 today.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Just guarantee everything on day 1 and just be, if you want to, you can sort of take things easy. But personally, I don't recommend going easy. Just go hard or go home for these grand finals. But we do have our top players on the screen right now. So for Geek Fam, we have Oren, Anxiety, we've got Chessman, and then we've got Jembal on the side of Farang. If you had to choose one of these 3 players to be on your team, who would you pick and why?
I think Oren probably is the best choice. I think on paper, right, he has the best numbers and he is the most efficient player out of this 3. Again, we talk about Chessman being the sword and the shield, but he's also kind of the only pillar holding Anxiety together in a lot of these rounds. So if Chessman is on your team and he's the one that, and you only rely on him, he's not really that reliable overall. Then he is the only person that is efficient, right? Jemba, on the other hand, very solid player, but if I compare him with Oren, I think Oren is just a bit more flexible.
A little more flexible.
I absolutely agree with Husky, right? Because when you look at Chessman and his engagement capability, he does really well long range. And in those final circles, Chessman and the possibility of him surviving as the number 2 or number 3 position isn't going to be that viable because of his playstyle. Oren, on the other hand, he's a menace in that final circle, and which is the main reason as to why Geek Fam always focuses on bringing him back whenever they have only one player to go in there for the revive. And I mean, just like you've mentioned already, Husky, his numbers speak really loudly, right? 78 kills so far, 53 assists, the highest damage through the league stage.
Yeah, and this surprisingly, this came from a lot of CQC, which you would not
Amen,
expect
yes.
from Orin
Correct.
1 or 2 tournaments ago, right? That would be Mano for a number.
Correct.
But right now, he is the tip of the spear for
Yeah.
Geek Fam. He's the one doing the dirty work. He's the one opening up fights and
Yeah.
taking over compounds, which is a very crazy thought from a man who a year ago was playing on this team called Argon MY, and he's the one driving vehicles around, getting himself blown up. But
Yeah.
now here he is in the strongest team in domestically, and is putting out such good numbers.
Yep. I do believe we're going to be switching over to Chessman here, but looking at the stats, I mean, I think our viewers have already seen it here, right? 78 kills, 53 assists, 39,000 damage. I'd actually love to see the comparison between our top 3 players, right? Like, who's doing the most damage? Who's being the, technically, if you think about it, most impactful during these fights? We've seen, as you guys have said, Orin being such a flexible player, being able to fill these holes for Geek Fam if necessary, but is Chessman, as you say, right, he's the firepower for Anxiety. Is he running higher numbers? He's not.
Yeah.
Interesting here.
And I can tell you why his assist numbers are so low. And a big part of it was because his role was very defined, right? Long range, suppressive fire. Place the sniper rifle, give him the gun, he does the job for you.
I mean, it's probably hard to get assists as well, right, from such a long distance, because you either go hard or go home with those hits.
And if you compare it to Orin, it was very obvious, right? Because he goes in head, he dives him head first, he takes close quarter combat. But if you need him to be the utility user, he is also that guy. So he's kind of a one-man army in essence.
Yeah, in terms of the damage here, obviously Orin wins because he's got most definitely more number of kills in comparison to Chessman. The one place where Chessman does, take the prize here in comparison to Orin is his accuracy out there on the battlefield. Understandably, since he's the sniper, he very rarely misses, and he's one of the players out there on the battlefield with the highest accuracy rate. And that's what makes Chessman so dangerous. He gets the information up from top, that bird's eye view, he very rarely misses, and he's such a game changer in those final circles if he has the backup of the rest of his players. And when he doesn't, that's exactly where Chessman kind of falls flat on the ground, right? Jembo, he sits between these two players, and the one thing that makes Jembo better than Orin as well as the one and only Chessman, or who he used to be known as Chaboiwa, is his rate of headshots. I mean, yes, he's accurate, but the number of headshots that this player has used to down players on the battlefield is absolutely insane, guys.
Yeah, he's one of those. I think for Farang in general, they are an all-rounder team, right? Sure, you have defined roles as every other squad would, but when push comes to shove, every single member on Farang can kind of fill in the gap. And I think Jembao is one of those few that can hold his ground alone. We've seen a lot of times where we go into the final circle, Jembao was caught alone, 1 versus 3, with a couple of glue walls, and he wins those individual fights. That's what makes Jembao such a scary player to go up against.
To put numbers to what I just mentioned earlier on, when you look at the rate of headshots by the one and only Jembo, we're talking about 13% headshot rate in comparison to Orin, which is just at about a 5%. And when you look at Chessman, it's a 2% headshot rate, right? That's exactly how stacked Jembo is in those close range quarter combat. And even though Orin has got better numbers, you really cannot compare against Jembo. Orin will get taken down. That's exactly how accurate Jembo is.
If we put them one hit to it, I honestly think Jembo wins individually, but that's also because of how involved he has been, right? I think the 2% on Chessman doesn't really do him too much justice because he was not as involved in a lot of these fights. No, he was not allowed to function. But I think if we put them on the same playing field, I think Chessman definitely would have higher numbers.
And I mean, you have seen snipers in the past with quite a high rate of headshots. But, Chessman is just not one of those players, right? He doesn't care where he takes the shot as long as he chips you and he knocks you, right? That's exactly what he focuses on, which is why his accuracy is at an all-time high. Because as long as he gets the body shot, he just goes in for the safe place. It's a little bit more taxing to continuously aim for the hits, although it's a one-hit knock. But, Chessman, he focuses on whatever that can bring his team the most positives out there on the battlefield, right? And I feel like if you want to waste time looking for those headshots as a sniper, you're going to be wasting a lot of opportunities out there.
Fun fact about the top 3 teams, sorry, Danielle, but
keep going,
fun fact about the top 3 teams is that their performance throughout the group stage. Geek Fam, good start, slow finish. Anxiety, up and down throughout the entire group stage. Farang, mediocre start, great finish.
Correct.
So we're seeing 3 different personalities coming into the grand finals. I think it's the perfect way to sum up this top 3, right? Because who can say if that would be the case for these 2 days?
Yep. Now, I think we are going to be jumping into our game very soon. But very quickly, I know that, AJ, you are cheering for Orange, one of the dark horses. Do you have a dark horse, Husky? I know you're cheering for Farang, but clearly we've got a couple of dark horses in the race here.
Yeah.
I think for the dark horse, I would say I would say well, not anxiety. I would say that Axis Esports probably is one of the dark horse coming into this conversation, because they also had a pretty decent second half, albeit not as explosive as Orange Esports. Definitely not as explosive as Farang, because Farang has the most booyah. In fact, 2 times more than Geek Fam.
Yeah.
So I think if Axis has a good day, maybe they can be the dark horse.
All right, let's see if we do have some dark horses in this race, because game 1 is ready. Let's jump into Bermuda here. Husky.
Thank you very much, Danley. As we start things off, it's going to be Axis Esports, the dark horse, in the selection list of the one and only Husky as they eliminate ORV. A little bit unfortunate for them, but look at this surprise. Clock Tower. It is going to be the one and only Eternal Watch and Learn teasing the players of Geek Fam.
I honestly did not expect anyone to contest Geek Fam at Clock Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when Diversity Gaming was the only team that does so. But on the other hand, we have Bloody Head up against EWG. And honestly, EWG could easily take the spot of Axis. I feel like for my decision, it was between these two teams. EWG, in fact, I believe has a slightly better rating compared to Axis overall by the end of the group stage. But I think Axis had more explosive rounds, and that's kind of what caught my eye. They did suffer an early loss. But for Watch and Learn, they're about to taste the wrath of Geek Fam. And I'm not liking this for Watch and Learn, because they are not supposed to be here. They do take Orin down, but Geek Fam has already arrived. And I think this might just be an early end for Watch and Learn if they don't run away. And Mask and Venom are doing just that.
Watch and Learn, I mean, they've got a huge fan base, and I feel like they're just trying to prove a point in here, right? That they can get the job that Diversity could not get sorted out there against Geek Fam at Clock Tower. But this plan is just falling flat on its face, and Maske, the same thing happens to him as well. He fell flat on his face, attacked by 3 players on the side of Geek Fam. But Eternal Watch and Learn, they've got one more player left surviving here at Clock Tower, and he is moving away as quickly as he can so that they can bring the rest of the players right back in. So this is one of the...
Let me tell you, they actually see the last guy.
No, because here's the thing, right, Aski? Once again, Eternal Watch and Learn were trying to prove a point to their fan base that they can take the fight up against Geek Fam. So I kind of guess he deserves that little circle around.
Yeah, well, you can prove a point by actually winning the whole grand finals.
Amen, sir.
And not doing that. But still, it's a good attempt for Watch and Learn. I wonder what was the preparation behind that, right? Because it's well known. It's known that Clock Tower is a no-go zone, and Watch and Learn still went for it. But the interesting part is that their normal draw spot is not remotely close to Clock Tower. So so this definitely is a surprise to me. But of course, we do have viewer milestone reward. As with every Free Fire Grand Finals, if we hit that 4,000 milestone, y'all would get a 5 times Weapon Royale voucher.
And we know it's not going to be an issue at all for the community. So hit that share. 7,000 views gets you the Glue Wall Rave Skater. This is one I'm definitely looking forward to, Aski.
That one looks absolutely sick. But if we go further, if we hit 10,000 viewers milestone, it's 10 incubator vouchers. So there's a lot of prizes. I mean, Garena is generous. As always. We always give back to the people out there.
And you guys can help us hit all of those targets. Just hit that like, make sure you're super active in the comment section, and more importantly, share the stream regardless of the platform that you're watching it on. Riptide Rhythm will take down the Glue Wall, and Flame will not be able to sustain any further out there on the battlefield. Orange Esports picks up their very first kill, and Axis in a lot of trouble here.
That was an incredibly sick shot from Goku from that range. And again, Orange Esports probably had the best storyline coming into the Grand Finals, from not able to make it to redeeming themselves on the final day of the group stage. This is the first league that the organization has been involved in when it comes to competitive Free Fire, and now they are here to make a statement. They're off to a decent start, whereas for Farang, they've already decided to take a more aggressive spot on top of this bridge.
Farang, very slow pace here.
To split again.
If they do not back away from this position, Axis Esports are going to be in even bigger trouble, because Jembal as well is too bad. They have got that high ground advantage, but Neptune has spotted them out already. He knows that he cannot move from the position that he holds on to. And unfortunately for the rest of the players of Axis, they aren't going to be very lucky if their final player doesn't have enough money to buy back Flame. But he's already approaching that buy side, so I think that is the plan here. Axis Esports, they back away to survive a little bit longer. Anxiety, on the other hand, no escape just beyond towards their left-hand side before they get into the circle. But they spend their time outside. They want to complete this looting process first because they know exactly how important round number 1 is, Husky.
Yeah, of course, you also want to stock up on weaponry for Chessman, right? And he is the bread and butter of the team.
Yeah.
But this is kind of the start that you don't expect coming up from Anxiety. 'Cause normally they will be a bit more active, but maybe for them in this grand finals, it's better for them to go off to a slow start.
Yeah.
Same as K9, right? The Filipino squad so far just not being involved in any action, making sure that they focus and prep themselves for the later stage of the game, which I'm completely fine with because the two issues that happen, well, the main issue that's been plaguing the two teams of K9 and Anxiety is that inconsistency. They just could not find the numbers when they needed it the most.
Yeah, and when you look at the top 3, the place where Anxiety bombs out the most is when it comes to those placement points, right? So I absolutely love the safe play coming through from the squad of Anxiety, and heading on into that high-tier loot zone is just going to beef them up a little bit more. The last time we checked in on them, we saw just like 1-2 glue walls on their side. Defensively, obviously, it's not going to help out Anxiety any bit at all in those engagements out there on the battlefield on the day of the grand final. So I like the safe play. Let's see exactly how the rotations do for them later on, because the next circle is pushed a little bit further away. So if they don't start moving now, there's going to be a lot of traveling and a lot of damage to tank on the way in, Husky.
And look at who read the circle perfectly. Again, Farang, one of the teams that has good read on the circles. They were here way before we saw that safe zone form. I mean, Axis is also around, but like you pointed out early on, AJ, Farang just has the vantage point. There's this one team that I saw on the radar. I quickly want to point out before anyone starts fighting. Is Toda. They had a horrendous end to the group stage. It felt like they were not showing up at all. And you can see, I'm not sure if that affected them coming into this grand finals, but I am inclined to believe that it did have an impact on how they start these rounds, because Todak is playing so far away from the safe zone, just wanting to go for those loots early on, and that does not feel like Todak at all.
But you know, they are going in here for the safe play, which is something that I really love, right? And we are seeing a very different side of Toda, which is a good thing, because if they just do exactly what they did at the league stage, then they're not going to be that #1 team. So a little bit of variation in play, just going in for the safe plays, making sure they can guarantee good engagements towards that final circle. That's the kind of play I absolutely love. Now, they found the inner side of the safe zone already, so not a lot of damage to continue tanking, and it will be the upgrade from these buy stations that Toda focuses on as well, just to beef themselves up a little bit more. The engagements are slow, but this is what I love, because all of chaos will erupt when we reach the 12 to 13 minute mark.
And we are halfway, we're past that halfway mark.
Yeah.
We are so close to having too much people in the safe zone. Anxiety, they just touched down through that launch pad. The team that is right in front of them is actually K9 Esports, but on the other end, Watch and Learn, they find themselves in a pickle against EWG, and Jay-Z just with a mid-air shot just downs Masquerade already. For Watch and Learn, thankfully, they were able to bring him back up. And Watch and Learn was the team that ran into Geek Fam or tried to challenge them at Clock Tower, got almost wiped out, brought their team back, and now they face off against EWG. And I think looking at the numbers that we had from group stage, EWG actually had a slightly better chance against Watch and Learn on paper.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And actually, Axis Esports kind of ended up a little bit above EWG. And the one thing that made a difference for Axis was the placement points, right? But Eastern Wolves gang, there's no love loss there for them, man. I mean, if you're talking about kills and you're not able to keep up with the other teams, that's not something that you can adjust within 2 or 3 days, within the week of rest. But when you're talking about the survivability, placement points, that makes a huge difference. But Bloody Heads catching out the players of Geek Fam in such a tight spot. Geek Fam now need to make their way through into the circle, but the circle's going to leave both teams high and dry in a little bit. Bloody Heads better be ready for this engagement. Oren with a quick flank around from the right-hand side. Damage being dealt by Shanks as well. This is very messy, but Bloody Heads have a big opportunity here. Grenade comes looking for Fikri, who repositions. It doesn't catch him off guard.
I'm not sure if Bloody Head is ready for this. So look at the other two members. They are so far away from that main squad. And Geek Fam, the moment they got pincered, they immediately come in for the wipe. But Shanks makes it work from afar. And if Geek Fam goes down, it's going to be a great opening. But on the other end, K9 Esports takes on No Escape. And it's an important fight for K9 Esports to prove themselves that they are the top dogs. But No Escape is doing work. But at the same time, Anxiety is in the mix as well. Barbara gets knocked down, but Toby is bringing everyone down with that UMP. A three-way fight that seemingly is going horrible for K9 Esports. Cass, the lone survivor, does not make it. Barbara gets that kill. But Watch and Learn now enters the conversation.
Anxiety just eating up both of these teams up alive. K9 Esports has one final player here to survive with in the name of Blank, but the players of Anxiety are hot on his heels. They're going in for the chase. Blank has got the edge of this hill to play with. That elevation will keep him safe for just a little bit longer, and Anxiety does not go on to pursue that extra kill point, which is good in terms of safe play for Anxiety. They just want to keep their power position here because this vantage point will give them quite a bit of information before they choose to reposition. But they cannot overstay their welcome. Toda on the way in as well. Anxiety needs to make a move. And now if Anxiety moves a little bit too late, Toda gets that vantage point, Anxiety is going to be toast.
Yeah. Ames has a vehicle. That is one of his favorite play when it comes to Bermuda, always having that vehicle to navigate and get information. But the bad news is that they are on the low ground. So Anxiety will see them first. Watch and Learn under fire once more. Those nades getting thrown up by Spark, and in fact, it is Demon76 who makes first contact with Toda. Anxiety will have time to make that rotation, and they will indeed do so, running downhill, but into the safe zone. Demon76 trying to take out a couple of those Anxiety members, but Chessman again, you give him a sniper rifle, he does the job, and Anxiety now leads the kill board.
Chessman just needs to continue watching his back. Bloody Head's not as lucky this time round. They meet the players of Eternal Watch and Learn, and one after the other, they go down. Geek Fam meets Orange Esports, and Orange Esports finds a little bit of trouble as Geek Fam picks up a massive number of kills to their side as well. But Eternal Watch and Learn, now they need to be really careful as they approach this next circle. Eastern Wolves gang are waiting to pick up those extra kill points for themselves.
Farang just took out Fikri, and Geek Fam have no room, no time to bring him back in. So this is already a disadvantage for Geek Fam. Farang, they've been holding that bridge for almost the entire game, and it is starting to pay off for them. And on the other end, they are not only just making contact with Geek Fam, they also saw Todak. They also can keep an eye on Axis Esports. Farang once more puts themselves in such a good position. That is the macro supremacy that we've described from Farang. And they're just getting all these individual pickoffs. Welcome to the firing squad of Farang. And Spark also goes down, and Farang is just pelting them with bullets.
And nobody else challenging Farang for the time being. Anxiety, on the other hand, shutting down Toda one after the other. Aim sustaining his life just a little bit. And Pedro backing away. He's just waiting for an opportunity to engage. But nobody's giving that suppressive fire so that Ames can continue to survive. Toda playing the safer game, but I don't think that's the best of strategies for them to execute here. And Anxiety, as quickly as they hit, they back away. They do not want to finish off teams. And I really like this from Anxiety. This is the safe play we were talking about. Anxiety really can improve those placement points, and that's what they're focusing on for the very first match of the day.
And look at this rotation, just all the way skirting the edges of this bridge. They have 6 kills. They do not need to rush. Just pick off stragglers, and Blank is going to be the next on a chopping block, and I think Anxiety are going straight for him. Rosso gets down in the meantime. Farang thus far has contributed to so many knocks, but they just need to secure all of those kills. 3 so far under their belt, but there are plenty of chances to make this work. Now the circle has finally moved away from Farang. This is where we see them rotate. They have 2 vehicles available. They can easily move into the safe zone.
Farang always dominating these high ranges, always dominating with the bird's eye view. Neptune shuts down Decos. Orange Esports taken out of the equation thanks to Geek Fam. Orin, the final player left on in here to play the game of survival. He can most definitely get it done, but Toda, on the other hand, cannot get past Farang, who hold on to this bridge. And Farang eating up the players of Anxiety as well. Talk about positioning supremacy, Haske.
Thankfully, he has no nade, but he has the perfect view to get this shot. Those lures are not going to save you overhead. And Anxiety, they're feeling the pinch right now. Farang, they again make it into the circle. But this is where the big challenge for Farang is. How do you guys move down from this bridge? Jumping down is definitely not an option, but it feels like they don't have much to work with. And Farang just trying to farm as much kill points as they can. Geek Fam have been wiped out by Farang themselves. 9 kills so far. We are down to top 4 AJ.
Yeah, Farang's just bagging everybody out here with the position that they are holding on to. But Anxiety, they've got 2 more players to make a difference because they will be the biggest damage dealers when Farang hop on off, ice grenade just to displace the players of Anxiety, but they're holding on to the very edge of this bridge, and that is just brilliance from the players of Anxiety. Kanoho manages to find a knock, but Jeswood's going to get picked right back up. When Farang hops off of this bridge, it's going to be a GGWP. Anxiety, oh no, grenade! Just tags them up just a little bit. Jumbo gets knocked down. Eastern Wolves gang interfering with this fight as well. Farang, I believe this is the end of the road for them. Is Jeswood going to drive off of the bridge? Yes, he will! And right down he goes, pulls out a glue wall. What a defense by Too Bad. He's got the Groza to make all of this difference, but a 2v1 will put him down. Toby gets taken down first. Too Bad brings out the charge buster. Too Bad is just way too bad for the rest of the players of Anxiety.
And I think EWG probably is going to get this. It's down to Jemba. There's only one left with the Grey Launcher, and he's not going to make it though. Farang already out of this composition, and Anxiety only has Kanoho left, 1 versus 4. And I don't think this is going to be it. EWG with an opening statement in this grand finals. A Booyah with 10 kills on the board. But let me tell you, AJ, Farang put on a heck of a show to open up the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, we talk about making sure you are in the right spot all the time to take those engagements. You really have to play the safe game. And that's exactly what Farang focused on. But the one biggest winning factor at Kalahari turned out to be the biggest losing factor for Farang at Bermuda, because they were just not comfortable holding onto that bridge. That high vantage point that they held on to, they just held on to it for a little bit too long, man.
And I tell you, the biggest X factor was that Farang had no grenades to work with. They only had one ice grenade going into that last circle. And that also was a big factor, just to add on to your point, of them holding that high ground. Welcome back, Danny. Is because they're getting those pickoffs from afar. That means they cannot loot the dead bodies. They cannot loot the dead bodies. They can't replenish their resources.
Correct.
But working with what they have and finishing top 3, I think is pretty commendable.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Danny, your thoughts on that matchup? I mean, insane stuff.
It was insane. I didn't think we were going to start the grand final like that, because I'm so used to seeing grand finals where teams are playing safe, they're cautious, they don't want to be, they don't want to bomb out on the first round. But teams are going all over the place. I mean, you've got Watch and Learn actually trying to compete with Geek Fam at Clock Tower, which we know Geek Fam always drops at Clock Tower. I was very confused. It felt like they were trying to take a risk and say, we're going to try and go against Geek Fam. If we lose, we lose. It's just game 1. But I was kind of shocked with that moment. But I think I can understand where Farang was coming from. I think the bridge positioning was perfect. If they were able to get rid of Anxiety, or at least cut down maybe an extra player, then they'd be more comfortable going down. Because I could see, like, at first I was thinking, are you going to try and commit suicide with this car? I thought it was a brilliant move to go down safely as a team, because if you didn't have that vehicle, you were probably just going to go down just jumping off the bridge. I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, because when you hop off of the bridge without the vehicle in hand, you're just going to get sniped. You're just going to
full
get shot
damage.
halfway down. And that was his brilliant play. And when Too Bad landed, the guy pulls out the Groza, one of the best guns to use in the game.
That guy almost won the whole game for them.
And on top of that, he also had the charge buster on him. I mean, this guy was just OP in that battle, all right? It was a game of numbers, and if it wasn't for the Eastern Wolves gang and the position that they held on to, I believe Farang could have gotten out of that battle.
Okay, hang on. There's another anomaly, I feel like, in this situation. If Farang actually decided to try and take down Eastern Wolves gang, because Eastern Wolves gang were on the other side of the circle, they had a better point of view. I can understand why you want to go for Anxiety, but what if they got rid of Eastern Wolf gang, or at least cut them down a little bit? Because when it came to the final circle, both teams just pincered them. Right? They were in the middle of everything.
I think it was tougher for them to fight Eastern Wolf gangs because the circle was already closing in. There was just simply no time or space.
They sort of had time before that, though. I mean, they knew they didn't have grenades.
I kind of agree with Danley, but the one thing that won't change is Farang wasn't going to get that booyah unless they were going to be spectacular in those final engagements, right? Because either way, they are at a disadvantage. You shut down Eastern Wolves gang, Anxiety's waiting at the bottom of the bridge like a couple of trolls, right? They're ready to eat you up.
Couple of trolls.
To be fair,
wow.
EWG entered the picture before the circle closed in.
Correct,
So I think there was a bit of a time constraint for Farang. But I mean, all things considered, it was a pretty good start.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Except if you are the players of Geek Fam, right? Because they were aiming for that final circle as well. Great engagements initially, picking up 8 kills, but they bombed out way too early, SK.
A lot happened for Geek Fam. I think they just ran into a lot of teams. They got focused down. But here's our round 1 standings, as you can see on the screen. So Eastern Wolves gang, they get the booyah. Plus, they got the most kills for that round, which means they end the round with 22 kills to start off the day. Farang was so close, but they weren't able to take it. They'll take home at least 17 points. And if anything, I gotta say props to Anxiety for doing so well at surviving that onslaught from Farang, because they will take home 16 points themselves, 7 of those being kill points and 9 being... Wait, is that... Oh, yes, that's correct. 9 being placement points there for Anxiety. I think Geek Fam, even though you didn't make it to the final circle, I think they did pretty well considering their circumstances.
And that was off the back of Orange, right? He
Orange,
bagged Orange, not Orange. Orange, he bagged 2 extra points before he got eliminated, right? That was off of the back of killing the members of Orange Esports who were hiding under the bridge. And that's the crazy thing about Geek Fam. You can knock them out first and they will still take 4 guys with them, right? They still take a couple of points before they bomb out. That's what makes them such a big threat, and that is why even though Farang has twice the Booyah, they are not even close in terms of kills. In fact, 50 kill difference in by the end of the group stage. So I'm not worried for Geek Fam at all. I think 13 points under all of those pressure is a very amazing result.
Absolutely right. And they weren't even in that final circle. And that speaks to the strength of Geek Fam. And they're just so tenacious out there, mainly because of their consistency, right? They're consistently putting points on the board, regardless of whether or not they hit those booyahs. I mean, yes, we were talking about the record that Farang hit with all of those 8 booyahs, but Geek Fam still held on to that #1 spot because of the consistency that they were bringing through all of those matches across the board. But Farang, on the other hand, they weren't really able to go the distance, but they could hit those booyahs. So we can see exactly where the balance lies if you want to win the competition overall. You have to be consistent throughout the whole 16 matches that we have lined up. So it was a shaky start, but not a bad one at all.
It's not a bad one. I think we kind of expected these teams to make it to the top 5. Maybe EWG being a bit of a surprise, but I mean, they had a good game, so... And they're also one of the finalists. They do deserve to be here. But we are going to jump into our next game in just a moment. And it's going to be Kalahari. So a bit of change of scenery. It's not quite Bermuda, but it is asking for some pretty drastic changes because we do know some teams love to camp Refinery and some teams like to play along the outside. But we know some teams love Kalahari.
One team,
One team.
Just one team.
Just Farang.
Just Farang. It's
Are you sure it's just
Farang's
Farang?
home.
And I'm saying, like, statistically, I don't... If I remember correctly, I think that no team has successfully kicked Farang out of Refinery yet. There are teams who have tried, but all of those attempts have failed. It either ended with them getting wiped out or just Farang getting a couple of free points.
There are multiple situations where a few teams tried to take Farang off of the platform on Refinery.
And
they
they
all
lost.
failed. And you know, one of the things that makes Farang so dangerous is you saw it in the first match as well, Danny. The fact that they had that high ground advantage and everybody else would just feed us at the very bottom, right? And that's the exact scenario that breaks down at Refinery. I'm just shocked that they were able to pull off that strategy on Bermuda because that was something I wasn't expecting.
Well, it's not normally... You're not able to normally pull that strat off on Bermuda, right? Because it's such a flat map. So now, going into Kalahari, is it still going to be them going onto Refinery? Because I'm wondering, do you maybe change things up a little bit? You know, make people think you're going to be on Refinery, but then instead you're the ones that's going to be on the aggressive front. I think we're going to be expecting Geek Fam to be the ones to play aggressive on Kalahari. I think that's more or less expected for that team. But how about everybody else? What are you expecting from the other teams coming into Kalahari here? Is it just going to be another slow game, waiting for that final circle?
I think there are some teams that will play fast. I know K9 likes to drop at Mammoth. I think Watch and Learn also has generally been an active team.
How about hot droppers? Are we expecting some hot drops here?
Probably Watch and Learn, right? I think Watch and Learn probably would end up hot dropping someone.
No way on game 2.
No,
There's
they need
no
to
way.
watch their own performance and learn because hot drops aren't working out. I mean, especially of all teams, you want a hot drop Geek
But I
Fam
think
at
the
Clockdown?
tendency of them hot dropping probably is a bit higher compared to other teams. I know that Bloody Hit always take command post. And actually the team that drops the command post that tries to contest Bloody Hit is Watch and Learn. So maybe that would happen. Though the last time it happened, Watch and Learn actually kicked Bloody Hit out of command post. Right? So that's actually a very interesting fact that they might look back at and think to themselves, maybe there's a chance for us to do it again.
Right,
Hopefully
let's see. Let's see if we're going to be getting those hot drops as we are going to jump into game 2 here. It is Kalahari. Husky and AJ, take it away for our second game of the day.
Thank you very much, Danley. As we hop on into Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you will be happy to know that we have got Eternal Watch and Learn, hot dropping Geek Fam at Stone Ridge. These boys are hot. These boys have got an aim in their minds. They're not looking to win this competition. They're just looking to spoil the chances of Geek Fam I mean, they weren't successful the first time round. Let's see if they are second time round in here, right? Shot from Demon76. He's got a solid gun in hand.
Two of them are down.
And Demon76 manages to get a beautiful knock. The kill comes through as well. Geek Fam, just like that, are left with 3 more players. Eternal Watch and Learn might be able to pull this off because Phoenix, the Strangler, has just avoided all of those engagements, and now he doesn't have any cover. So the high ground advantage for Eternal Watch and Learn might just pay off.
I mean, that's what happens when you plant your flags on the craze of, you know, watch and learn members, right? They are here for revenge. In fact, it's a big brain move. If we can't win the whole thing, we make sure that you cannot win the whole thing as well. In fact, Frikri was the one that tries to run away, but he got shot as well. So I think for Geek Fam, there's a huge chance that they actually bomb up for the first time in a long time without any points at all. Mano for contested the ice grenade. Damon's gonna flush him out.
What a play.
Knocked down by X-Boys. 3 dead on Geek Fam.
That combo, superb, but Geek Fam still alive.
That's your own grenade, my friend.
Venom did not mean to do that. Demon just got down by their own ice grenade. Ah! Ah! Now, Geek Fam asked for this.
Yeah.
Geek Fam begged for this. They deserve this.
We've seen this before. Remember, you know, a month ago.
Deja vu.
A month ago, what was that team? A month ago, K9 Esports were mocked by Orange.
Yeah.
And what happened? Orange got hunted down the rest of the competition. So I think Geek Fam need to learn from that. But speaking about Orange, they're trying to chase down ORB. In fact, these 2 teams are the 2 teams that barely squeezed in the top 12. The ORB, they had a better stats. I say better stats, but they just got wiped by Orange.
I mean, if there's one thing that ORB can do for themselves is just stay true to their name, consume a little bit of more coffee, since they all have it in their names, and just get awakened by all of that caffeine and prepare for round number 3. 2 rounds back-to-back, they've bombed out super early.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually didn't even notice ORV in round number 1. Because they got knocked out pretty fast, right?
The first one to get knocked out.
And this is one of those few moments where I'm just grateful that we have 16 rounds of grand finals.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a few months ago, bombing out 2 rounds in a row, that's it. You're not winning anything.
Absolutely.
Your day ends right there. You can technically
speaking
not
of
play.
bombing out, Husky, Anxiety, Geek Fam, one final player. They've got him surrounded.
He has nothing.
He has nothing and nowhere to go.
All right, Anxiety, this is your chance. If you have one shot, one opportunity, this is it.
Breaking into a song there, Husky. Barba taking one for the team, taking the fight up against Phoenix. Has got the double barrel. Phoenix pulls out the glue wall. Barba has 181 more HP and more than enough. And it's Chessman to finish him off. And this is what we talk about, right? Anxiety. The reason why players like Barba can go in for the rush is because they've got the confident backup from Chessman. But when Chessman is not there, the other strategy immediately breaks down. And that's something Anxiety really needs to work on, Husky.
Look at this. Too bad. He's holding off a few members from Axis Esports. Jemba was also on the other side. And we have seen this before from Farang. You want to play at Refinery, you want to play at anywhere near range, as long as there is a high ground for them to work with. They are going to split apart. And look at this. This full split from Farang. I don't think Axis Esports are ready for this. They're trying to bomb rush Farang uphill, but Jespu finally clips Vegeta. The grenades are flying through, but Farang, they're going in for the full pincer. And I think Axis Esports might meet and timely end. There are nades on Farang's end for this round. Too bad, the first one to get knocked down. Jespu rushes in to right back up. Neptune! He sneaks right through the glue wall and gets 2 down himself. And maybe Farang have bitten off more than they can chew. Spade, the last man alive. And Shahid ends the run of Farang. A very uncharacteristic start for the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And on top of everything else, the danger zone just popped out of nowhere, distracting the players of Farang, forcing them to be a little bit more careful. But Axis Esports, they had the disadvantage in that fight, right? They had to make their way up on top of this hill, and they also had to deal with the players of Farang flanking them. They had the AC-80 on them, but not a lot of those shotguns. That firepower in the close-range combat just wasn't available for Farang just yet in that engagement. And Axis Esports, what a turnaround. They take it, and they take the hill as well. And looks like Farang will not be dominating Refinery this time.
And this is their best map, right? And that must really sting if you are Farang, because it felt like there was no way they could lose that fight. In fact, it was a 4 versus 3 from the get-go, but they were just not able to close the deal. And that means that right now, the biggest competitor, the 2 biggest competitors, in fact, are not in this lobby anymore.
And you know, that's exactly why Farang can rest easy, right? Because they are not expecting anybody else to overtake them.
Anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, anxiety, the problem with anxiety is the inconsistency. I love
Right.
anxiety. I love them to bits, but unfortunately, they have just not brought on enough consistency to the competition for us to make that big bet on them. I love my money, Husky, and I
Well,
don't know.
last time we looked at anxiety,
Uh-huh.
right? In the previous tournament, I think a month ago.
Yeah.
Anxiety also showed up in the grand final.
Oh, yes. But, you know, a lot of these
Yeah, well, true,
hard-hitting
but
teams weren't really there. So
yeah, well,
they
yeah.
can get it done, but against these teams, but okay.
Okay, I would say the
look
difficulty
at it a
level
different-
is higher.
Let's look at it from a different point of view. With Farang as well as GeekFam not in here now,
Right.
it is the opportunity for Anxiety to get that booyah and grab as many points as possible because they are now the hardest hitters in this lobby technically.
Absolutely. I think they have a great chance, right? If they just did what they did, they just do what they did in game one, where you see how disciplined they are, right?
Yes.
They pick up one guy, those long winded rotation, I think they have a great chance. But here they go, they're gonna
Into
challenge Bloody
Bloody
Hit
Hit.
at command post, and this is the true test. Bloody Hit, they rarely lose out on their home turf, and Anxiety are here to change that.
And early on, Anxiety, great engagements, but now the danger zone just distracting the players of Bloody Heads. Shanks needs to play with a little bit of luck here, but AC-80 in his hands. Wants to engage with Kanoho. Out of nowhere, Morgana manages to catch Kanoho's back with the position he takes on that watchtower and quickly repositions as well. Great thinking coming through from Morgana so that he can continue playing that pressure. Mark taking the flank from the right-hand side, but those players unable to peek just yet because of this danger zone. But once that moves away, Anxiety going to be in a lot of trouble, and they don't really have a lot of these defensive compounds to work with here, Husky.
Morgana is in a very good spot because he can get that information for the rest of his team. But they're letting Anxiety in just so it's easier for them to trap them. But on the other side, Toda again, Spark trying to take cover, but that was a nice grenade. He was never going to survive it, but they will now have to tank that damage as Watch and Learn comes right through for the push. Demon 76 once more leading the charge, running into the entirety of Toda. We see the nades coming in from afar. The support fire is incredible from Watch and Learn. And it seems like Toda have still not recovered from that abysmal closing to the group stage. And they're getting ran over by Watch and Learn.
I mean, Watch and Learn, they are ecstatic right now, right? They've managed to play a huge hand in taking GeekFam out. Now, Toda has bombed out as well. I mean, the three potential teams to win this competition have all been taken out in succession in round number 2. But Anxiety, they still hot. Toby brought back into the mix. Anxiety is as strong as ever as they want to head into that next save zone. No Escape, on the other hand. 3 players in hand, all of them surviving. But Eternal Watch and Lin slowly make their way towards the compound of the players of No Escape. RS7 as well as iPans, they've got a great opportunity here to play that trigger discipline, not engage first, allow the players of Eternal Watch and Learn to come a little bit closer and then shut them down. It's all going to be in terms of the timing that they start that fight, because Eternal Watch and Learn have got not much of an option. They have to run in straight towards them.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of the saving grace. I say saving grace, but it could be a curse for Watch and Learn as well. For Watch and Learn, depending on who they run into and depending on the circumstances. But so far, they are off to a great start. Contrary to game number 1, I think Watch and Learn have a way better opening, but Kaloy finally catches Barba. And you can see the thing about Command Post is that it is very hard to find a high ground for Chessman, for someone like Chessman to work with, and there's only so little buildings and so little watchtowers that they can utilize. And Bloody Head have kind of trapped Anxiety in an area where they're not familiar with, and with Kaloy out of the picture, there's lesser personnel to provide support for Chessman, and I think Anxiety might not even want to take this fight. They just need to find a way to get out of this.
And Bloody Heads, this is their home. They know command posts like the back of their hands, and they're just forcing Anxiety into a small corner. Those grenades are going to be the biggest difference maker here. But Eastern Wolves gang on the approach from the back. Bloody Head needs to wrap things up here as quickly as possible, or else things are going to go south. Chessman repositions. He has got the grappling hook in hand, but not a lot of those defenses to work with out there in the open. One flanking player can end the run for Chessman, but Bloody Heads, they are occupied. Noho will be caught out. Kaloy! Beautiful knockdown. That headshot was just a little too spicy, and Anxiety, they have to turn tail and run.
Kalo doing mad work in this round 2. And Anxiety are getting chased out of command post. Toby, the third member on the chopping block, they found Chessman. Morgana outguns him. And can Toby at least take one ability hit with them? Doesn't seem to be the case though, surviving with just less than 50 HP. But that's it, Anxiety out of the competition. The top three teams from the group stage are no more.
Manchai running straight towards the rest of the players of Bloody Heads, but not gonna take that risk by rushing in without any bit of information at all. You can see their players rushing onto the second floor to get the extra bit of information off of the players of Bloody Heads as well as their positioning. One player from the side of Bloody Head breaking away to play the flanking position. Mark, on the other hand, gets shut down. Tua with the AC-80, just way too spicy. And this is the kind of high ground you want to play. This is what Chessman should have played for himself a little bit earlier on, Husky.
But unfortunately, the rest of Anxiety were just not there to support him. And the reason why, you know, I consider EWG to be one of the potential underdogs, because if you look at the members, X, Fastkill, and Y, and they have put on great numbers a year before we had Sri Lanka as a region in our tournament. That team was a menace, right? Alongside the current Farang, which was previously known as Freedom Rumble. These two were kind of I would say the local thugs. They are farming kills. They're really causing chaos. They might not be the eventual winners, but if you want someone to stir up some problems, this is one of those teams.
And look at the dark horses of the competition, right? The Orange Esports squad will take over Refinery, and they now hold on to the bird's eye advantage over the other teams who try to make their way in. Eastern Wolves gang just need to be a little careful here because Jay's just a little overexposed. Shahid, on the other hand, just getting a lot of that information to play with. But from that sort of a height, looking down, taking those shots becomes so much more difficult. So the only position that Shahid can play from a high point like this is against the players of Orange Esports. And that might just be the case.
And that was off of them taking out Farang, right? Because if Farang is on that tower, a lot of things could have been so much different because of that efficiency. So Axis kind of get a free pass into this power spot, but EWG will now have to face off against Watch and Learn in this kind of beeline sprint into the safe zone. Bloody Head is on that eastern side. Watch and Learn will be the one caught in the middle.
The technicalities that Eastern Wolves gang playing with right now. Watch and Learn inside of those glue walls will be backed up, and Bloody Head seem to have managed to find a little bit of breathing space here, all thanks to Eternal Watch and Learn and Eastern Wolves gang getting caught up in this battle here. X-Boys will still distract Manchai. Bloody Heads can rotate away, but they're taking their own sweet time, perhaps wanting to vulture on a couple of these players after this engagement is completed.
And Demon 76 actually has a grenade launcher. So that one gives him a knockdown, and he also nails Monito with it as well. As the fight turns sour for EWG. X-Boys also keeping Tua at bay. And this is perfect from Watch and Learn, making sure that EWG cannot really take those fights. And those initial knockdowns are going to start to hurt because that blue zone is closing in. And Tua, he has very little room to work with. He has to make a break for his life. And I think he's doing a pretty good job. But the problem is, even Bloody Head is chipping in, and they are taking down members of EWG.
Let's see exactly what Eternal Watch and Learn have got in store for as they rotate around. Jay-Z drop Tua. What a shot by Goku out of nowhere. Venom 96 manages to put him down as well. Eternal Watch and Learn serving it up hot to the other players of Eastern Wolves gang. But as they try to squeeze into the next circle, it's going to be Bloody Heads that takes the fight to them. Monito's already inside. He's gotten revived, but he will have absolutely nothing in terms of an answer when Shanks poses all of those questions. Doesn't catch him out just yet, but Kaz out of nowhere drops Kaloy. Bloody Heads losing members left, right, center before they get into the next circle.
The idea was right for Bloody Head, but they did not expect No Escape to be around that area. They wanted Shanks to find a compound so that the rest of them can rotate with his support, but because of No Escape, they cut off the rest of Bloody Head, and now I think Shanks might be the only one left alive. Pain, though, and Wuxi from K9 are getting some numbers done. Deckles and Rosso are both out, and Wuxi has a grenade launcher with him, so K9 Esports finding some redemption, at least in this game too, but it's only 2 kills for them. And the good news is that Orange Esports have to come right down.
Bad news is Orange Esports haven't really learned as to when you move off of that platform, and now they are going to be toast when they hop on off. You're talking about damage here coming through from that fall and also being caught out by the other players who are watching that platform. Wuxi shuts down Goku from afar. Axis Esports are looking for Tom as well, chipping away at his blue wall little by little. Vegeta shuts down Pain. Axis Esports doing so much. They've got the bird's eye view, and they're playing this to perfection, but that circle going to push them down as well, and Axis needs to start moving. The zone will catch all of them. Superman has still got a viability to survive here, but Axis Esports, what a waste. Vegeta, the final player left because they just did not move earlier on.
The high ground trap again. You took too long to move and you're just going to end up burning to the blue zone. And we're down to 4 teams because most of them died to the blue zone. And look at this, no escape. They're trying to take out Moni to at least get rid of this guy and give themselves more space to work with. But they're, again, tanking that blue. And because of that, they get knocked out. And look at who is in the final circle. 2 against 1. Watch and learn. Looking to nail their first booyah of the grand finals for themselves. But it's Vegeta with a very good weapon at this long range. Muskie and Demon 76, they need to find a way to push right in because Vegeta, the glue wall gets shut down. Vegeta not making it alive. And Watch and Learn with 12 kills and a booyah. Game 1 did not happen at all for them.
You forgot one more element in there, sir. The greatest revenge with the hot drop. They not only hot drop Geek Fam, they dance on their knocked bodies and they also grab the booyah, right? Fantastic play by Eternal Watch and Learn.
Yes, an incredible opening. I mean, this was a team that when we saw them first a year ago, and yeah, I'm just going to let them relish the moment because I think they are having a lot of fun. I assume that's a message to Geek Fam and the rest of the competition. But when we first saw them, they were the worst performing team in the league, but they had the biggest support, right? From across the region, from Indonesia as well. But now they are here, I think they're making a great statement.
Absolutely.
What a game. I'm just going to say it. What a game. I mean, I did not expect Watch and Learn to just be like, guys, let's do it again. Yeah. I swear. They just looked at each other, they smiled, they're like, let's do it again. And it worked out.
I think what was the biggest, encouragement for Eternal Watch and Learn to take that hot drop once again was Geek Fam just toying around with their emotions a little bit too much at that initial match at Bermuda, right? They got the knocks, they could have just moved on with life, but they just had to tease the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. How dare you drop into our spot? How dare you step into Clock Tower when we take the drop at Bermuda? And Eternal Watch and Learn just basically responded, we'll do what we want to do. And they punished Geek Fam.
I mean, all it took was 1 grain of salt, and they had to put that 1 grain of salt in there, didn't they?
Like Geek Fam felt like the Matador, you know? They're just waving that red cloth and Watch and Learn, and they got absolutely gored in Game 2.
But here's the thing, right? Now that we've seen Watch and Learn do this twice to Geek Fam, and it seems like they don't really care about the repercussions so far. If you're Geek Fam, do you just keep letting this happen? Or at some point, are you just going to have to move? Because I think you cannot just sit there and constantly go with Watch and Learn, because hot drops, realistically, are really risky because you don't know what weapons you're going to get. You don't even know if you're going to get weapons. So you're leaving it all to RNG.
The problem here is, Daddy, that Geek Fam's very consistent in taking their drops. And they very rarely switch their drop spots, right? So Eternal Watch and Learn have got them cornered. They're challenging Geek Fam openly. This can either end up really good or really, really bad. But so far for Eternal Watch and Learn, it's been fantastic. But Geek Fam hasn't really woken up yet, right? And when these players really start hitting hard, Geek Fam can take it all the way. I feel like that previous round at Kalahari was just a little bit unfortunate because of the points that you just brought up. You take the hot drop, you don't know what sort of guns you're going to get. But this is not something that's being forced by Geek Fam. Eternal Watch and Learn are being super cheeky with this. But you know, Lady Luck, she doesn't visit all that too often. You're going to run out of that luck, and maybe that's exactly when Watch and Learn will get caught out here.
I don't know if you want to wait for luck to run out. I mean, Husky, what do you think?
I mean, you say that now. I mean, Geek Fam has 0 points off of this round. And this is very... I don't think there was any round in the group stage, or if there was any, probably just 1 or 2 rounds where they got 0 points. Even when they get knocked out first, they bring 1, 2 with them. So this is obviously kind of a new low for Geek Fam by the end of a round. But it also means that whatever points they got in the first round, it doesn't really matter as much, right? Because overall, with the current math, they get knocked below the top 6. With Watch and Learn, I believe, in the first place, or if not in top 3 at least. So if this happens to Geek Fam 1 or 2 more times, then we might have a championship issue on our hands.
I think we most definitely already have a problem, but you know, out of 16 rounds, messing up 2 of them, not really something to worry about. Let's see exactly what Geek Fam has got in store for us, right? But who I'm more concerned about is Farang. This, unfortunate turn of events, especially at Kalahari, one I most definitely didn't expect. Anna.
I have to ask about that because they were in a very interesting position, right? So I know you guys have said in the past that they normally just sit on Refinery, they sort of let the teams come to them.
Yeah.
They actually strayed away from Refinery for once, and this is what's happened. They tried to go for Axis. I thought they had a favorable position. They were the ones on top of the cliff. Axis were basically pinned between jumping off the cliff and having to fight them front on. But what really happened on that cliffside fight? Wasn't Farang just a little bit too confident in their position, thinking like, oh, it's just easy kills?
I think they smelled blood in the water, right? Because they got an initial knock on the members of Axis, and then Axis was scrambling to even make it on top of the hill. And we actually saw Farang on their radar, having a good idea of how to encircle Axis, right? They sent, I think, like Jembao on one side, and they come in for the pincer.
Pincer formation.
Right, but the problem is that they were all separated, and they actually, like I think AJ pointed out, they didn't have the weapons for close range combat. And they started getting picked up by Axis Esports, which is very uncharacteristic, right? I mean, Axis Esports were madmen themselves. They were brute forcing their way onto that high ground, which a lot of times, you know, that doesn't end well. But in this case, I think it was just Farang getting caught off guard, and that was thanks to Neptune from Axis Esports, who was somehow able to survive a 1 versus 2 and slipped into the backline, something that Farang was not prepared for.
And, you know, that was just something that we weren't really expecting. But that's the main reason why Geek Fam should not change any of their drop spots, right? Because exactly what happened to Farang might just happen to them. When you are put into a situation where you're not so confident in because you are not really used to the environment in terms of controlling the pace of that matchup, you are going to get caught out. Farang got caught out. Axis Esports, I wouldn't say they got lucky, but they played their position extremely well. Now, when you're at the edge of the cliff, it's super difficult to aim downwards, right? And Farang just had so much of difficulty. And once again, with the combination of weapons, they had the AC-80. You want to engage long range, you cannot be taking those close range combat, but that's exactly what they were forced to do because they just didn't have the different weapons to swap out to, right? So Axis Esports managing to take that fight, but it wasn't an easy fight by any means at all. They put in a lot of that effort, and those glue walls weren't popped out. They were forcing the players of Farang to pop out their glue walls, and they were just shutting them down one after the other, right? And I feel like that was a little bit of a panic situation there that they kind of just scratched through, and even Farang weren't expecting to get taken down in that fashion.
Well, it looks like we're going to jump into our next game of the day. It's going to be Purgatory, so we'll have to see if we do see some changes from these teams, right? Whether Geek Fam decide to weather the storm and say we're going to try and take Watch and Learn yet again for the 3rd round, and if we're going to be seeing a little bit of consistency, because so far none of these teams have shown consistency in the grand final. So Husky, AJ, take it away. It's Purgatory. Let's see who gets the 3rd booyah of the day.
That's what I like to see. Lack of consistency, because that means we don't know who's the winner until the end of the tournament. That's what I like to start.
Oh my God!
That's what I'm talking about, AJ.
Open it up, boy. Eternal Watch and Learn finally learns that Geek Fam will not rest on their laurels. They shut them down back to back at Central.
1 minute in, and Geek Fam just ran them over.
I mean, technically, Eternal Watch and Learn tried to run them over.
And got ran over.
Yeah, they got rammed instead, right? Unfortunate for the boys, but I like Geek Fam this time round. They didn't waste time dancing on no bodies, dancing on no crates. They just went in for the slays, and they're just continuing on with their business, because now I feel like Geek Fam is all about business, right? They have had one all-right round and one totally horrible round thanks to Eternal Watch and Learn. So this is a great way to start round 3 with a little bit of revenge fest. But talking about revenge, Orange Esports is in a position where earlier on they were kind of chipping in at the players of Anxiety. Both of these teams now sharing the hot drop here at Crossroads because of the high tier loot zone. And I really like this about Anxiety, focusing on that high tier loot zone, but you're also going to have a little bit of competition because other teams like Orange Esports, they want to be beefed up before that final circle as well, Husky.
Yeah, Orange Esports had, you know, round 1 wasn't good for them, but round 2 was pretty commendable. And this was a team that, you know, if you tell me they will be in the grand finals, I would say, you know, look at Cambodia first. They have 2 great squads. But then again, Orange was the one that really woke up on their last day. In fact, had the down to the very last round, before we even found out that they were going to qualify. And they closed out that very last qualifying rounds with, what, more than 20 points? Kind of like a very big closing statement towards the end of the group stage, but coming into this grand finals, it really felt like a different ballgame for Orange Esports. Though, I do have to say that they are taking some pretty good fights. They just need to be able to close it out cleaner.
Now, this is one encounter I did not expect. Toda moving into Central. They know Geek Fam will be here, but because of the early hot drop that they anticipated
I guess they are playing this
Oh,
to their
no.
advantage, but Afik unfortunately gets knocked down onto the ground. Backup will be there. Geek Fam takes the fight to them, but Orin, as he turns around, couldn't catch out Ames. Fikri not there for the backup as well. Oh, beautiful chip! But Ames just a little too quick on the motorcycle. Will be able to back away safely. Thoda thought they could shut down Geek Fam, but all of those warning shots released. Thoda changes their minds and quickly back away from this engagement. Good decision by Thoda because Geek Fam's on fire this round.
So unlucky for Afik though. I don't think he was knocked down by Geek Fam. I believe that was one of their own utilities.
No, 5
I could
kills
be
on
wrong.
Geek Fam, bro.
Yeah, but he got knocked down not by Geek Fam.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think he got knocked down by his own utility. I remember seeing like a grenade that he threw. I'm not sure what happened to that, but sometimes it does happen, right? You blow yourself up and you give one away to your enemies. But good news for Thoda is that they were able to save the rest of the team. And Geek Fam are not on the chase, thanks to Ames, who has that motorbike.
Yeah.
And I don't think Geek Fam are bothered about it in any way, right? Yeah. They love to take Central when it comes to Purgatory. It's always about the southern part of the map.
Yeah.
So Geek Fam is one of those teams that would be quite active in terms of rotating because the circle normally doesn't go southwards. This is where we see them move away from that central point and perhaps go towards that golf course. But Thoda, they don't get to catch a breath at all.
Not
Now
at all.
It's up against K9.
Afik's taken down already,
What?
but Ames just chooses to ride
What?
out of trouble, manages to get that knock, and very quickly puts down Blank, engages with Superman,
No
puts
way.
down Superman as well. The UMP absolutely spices
No
it, and
way.
Ames manages to shut down Pain. 3 players back-to-back, and K9 Esports bleeding out. Pedro on the way to save him, but he's just a little bit too far. By the time he gets here, the whole squad of K9 Esports will be back on their feet, so Thoda are in a lot of trouble. Earlier on, they had to back away because their hardest hitter on the battlefield, Afik, got taken out of the equation, and that was a good decision, but buying him back has costed the players of Thoda a little bit too much here. Pedro, good shutdown, 1 knock onto Wuxi. Oh, that
And
ice
then
grenade will force them away, but a grenade would have just been a little bit better. Pedro has got the double barrel now, puts
boy.
Payne down. 2 more players left on the side of the K9 Esports, and Payne is on the way back in here. Afik shuts down Superman. K9 Esports is toast.
I can't Esports losing a 4 versus 2, which should not make sense mathematically, but somehow it is happening. And Blank could not save it as all. He does nail Pedro with the nade though. Blank coming in for that Hail Mary. Blue Zone is already closing in. We're down to a 1 versus 1, AJ, and it shouldn't even have been a 1 versus 1. Not for K9 Esports.
Yeah.
And it all started with Ames. I did not know that you can just knock someone down close range with that bike. Not in that moment. But right now, it's anyone's game. But the good news
GG.
is that K9 was able to bring their members back thanks to Blank. And Thoda, they're finally forced to retreat.
Had enough coins to buy all 3 players back. Fantastic by K9 Esports. And that was just very, very lucky for them, right? Because just 1 more engagement and they would have been toast. That sort of a fight shouldn't have even been available for in the first place for Thoda because they had the numbers advantage. But what can you say about Thoda, right? So superior when it comes to those engagements and the smarts of taking that motorcycle for the initial knock, giving himself that advantage, hops on off the bike, uses his SMG to shut down those players. 3 back-to-back knocks they got out of that initial engagement. But Afix, as the final player left alive, surviving for the players of Thoda. This was the guy that lost his life first. And once again, to focus on why Thoda disengaged from the players of Geek Fam, right? Afix is the one that has delivered the most number of kills. The most mechanically sound player on the side of Thoda. Losing your hardest hitter, obviously, is a terrible one when you're engaging against Geek Fam. So good decision making from Thoda, and all of those decisions have allowed them to survive until this point.
But they need to survive a bit longer, right? Because only 1 team has been eliminated so far. And Thoda didn't necessarily have the best start to the grand final. So in any case, they have to take whatever points that they can get. The thing is, I don't know if Afix can even find a point to buy his teammates back. Anxiety, on the other hand, finds Axis Esports. And this was a really huge team in that game number 2. And Anxiety, they're here to change that. They will be able to get at least 2 kills off of Axis.
Kanoho just trying to circle around towards the right-hand side. Riptide Rhythm takes down 1 glue wall. Kanoho gets caught out in the open by Vegeta. Beautiful shot with that AC-80, but now Toby AK-47 drops Vegeta down onto the ground, and Flame has no choice whatsoever but to run away. But how far can he get before Anxiety catches up with him? Toby wastes 1 glue wall, not even attack. Flame, on the other hand, continues to run as quickly as he can. He doesn't have a lot of cover here. Mother Nature not gonna be his friend. 1 small little tree bark for the save.
Toby tags him up with the AK-47, but that survivor on the side of Axis Esports in the name of Flame can turn things around. He still has the AC-80. This is sort of a distance makes the AC-80 so superior in these engagements. Toby gonna be in a little bit of trouble here, Husky.
Anxiety smells blood. They are going in for the kill, and this was kind of the anxiety that we know initially, that they will go for these individual stragglers, and Barbara, he's going to lead the charge. Flame forced out of his cover by the ice grenade. There's nowhere else for him to go.
GG.
And Chessman, of course, will be the judge, jury, and executor. 4 kills for Anxiety. 9 more teams left, though. A pretty slow round considering what we saw in the first 2 matches, but so far Anxiety has been keeping up in terms of numbers.
That engagement was perfection in terms of how Anxiety goes in to close off those opportunities, even though Flame had the sort of gun to turn the tide of that battle, right? Because there was that flanking position held on by Barba and Chessman kind of holding those angles as well from afar. Flame had nowhere to go. He couldn't step to the left, he couldn't step to the right. All he could do was just hide behind the tree. And the ice grenade, forcing him off of his defensive position, allowed Chessman to take such a perfect knock through. That's Anxiety for you. And they're not done just yet. They're about to meet the players of Geek Fam.
And that is going to be the true test for Anxiety. Again, Geek Fam, even if they get knocked out right now, they have at least 4 kills with them. A bloody head faces off against No Escape. And this was the team in that previous round that really caused them a lot of problems. But it seems like Shanks, he's going to have to try and hold off the kind of assault squad of No Escape coming at him. And he's completely flash blinded, but somehow able to maneuver away with that glue wall as his cover. But the rest of Bloody Head, they got to make a move right now. How are you going to support your team? Because No Escape are covering so much ground. Barba! Morgana, excuse me, from long range, has the answer, and Cass is down, and that is the key member of No Escape.
Oh, that's the beauty coming through from Morgana. Beautiful. Kobe dropped, and the grenade changes the tide of this battle. It's a 4v3. Bloodyhead slowly approaching the players of No Escape, and there's just absolutely no escape. But Era 7 is just waiting for them to close the distance, because that Mag 7 will be extremely spicy in the close range combat. Nade being cooked up by iPens already. Mark poses the danger, but Shanks manages to catch off Era 7. Little by little, No Escape being chipped away at their HP. iPens sustaining with a little bit more. Potter knocks down Morgana. Mark finishes off iPens, and No Escape eliminated in the 9th spot. But Oren, at the very same time, engages with Barba. The fight between Anxiety and Geek Fam has kicked off, Husky.
It's a crucial fight. But before we look into that, we gotta look at Bloody Head, who are now under assault by K9 Esports. But thankfully, Bloody Head, they have the high ground, so K9 can't really take them out just yet. ORV will probably face a different fate, though, with Mokka getting absolutely ran at by Superman. And even Pain, he's joining the fray. And I think ORV knows that Mokka has to be surrendered. Nothing can be done, but ORV as a team are still in this game.
K9 Esports, I mean, they were in so much of trouble earlier on with Blank, the final survivor on their side. But things have changed, man. K9 Esports right back into the mix, full squad, ready for that final circle. And it looks like they're all stacked when it comes to those loots as well. But beyond that, they have to go through the players of Bloody Head. Mark caught out in the open. ORV can make the difference. And Bloody Head, they just have to, they don't actually have to worry about anything. Because if Mark gets taken out, they just buy him right back.
I think Toby bought his teammates back, but Farang now is in a tough spot. They just shot at EWG. They alerted Orange. And look at where Geek Fam is heading towards. It's towards Farang. So Farang, they don't necessarily have the best position. They're on that low ground. They're getting shot at by Orange Esports. They gotta try to find a way to break through this defense. And Jembao, he gets off to a good start. But they don't have much time to work with. It really comes down to where Geek Fam decides to rotate. If they're gonna walk in the direction they are heading towards right now, Farang will be in huge danger.
Yep, Farang's just toast, man. Orange Esports gunning them down one after the other. Jesbu and Spade decide to make that long rotation in towards the next circle, but only to be caught out by Anxiety potentially in the next engagement. Orange Esports moving on up, and Anxiety can Noho looting up just enough so that he can play the grenade launcher a little bit later. And Eastern Wolves gang, they are the first ones to go ahead and engage with Orange Esports potentially because of the position that they hold on to. They're just getting all of this information off of this engagement first, Husky.
And Geek Fam has just touched down. Orange Esports, they disengaged from that. They just left Jembao out. They just left Farang out to dry. At the mercy of Geek Fam, and Fikri is going to make that count. Just out in the open, nothing that Farang can do. A horrible spot for them to be in fact. And Jembao, he will have a better spot to work with, but only temporarily. No buildings, only a couple of trees, and that's where Fikri also comes into play. Again, a second shot from the marksman of Geek Fam, getting 2 kills off of Farah.
ORV had the backstab on the players of Bloody Heads, but just could not execute them in a proper fashion. Bloody Heads very quickly taking the advantage, taking them out of the equation, getting those extra kills on their side. K9 Esports, on the other hand, beautiful knock onto Chessman. That's going to be a game changer. Anxiety needs to bring him right back. Grenade launcher from Tom still catches out Eastern Wolfsgang, and just when you thought Eastern Wolfsgang were going to catch out Orange Esports, the tide turns, and Orange Esports still on fire. Manchai will go into engage, but Tom shuts him down close range with the AC-80. So rare, but so sweet to watch. And Orange Esports, the first team inside of the next circle.
And Farang, I think this is the end of the road for them. They only have one more member left, and that makes it no more. Geek Fam makes quick work of the closest and toughest competitor in this round 3. And in the meantime, Orange Esports have got a full control of their center point of the circle. Kaloy trying to gun down the rest of ORV. Morgana actually gets caught out from afar. But ORV are down. Bloody Head survives for a bit more.
Chessman is right back, baby, and he's on fire! K9 Esports taken out, and that's revenge served up hot. And now, Orange Esports, they can have the numbers of Geek Fam as long as they engage well. Orange with a great ice grenade opener. Rosso X knocked down onto the ground, and Orange does not stop. 2 more grenades to play with. Right through the glue wall. Orange just way too accurate. Phoenix drops those players with a charge buster, and Geek Fam once again takes the fight to Orange Esports on top of this high hill there. Orange might have been in there a little bit earlier, but it will be Geek Fam to take it all the way. But Tom, the difference maker, knocks down Phoenix as well. What in the world is going on here? Geek Fam had it in the back, but Tom and his grenade launcher takes them out.
And that's what I've been telling you, AJ, the grenade launcher from him. From Tom. Orange Esports really ruining it for Geek Fam, but Anxiety is going to come in. Chessman now, he has found courage. He leads the charge, and they also have a grenade launcher. Kano has it. The golden arm of Anxiety is here to win the game, and Russell has nowhere left to go. Anxiety gets the cleanup, and it's down to this Bloody Head, a 2 versus 4 event. Shanks and Kaloy keeping the hopes of Bloody Head alive, but Anxiety are just way too hot, and I think this round is done before it's even concluded. Kaloy getting slashed at by Chessman, but he gets shot down, and Anxiety kind of missing the beat a little bit, but Kanoho is there in the front line, getting shot at by Shanks. Anxiety gotta play this perfectly. Can't mess up this one. Barbara goes down. Shank from long range again. The grenade! This is huge, but not good enough. Toby, the savior of Anxiety, and Anxiety with their first booyah of the grand finals.
That was way too close, man. Bloody Heads almost caught them off guard. It was a 2v4, 2 knocks coming through, but Anxiety just wraps up quickly. But with the elimination of Geek Fam earlier on, elimination of Orange Esports as well, totally unexpected.
Yeah, let me tell you, Chessman definitely did not rewatch one of those VODs where Farang got so comfortable they tried to melee, get into a melee fight 4 versus 2 and lost a booyah against Axis on day 5. But Chessman, you almost blew that, but Anxiety still closed out the round, and I think that's good enough for them.
What a round 3, Danny.
Oh my gosh, the grenades. I swear, the end came down to all those grenades. I mean, I almost won it there for Bloody Head. They were so close, but 2 versus 3, I mean, you're always going to have a kind of disadvantage, but guys, if anything, the highlight must have been Orange getting that elimination on Geek Fam. That was very unexpected. Geek Fam just kept running, even though they saw the grenades.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam just had a very unlucky run, right? That was the perfect start. Got to wipe out onto Watch and Learn. Well, they didn't dance over Watch and Learn, but they did unload like a full magazine on their corpses, right? You still got to make a statement. But again, going into the later stages of that round, they ran into Orange Esports. And it was just a grenade launcher, you know? Like, you don't really have to be good with that weapon.
The surprise factor.
It is, it's a surprise factor.
No one expects a grenade launcher in most fights.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nobody expects the grenade launcher anywhere, right? They expect to just take a regular gunfight. But in those final circles, you have to expect the unexpected.
Exactly.
And they thought they had the full advantage because they had the grenade launcher in their own hands already. They didn't really expect a grenade launcher response. And that was the biggest difference maker towards that final circle. But this engagement between Toda and K9 Esports was a thing of perfection because Ames stays true to his name. He's got those perfect aims as well as perfect plays, right? Motorcycle, knock, 3 knocks back to back coming through from Ames, but he just couldn't finish off the job because of the game of numbers. But Thoda brought in the superior backup in the name of Pedro as well as Afik, and K9 Esports couldn't really sustain that battle towards the very end, but they still managed to buy all of their players right back.
I like that play because they could have maybe tried to go for that finish, but maybe just playing a little bit more passively, getting the buybacks, having more bodies helps in the long run rather than getting maybe that little kill. But oh man, what a game that was. And these teams are really starting to show their stuff. I think we're still seeing a lot of these teams being very aggressive. We're not seeing any kind of passivity because we are still looking at a lot of games. But firstly, I'm still surprised that we have not seen GeekFam be able to secure top 2. We are so used to seeing this team get the top of the leaderboard, but so far it just hasn't happened. I mean, what's really going on with GeekFam today? I know the first 2 games maybe we can give them a bit of a pass because they did have a bit of a hard time. Game 3, they did eventually get rid of Watch and Learn. But is this nerves coming into play now? Because I want to say GeekFam have been handicapped up until this point.
I think it's just the team.
I think it's consistency.
Yeah, I think the other teams are playing so much better, right? Well, in Game 3, we can just chop it up to Orange Esports having a surprise factor in their grenade launcher. In fact, when they took out EWG, that was foreshadowing because EWG got caught completely off guard by Torm, and he was able to carry that and take out GeekFam. But again, all things considered, GeekFam just knows how to get points even if they are not at the top of the leaderboard.
And you know, once again, that's going to make them extremely dangerous, right? Because in game number 1, similar story, they picked up 13 points. And this time around, yes, they don't get the booyah, but they pick off 17. So even though they're not showing up in that number 1 spot, they're still going to remain to be a huge threat in this grand finals. But history tells us that GeekFam usually finishes quite well during the league stage. And at the grand finals is where we see them hit a little bit softer. I don't know whether it's nerves. I don't know whether it's a little bit of overconfidence. But either way...
Maybe a bit of watch and learn.
Well, maybe, but this time... Watch and Learn should have learned from their previous engagement and shouldn't have stepped into their compound.
Yeah, historically for GeekFam, if they win this grand finals, it would be their second grand finals, their second championship title, right? Because they've only won 1, and that was the first ever MCP last year. And ever since then, they have dominated the group stage, but never really won a grand final.
Correct, yes.
Well, I wanted to ask about that because so far it just seems to be a grand final curse for GeekFam. I'm not sure what it is. Because I keep saying maybe it's nerves, maybe it's just teams knowing what GeekFam does. It's just, I can't put my finger on what it is with GeekFam that just makes it so difficult for them to play on these grand final days.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. All of the other teams have caught up with the strategy of GeekFam. You see, when Husky mentioned that MCP majors, right, Season 1, they saw GeekFam do the absolute unexpected, studying all of those rotations, studying the strategy of the other teams during the league stage, and executing everything that they learned over at the grand finals. Now, this is what the other teams are focusing on. You see teams like Bloody Head, Orange Esports especially, the outliers, right? Staying hidden, lying low throughout the whole of the league stage, only to hit at the very end. And look at how they're performing consistently at the grand finals. This is the kind of team that really knows how to hide its strats. But teams like Anxiety, they haven't really been hiding strats, but they haven't been going all out as well, right? They've been focusing on engagements, but not really prioritizing survivability. Anxiety, this time around, they're focusing on those placement points, which makes them a very dangerous team at the grand finals.
Let me throw something very far-fetched, very far-reaching. The thing is, you can see Anxiety strat, but you probably don't know how to read them because they're so inconsistent, right? You'd be like, this round it works out, but this round it bombs out. Like, is it even effective? Is it worth reading into?
Is it even a strat? No, it is.
It is actually a strat.
It is.
Please don't hate me. I'm just saying it for the fun of it. But obviously, Anxiety has that capability because again, they came into this tournament off a championship high, right? They won a previous tournament leading up to this. And sure, the group stage was a bit rocky, but on those group rounds, they look unstoppable.
Absolutely, man. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have to take a quick short one. Danley, could you lead us through before we hop on off and take a little bit of rest?
I need to lead. I mean, you seem perfectly capable, but it's okay. We're going to have a bit of a break. We'll let the teams get ready for this next game. And of course, folks, if you need to toilet, snacks, we'll see you after this break.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege, dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IJL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Axis Esports, the next team to get taken out of the equation here. As you can see, anxiety just building up their manpower at the front of that entrance there. Time Turner pulled out as the players of Diversity Gaming dropped by to check out the situation as well.
Diversity Gaming runs into a grenade launcher. Kano was like, get out of my house.
Oh my
you
lord.
do not get to do this. You do not get to come in and interrupt my fight. Can be said, K9 are in the best position to win this one.
Yeah, but actually in the very middle of the circle, look at that one player from the side of Bloody Head. He stays hidden. Will he get taken out of the equation? Kaloy with a way to victory, and it looks like it will be Geek Fam who brings in their team members. Riptide Rhythm. Mark, is he going to be safe? But Mother Nature saves him. Aye! Victory! Too good, bro!
Orange Esports able to down 2 members. K9 Esports able to get go. Blank is the third one to go down, and Orange Esports looking for the complete wipeout. And then they might have just found it. Jumbat just needs to get one more kill to get the finisher, and yes, K9 Esports are out. And Orange Esports once more race.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2 Grand Finals. We've just wrapped up our first 3 games of the day, and of course we've got plenty more for all of our viewers at home. I've got Husky, I've got AJ here as my amazing, beautiful, talented, friendly, maybe
Handsome.
sometimes bullies, casters, friends, I don't know what
Bullies?
to call them
Bullies?
Yeah!
Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm disappointed you didn't add the word handsome in there.
I
Called us
did.
beautiful. I know he's got long hair.
Okay, I did
but
at
we
the
deserve
beginning.
the title handsome.
I did at the beginning, so
Okay.
I'm trying to check mark every nice word to say. I don't actually.
Just
I
a
don't
list
think
of
I have anything
adjectives
Yeah.
that she needs to hit by the end of the day. So we've
I've
gone
got a
through like
quota. I've got a quota to fill. But speaking of quota, we've got our 4th match of the day, and it's also a brand new map that some of you might not be familiar with if you haven't been keeping up. It's Alpine, and it has been a bit of an X factor in the tournament because being a brand new map, not everything has been discovered yet, which means that some of these teams are going to be able to find little nooks, little crannies, strats that they can really play around with. And I want to hear your thoughts so far, because the teams have played on Alpine so far in the group stage. What have we seen from Alpine that's really made it different compared to our standard 3-map pool?
And I feel like, the biggest difference was only noticeable on day 1 and 2.
Right.
Because from then on, all of those teams already found their amazing drop spots, and the difference makers
Amazing drop spots.
yeah, amazing drop spots and not really get contested. The ones who were pulling off the hot drops were teams like AQ Khmer, Archangels, who were taking the most advantage in Alpine, right? Because the other teams that were so comfortable on Bermuda, Purgatory, and Kalahari weren't really well suited on those maps just yet. But by day 3, you really saw the big teams hitting hard once again, Aski.
I think it's a kind of a free-for-all map, right? Even though the more experienced teams have better performance on paper, it is still a map that can be anyone's game. It's still, compared to Bermuda and Kalahari, teams who were struggling in the group stage had a higher chance of scoring higher in Alpine compared to any of the other maps.
Right, very quickly, let's just do a recap of the games that we have seen so far. So we had Eastern Wolves Gang getting our first booyah up to date on Bermuda. Watch and Learn coming in for a surprise booyah in our second game on Kalahari. And then finally, we had Anxiety coming in for our third booyah on Purgatory. And the question here is, are we looking at any repeats? Because so far, we haven't seen a trend. We haven't seen one team dominate the matches. Are we going to eventually see it, right? Because consistency is going to have to start kicking in for some of these teams.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be... I cannot see these games being random for the rest of the day. I think some of these teams are picking up on how everyone is playing.
Mathematically, we will see a repeat eventually, right? Because we have 16 matches and we only have 12 teams. So some teams are bound to have
Someone's going to get the repeat.
Someone's going to have a repeat, but it's more of like which team that does so. And unfortunately, as much praise as we give Geek Fam, they're not the team that is most consistent at getting booyahs. They're consistent and walking away with points, but not necessarily the round win. So if we're just looking at booyah quotas to fill, I think teams like Farang, teams like EWG, or even Anxiety has a good chance of doing so.
Okay, statistically, the teams that have the highest chance of getting booyahs, it's supposed to be Farang and Axis, right? Because both of these teams, they got 8 and 7 booyahs during the group stage. But so far, none of them have gotten booyahs, weirdly enough. So maybe we can see a bit of a change here. It might not actually be them to dominate the rounds.
It might not be them, and instead, because what we are seeing is, the grand finals just being flipped in terms of perspective, right? You might just see Geek Fam start hitting all of those booyahs on the final day. But if you're talking about the teams that have managed to find that final circle, it has to be the players of Anxiety.
I mean, okay, hang on. You got to change this for a little bit, Geek Fam, right? It's more about finding a safe spot to drop, because that just hasn't happened for this squad.
Their spots are pretty much safe all the time. It's just Eternal Watch and Learn are so hungry to take that hot drop and prove themselves out there on the battlefield. But when you get second, you get the booyah followed by getting taken out in the 12th spot.
Do you think, like, during the break, Geek Fam just decided they wanted to, was it WhatsApp call Watch and Learn and be like, hey, can you stop dropping on top of us? Because I don't see them changing.
Knock it off, guys.
Why should Watch and Learn stop hot dropping? Because at this point, it feels like it's kind of worth it. Yes, maybe they lost 2 rounds, but you never know what's going to happen on this 4th round. Very quickly, though, we've got our overall standings. And Anxiety are sitting pretty in first place with their 1 booyah, 24 placement points, and 22 kills. And Bloody Head, a team that we haven't focused on at all, is in second place.
That was the team that slayed Geek Fam towards the end of MCP Season 1 group stage as the last team. But to be fair to Bloody Head, this tournament, they have been doing pretty well. And sure, we have seen some drop-off on Bloody Head. Sometimes we look at them and we were like, well, some things do not change from a year ago. But what has changed from Bloody Head is that they just have so much more discipline right now. The plays that they make, it makes a lot more sense. They are winning a lot of those fights. In fact, I would say that, if Geek Fam doesn't have a good day, I would pick Bloody Head over Geek Fam on certain prospects, right? Because they are just so stable. And it really comes down to both Mark and Morgana, the remaining players from the initial Bloody Head.
The old guard.
The old guards, right? Who has been around. And they are also leading Shanks and Kaloy into the right direction.
Yeah, and when you say leading them in the right direction, they are also leading the number of kills among their team members itself, right? Morgana and Mark, the hardest hitter of the group. But I'll say this, right? The Philippines making great strides at the grand finals here. After the 3 matches, 2 teams at the top. And we only had 3 teams from the Philippines in the league stage. All qualified in here for the grand finals, and 2 out of the 3 dominating the overall standings. This is fantastic. And what makes it more fantastic is both Anxiety and Bloody Heads are focusing on their weak points here. Anxiety, their weak point was placement points. And you see that focus coming through in all of those 3 matches. And Bloody Head, what was their weak point? They were playing so many placement points to sustain themselves on the leaderboard, but this time they're looking for those aggressive kills as well. And that's such a huge difference maker, right? Such a huge change in terms of approach to that matchup that is just shooting themselves up to the top. And this is just fantastic, because if they can keep this up, I feel like Malaysia is not going to stand a chance.
No, I at this point I don't see it. But we still have lots of games for today, right? We've still got what, five more games, so they've got plenty of opportunities to sort of come back. But I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams pull out for Alpine, because even though I think the teams have gotten some kind of consistent play style in this upcoming matchup, I think there's still someone's hiding in their back pocket. Yeah, the map is too new to be like, oh, we've dominated this map now. No, I think you need a couple months with this map until you feel comfortable and you can actually really pull out those hard stops. So after looking at the bracket so far, are there any teams that you're sort of thinking they have to pick up their feet because it's already looking a little dire?
That was what I was waiting for. Right? I want to say Toda, because we've been talking about Geek Fam and how they put in Raja and Phoenix, right, as the 2 members that they swap around every now and then. That affects the dynamic of the team. The other team that does that is Toda. It's between Exact and I believe Afix, if I'm not mistaken. It's between these 2. But the thing about Toda is that initially when they swap Exact in, they have a pretty good performance. He was nailing kills just like he did back in the Geek Fam days. But as the group stage progresses, no matter who they put in, Todak just could not find a footing. And it has been carried into these grand finals because the first 3 rounds did not feel like Todak had an impact. They came close to taking down K9, but close was never enough.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Exact, he started off as one of the better players on the side of Toda, but towards the end of the league stage, he dropped towards the very bottom in terms of the total number of kills, contributed for the side of Toda. Now, this could be one of 2 reasons. Number 1, it was just a performance issue. Number 2, he just wasn't playing as many of those matches, right? Because he kept getting swapped in and out. But with him now being thrown into the grand finals, hopefully we can see that performance from his side. But what I want to focus on is Orange Esports. Currently holding on to the 5th spot in the overall leaderboard at the grand finals after being dead last at one point at the league stage.
I mean, this team has really pulled their finger out for that final play day, so maybe it's just grand finals. They're saying, let's roll with it. We are Team Orange. We are round. So let's keep on going, because we are going to jump into Alpine, our 4th map of the day. Let's see if it could be a Orange Esports booyah. Let's jump into it, Husky and AJ.
Thank you very much, Danley. When we catch up with Danley later on, Husky, I want to ask her, what does she mean by Orange Esports? They are round.
They are round?
Yeah, she said they are round.
Did she?
I mean, yes, the orange is round, but I think where she was going with it is that they are all rounders as well, right? They're so good.
They definitely are.
But, it just wasn't evident at the league stage.
I tell you, you have to be a madman to think that Orange would win the grand finals 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
When they were...
You would have to be a madman to think that they would even qualify for the grand finals.
Exactly, and here they are, right? I mean, ORB had a better chance at that point of time, and they were not the flashy teams. Though, Watch and Learn are off to another unfortunate start. 2 members getting picked off, not by Geek Fam this time, but by Axis. But on the other side of the bridge is Bloody Hit.
Yeah. So Demon can run as quickly as he wants, but Mark already has his sights on him.
Here he comes.
Switches out to the P90 and Mark shuts down Demon. Eternal Watch and Learn has to continue watching all of these other teams and learning how to not take a hot drop. Because as much as they are confident, they seem to be bombing out as well, Husky.
Not in the grand finals. I mean, Watch and Learn,
they should have learned during the league stage that hot drops are a bad idea.
Moment. This is some deja vu moment from a year ago when Watch and Learn were dead last. And the crazy thing about Watch and Learn is that this team has so much fans and supporters, not just from Malaysia alone, but primarily from Indonesia, right? Kind of endorsed by those big creators there. But the thing about Watch and Learn is that you can have a very explosive round, and then you can have rounds like these. But rounds like these happen way more frequently than the good rounds.
Which is why I'm so averse to those hot drops, especially if you're a team like Watch and Learn, because you need to play the safer game. You need to get into that final circle before you try to prove exactly what you've got in terms of mechanical capability. But Eternal Watch and Learn, I mean, you could see this from, the other point of view where they're very confident that they're not going to win the championship, and therefore they just want to go out in a flashy style. But I'm like, this is way too early
to count
yourself out.
Exactly, right? I mean, even I mean, okay, I hate to use this as a comparison, but Bloodyhead knew that they were never going to win, but then they still played their hearts out a year ago.
But that was when, you know, like time was running out and not many matches. So even if they won like back-to-back Booyahs, nothing was going to happen.
But it's the mindset, right? Like
Yeah,
you have to
correct.
play it as if every game was your last game.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
I watch and learn play it as if the tournament is already ending when we are just starting. For round 3, I understand, right?
Yeah.
You got a Booyah from round 2, you wiped out Geek Fam, fantastic. Round 3, gone south, and now you go into Alpine, and you just unfortunately end up in between two teams and you get wiped again. Something needs to change. And if it's not the drop spot, it's how you take these early engagements. But between early engagement and your initial landing point, I would take the landing point anytime.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I don't really want to put myself in a 50-50 situation when it comes to Battle Royales. Even the RNG itself is quite tough to deal with. You don't know where the circle's going to drag you. You don't know, exactly what sort of rotation those teams are going to take depending on, how those early engagements for those teams have been. So a lot of situations that you cannot guess out there on the battlefield. And therefore, you just have to play it the safest way possible in towards that final circle. By Eternal Watch and Learn, they've learned that they've got some mechanical capability, but they haven't really learned the winning style in Free Fire just yet. Let's hope they will bring in those adjustments in the balance of the 4 rounds left in here. We'll have to catch up with them later on at Bermuda. But only hitting 1 Booyah and bombing out the other 3 rounds, unacceptable, as you.
And something that we didn't really bring up is that for the grand finals, every team plays 8 matches.
Yeah.
So there's no breaks in between. Unlike the group stage, this is kind of a battle of attrition. If you reach the fatigue stage early on, that's where we will run into some problems. But these guys are battle-hardened veterans. They played that marathon in that group stage 2 times. And did this all to prepare them for this very moment. And ORV once more just caught in an unfavorable spot underneath the danger zone, and also we have Axis Esports slowly encroaching towards the compound.
ORV haven't really had a great day in here, and they are taking on Axis Esports that have been quite solid in their own fashion, currently holding on to 35 points overall on the leaderboard. And as things open up, Neptune drops Mocha, Neslu. Great trade out onto Shayad, but the finisher hasn't come through just yet. And as Axis shuts down Neslu, things go south for the players of ORV. Lotte charging up the grenade, but he just needs to run away. Lotte wastes too much of time in here now, and he's going to get caught out in the open. Kuki doesn't have much of a space to work with, but the AC-80 can be a difference maker. Vegeta out in the open alongside Flame, but Kuki does not shoot them down, and Lotte leads the players of Axis Esports away. This is that one chance for Kuki to survive, but no, he stands and he shoots them and he reveals his position, asking what a terrible decision to make.
ORV actually decides to fight this. I think this is a complete lunacy from ORV, but if Latte can pull out a miracle, they would work out. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen this time. Flame finding the finisher, Vegeta with the closing of ORV Esports in round 4.
Such a
7 kills so far for Axis.
Yeah, fantastic for Axis, but a terrible decision coming through from the players of ORV there, right? Because Lotte was already leading away those players, and Kuki saw everything that was breaking down, and all he needed to do was just stay silent and get away from there as quickly as possible, because Lotte was just keeping everyone engaged. And no, he just had to make a little bit of noise, had to tag up those players and be punished towards the very end. If he hadn't pulled away that attention from those players, perhaps ORV might survive. Now 4 rounds back-to-back, man. ORV has got barely anything to show. 7 points in total out of 4 rounds.
Abysmal for ORV. This is one of those situations where it really feels like the grand finals ended right then and there. But of course, thankfully we still have tomorrow, so ORV, anything they can make their miracle happen. Chessman though, again, just does not miss his shots. Decos did not stand a chance to even fire at Chessman, and that was the sniper on the side of Orange Esports, right? Playing from the far side of Sunside, but Chessman is just so sharp, and Orange Esports starts off this fight with a man disadvantage already.
Anxiety, just making sure they do not
they're running away.
Overestimate their own capabilities. And this is once again what I talk about when I say Anxiety knows what to focus on, right? Killing department, they're all sorted. Their biggest weakness during the league stage was survivability, getting into that final circle, and they've taken good note of that, and they're disengaging. Even in the first round at Bermuda, we saw this exact same play from Anxiety. They take those hits, they get a couple of kills, they do not finish off the team, but they just disengage and find that circle, because positioning is going to be everything, and it's the circle that they need to focus on, which is what Anxiety does right now, and they're all in the clear for the time being.
Yeah, I love this. Get a pick off. any pickoff, even if it's not a kill, even if it's just a knock, you are taking resources away from the enemies. And you can leave it to the rest of the teams out there who are more hungry for those kills. Because if you make it to the last phase of the game, you are guaranteed a fixed amount of points. And Anxiety, just such a disciplined move from them. And the thing about Anxiety is that they can still kick into their bloodlust mode, but only when the situation favors them. And that's something that they have really good control of. Contrary though, for Geek Fam, when they kick into bloodlust mode, they just run straight at you, and that's something that can be punished. And that was what happened in round 3. But Anxiety now got to deal with Axis Esports.
Axis, a team that has been doing fantastic so far in here today, holding on to the #1 spot. 46 points in total, and Axis wants to take this all the way. That grenade doesn't tag up anyone just yet. Kanoho has got a good position to play with, but wastes 2 grenades back to back. That shouldn't be the play coming through from the players of Anxiety, but a good one hit this time round, and Kanoho manages to nail that, takes Flame out of the equation. Shahid, on the other hand, has to disengage, backs away. 2 players back to back going in for him as well. Neptune will get caught out in the open, but he sprays down Barba. Insanity from Neptune. Toby trades him out. Axis Esports, one final surviving player in the name of Shahid, has the double barrel, but not a lot of rate of fire from the shotgun, so he has to play all of this really well. Needs to be extremely accurate. Catches off the players of Anxiety at the right angle and moment. Inside of the time turner makes a difference. Shahid drops Chessman, but Barba is there for the response. Barba gets dropped as well, and all of a sudden, things turns out. Anxiety wiped by Shahid alone.
No way this had just happened. EWG was helping up Anxiety as well, but I Miss Shahid with the hero player, and this was the guy that throughout the group stage, towards the end of the group stage, was kind of like the hidden member of the team. Not really any, not fancy plays. He was just holding on for dear life, always going for survival points, but this time when they need him the most, he shows up, and Anxiety completely botching that one. It was a 3 versus 1. They all had the guns to play with, but it was just a full disconnect from Anxiety.
Everything went right for Shahid, right? He had a shotgun that doesn't give you a high rate of fire, but what it does serve up is extreme damage when the distance between yourself and your opponent, not a lot at all. And in a compound like that, and when the players of Anxiety were distracted trying to pick up their own players, Shahid, he just took that opportunity to go to town with them. And Anxiety, they did not expect that situation to unfold at all. It was Axis running into them, and those great grenade openers could have just been the game changer, but it wasn't.
It was a huge, I think it was a huge error from Anxiety as well, wrapping up that one, because they actually had someone waiting outside the hut, but he didn't respond in time. I think that was kind of an oversight from Anxiety, but with that being said, now Axis with 10 points, it's good enough for them. At least when opening, Shahid's run might be cut short if he runs straight into Geek Fam, but he does make that detour, and there is a buy point. Shahid can buy the rest of his team back and continue this run for Axis. And this is a very important run for the team as well. This can put them in that first place.
And if Shahid does manage to bring back the whole squad of Axis Esports, he just did that fantastic play by Axis. And, you know, Shahid, he deserves that MVP title in this matchup. But of course, everything's going to depend on whether or not Axis can play the game of survival into the next circle. But before that, loot up themselves real good first, because they drop back in here with just that secondary in hand and not a lot of viability. Open compound, K9 Esports behind them, but for the time being, Malaysia will belong to Axis Esports. They don't have a lot of time here though.
Yeah, K9 are coming in, and if K9 catches out Shahid, this run just ends for Axis right here. The rest of the team, they need to rely on Shahid alone to hold the fort, but Geek Fam on the other hand are just barreling down, no escape. With Farang helping them up on the side, no escape, part of the last man still standing. But Manofall with the Charge Buster just blasts his skull apart. Geek Fam with 3 kills, and no escape are out.
Yeah, I mean, the Charge Buster just making its appearance once again here. The most fantastic fashion. Eastern Wolfsgang need to be careful, but as I say that, the Kar98 puts Morgana out of commission. The aim with that gun just absolutely solid. The marksman, true marksman. Neptune, on the other hand, will be dropped by Blank as K9 Esports finds Axis outside on the battlefield. This was the engagement we were talking about. And if Shahid gets caught out, it is all game over. But Shahid
the ice grenade
manages to drop Wuxi with the ice grenade. What a play so far. But Wuxi, not anticipating that, didn't step away from the danger. Will be picked right back up. But the time here bought by the players of Axis Esports is a lot.
And K9, they're kind of smelling the aggression. They're thinking of going in to finish off Axis, but they might not even need to do so because Orange Esports are coming through from the northern side. Bloody Head knocked out by Todak as Farang takes on the responsibility, but Shahid now finally caught out in the open and still takes one down. But finally they eliminate him. It's still a 2-for-2 trade though. The rest of Axis Esports repaying the favor of Shahid and trying to make sure that they keep the team in the running. And just Blank now inside the building, but the rest of his team are completely separated and Superman has no health to work with.
Yep, and Flame just runs up to the top. It's going to be Wuxi who backs away while he recovers a little bit of his health. One player, and I believe Vegeta, oh no, Vegeta is not the one with the vehicle. He has got nowhere to run. That circle just in front of him. Vegeta, although he's got a double snipe setup, man. And he manages to shut down Wuxi. He puts the distance between himself and the team of K9 Esports. Blank has got the charge buster, so if the distance gets close, Vegeta is out for the count. He needs to get away from here. He needs to put the distance. And Orange Esports coming through to save the player of Axis here. Things might just go right for the players of Axis.
Too bad getting ambushed by Spark, but thankfully still survives the charge buster. Not enough to finish him off, but now he has to find a way to retreat. With Jembao covering his escape with the frag grenade, there's going to be some room for him to work with, but the nades are being thrown up by Spark as well. That long range does not make any connection with Farang, and Exac finally is going to join the fight in round number 4 as Axis Esports are out in 7th place, but Farang are mounting a flank maneuver. Look at this, they're spreading out their members again, but they're making sure that they have a Todak in their sights. Exact aims and Spark all in the same area as Space just slides through with the Uzi to get an initial knockdown to open up this fight. Exact also gets blasted by Jembao, and Farang finally shows up huge with this fight. Todak are no more.
Fantastic play, capitalization by Farang as well. Earlier on, it was Toda that managed to strike down a team called Bloody Heads, and instantaneously Farang attacks from the back, not allowing Toda to take a single breather. Orange Esports, on the other hand, still playing the game of survival, dropping K9 Esports outside of the circle. One survivor inside, but Decos keeping his eye on him, making sure that he has got his sights set to take him out of the equation. Orange Esports with Rosso X and the securing of Blank, they just need to now watch out for Farang, who are a little bit too close, and Spade catches off Decos as Decos kept his eye on Pain. He didn't watch his back.
It's a Geek Fam circle, AJ. They are the only team inside the safe zone right now, and they have some covers to work with. And this is going to give them so much room to maneuver as Orange Esports takes on EWG. The shot from Tom. It's just not going to be easy though. He doesn't have the right guns to fight these long-range engagements. And on the other side, Farang now decides to poke at the Hornet's Nest, and they've alerted Geek Fam.
Rosso X single vector in hand, doesn't really bring in the double vectors, but he will get traded out by Pain, and K9 Esports dropped as Tom still finds that final player. Rosso will be picked right back up. 3 more players in here, alive and kicking. No buy point around. So as they move into the next circle, Eastern Wolves Gang might just be the next contender. But Eastern Wolves Gang also focusing on Geek Fam as Farang tries to shut down their plays before they find a better defensive position in this circle. And Eastern Wolves Gang can be the difference maker here, Husky.
And Geek Fam, on the other hand, they're taking out members of EWG. And Orange Esports also stood no chance. Geek Fam against Farang in this final circle. It's a 3 versus 3 affair, but Spade is already down. And Geek Fam, again, they have the position to work with, and only one glue wall separates Farang from Doom. And with Geek Fam now barreling down, this is not going to be easy though. Farang needs to find a way to close that distance, and Jembao is doing just that, but he only has one glue wall left. The ice grenades are getting thrown out from afar. Jembao needs to somehow survive this. He needs to stop the push on Geek Fam, but Oren is covering so much ground. The Riptide Rhythm actually doesn't connect. Oren gets stuck by Jembao, and this might be a chance, but Jembao does not make the kill with the Charge Buster, and Too Bad only has 80 health to work with. Swarm from 2 angles. Too Bad goes down, and Geek Fam rises back up to claim their first booyah.
Fantastic play by Geek Fam, and this is what we were talking about as well, right? How Geek Fam is one of the dangerous teams in the competition, even though they haven't hit that booyah in the first 3 matches, but they've been consistently picking up points on the way there. And with securing this booyah, I believe they shoot themselves right back up to the top.
It was very unfortunate that Space started that final engagement getting knocked down. I think it's a bit of fire from Geek Fam and the blue zone, but I want to quickly point out a play if we don't see in a replay from Farang. They left Spade outside the circle to pick out stragglers, and while Spade decides to make the call to rejoin his team, someone had the medic gun healing him from afar to keep him alive, and I think that was a very genius play from Farang. Something that we don't even see from a team like GeekFam, and Farang is, again, the master of macro, and we just saw that in action.
Oh, fantastic, man. But of course, we will be welcoming our host Danley right back shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We know you guys miss her already after hearing Husky and I speak non-stop. But as we bring her right back, drop your comments in the comment section and tell us exactly what you think about Geek Fam and whether or not they're going to be able to take this all the way, because this is the first match where they've really hit hard.
Incredibly hard. I mean, 10 kills and 12 points from the Booyah. Geek Fam are finally finding their groove.
You want to know why they're finally finding their groove?
Tell us.
Because Watch and Learn isn't there during the drop phase. That was quite literally the only difference I saw in that matchup. Geek Fam were finally able to loot freely. I do believe they dropped in Forest Red.
Yes.
And they didn't have to deal with that, so they managed to loot. They were able to play their game, because essentially when Watch and Learn drop in, they have to play against Watch and Learn, and then they can only figure out what happens after that. So that was one of the big changes that happened. But we did see a lot of things happen in that matchup, right? So we saw Axis actually dominating the beginning of that matchup. I think they did eventually go down in 7th place with 11 kills. Geek Fam, they got the Booyah, but they only ended the round with 3 kills. I'm of the opinion that they're actually going to tie with Axis, or actually be below Axis in the final round.
And this is just the very first round where they're hitting hard, right?
Yes.
Before we move on to the break and look at the leaderboards, again, Geek Fam has got 2 more opportunities to strike as hard. But the biggest question here is going to be, to your point, Danley, whether or not Eternal Watch and Learn take that hot drop against Geek Fam once again, because I absolutely agree with you. One of the biggest winning factors for Geek Fam has always been the fact that they are always undisturbed in the initial phases
They
of the
play
game.
their game.
Absolutely. Diversity has been affecting their performance just a little bit at the league stage, and now it's not diversity, but it's Eternal Watch and Learn, and I feel like this feud between the two teams, because they took the initiative to dance on the dropped bodies of each other a little bit extra, it's going to be a rivalry that we see all the way to the end of this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, modern gaming etiquette is you don't do that, right? If you do that, you got to be prepared to face the wrath of your opponent. But I think in this case, Geek Fam are fine with doing that either way, because they are just the better team.
They are.
Overall.
Yeah.
But what I am worried is for Watch and Learn, because now you have went 3 rounds.
3 rounds, yeah.
Going after Geek Fam. You only won that 1 round. The 4th round, you were even more unfortunate to go up against Axis.
Yep.
And I believe was it Kane or Billy hit? It was Billy hit, and they got knocked out as well. And sure, you know, Watch and Learn, they can disrupt Geek Fam, but you gotta also think about your own gameplay. And
but I don't think that's what Eternal Watch and Learn wants for themselves. I think the only goal for themselves in the grand finals is to disrupt the game of Geek Fam. And I don't know what sort of rivalry is going on behind the scenes, but they've got something for these players.
I feel like they are the only team right now that is struggling to find their identity. And I can kind of say the same for ORV, who has had an incredibly bad start to the grand finals. But at least when we look at ORV, we kind of know who is doing what, even though they're not winning those engagements.
Okay, hang on. We can say the same thing for Todak as well, right? Because Todak's really struggled during the grand finals too, alongside ORV.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you are Watch and Learn, you don't want to be known as the team that hot drops the whole grand finals, right? I think
that's not a bad thing.
I mean, let me play devil's advocate. Maybe that's the only way they're going to be recognized at the end of the day. I mean, because if you look at their league stage run, Eternal Watch and Learn really didn't make any noise whatsoever. And, you know, once again, this might just be a really confident Eternal Watch and Learn that they're not going to be able to get the championship. But at the very least, they can put themselves, you know, in the mouths of everybody else? Yeah, on the minds of everybody else. To at least talk about them non-stop throughout this whole grand finals. Because that's exactly what Bloody Heads did at the very first MCP Majors.
All right, so I do believe we see the round standings here, and Geek Fam, they will be able to claim that top spot. So Geek Fam, I don't know why I saw 3 kills. Oh no, it might have been because I only saw the stats of 1 player in the final round. Okay, so Geek Fam, they do still take home that first place with 22 points. Second will be Farang. Axis, even though they play 7th, we were talking earlier on, right? Kills are always going to be able to bring you back into that fold. 3rd place, this is going to be great for the team, but those 22 points are going to help Geek Fam quite a bit, because so far the all-round standings are still kind of in shambles. We're not looking at one team that is dominating all of these matches. We've seen a lot of these teams sort of sharing the workload, if you really think about it, for this match.
Anxiety looking at the scoreboard, and they probably feel like it could have been them. It should have been them.
They're getting
replacing
anxiety
Axis.
looking at the scoreboard.
Yeah, that it was again a very unfortunate ending for Anxiety against Axis Esports. You know, for the rest of the leaderboard, I think it is pretty much what we expected. You know, ORV struggling, no escape. I would even put no escape over Todak. I think if we just look at the second half of the group stage, but evidently both of these teams are not having a good day at all. Bloody Head finally having one round where they got shut down early on.
I have to say though, props to EWG and Orange Esports because even though we haven't seen them be able to stay on top, they've been consistent so far. All across today, yes, Orange and EWG 4th and 6th, but that's roughly where they are on the leaderboard. So I suspect these two teams, to continue to make that climb.
Yeah, and no doubt at all, right? And as long as they keep up this consistency, they just need to hit hard on a couple of those rounds to rise right back up to the top, just like what GeekFam is doing. They haven't hit that booyah. This is their first one of the day, and just like that, they are in high contention for that #1 spot, right? And Axis Esports are the only ones who are kind of really fighting them for that #1 spot because of the consistency that they themselves have brought in. But I want to say, right, the firepower out of Axis Esports, that's one that I just did not expect. I did not expect them to be this aggressive on the grand finals.
I expected out of Neptune, but definitely not out of Shahid. I think that is kind of the X factor for me because he has had a pretty quiet group stage. You don't really see him make those flashy plays. It was always Neptune, right? It was Neptune this, Neptune that, Neptune God. But in that scenario, when push came to shove, Shahid was able to pull off the clutch. And contrary to what I remember about him in that group stage where he was just trying to keep himself hidden from the rest of the team, this was a step up from that player.
Yeah. Actually, do you want to know something about Axis? Axis is a team that actually predominantly focuses on placement points. The ratio between their kills and placement points is quite large. I mean, coming into the grand final, so Axis originally came in with 191 placement points and 142 kill points, which is actually a very big discrepancy between what they prioritize when it comes to getting those points right. So this is massively different for Axis. Are we starting to see a different Axis where they decide, okay, we're going to go full YOLO today, day one for grand finals, and pick up those kill points to compensate for the fact that we're confident that we are going to always get placements.
And I feel like that is the exact strategy here, right? But the one thing that might backfire is the inconsistency that this team has shown us in the past. And although they're doing really, really well now, I don't want them to get too excited because when you get too excited, like you secure those 12 kills, but just 4 placement points, that's not going to go the distance. You have to be consistent in both those departments all throughout all of these rounds. And quick math shows us that GeekFam actually took that #1 spot with a 1-point difference. Axis Esports right behind them, and that's crazy for the side of GeekFam to rise up to the top in this way.
Well, it's time for us to get excited because it's time for Game 5. Let's jump into our 5th game of the day. We're back on Bermuda. Let's see if we're going to be looking at a brand new team to secure the booyah or if we get our first double. Let's jump into it, Husky and AJ.
Thank you very, very much, Danley. We'll catch up with you in a little bit as all of these teams go in
it's
here
happening
for
again.
the push. Eternal Watch and Learn this time round. Pick on the players of GeekFam, but ORV are at Clock Tower as well. What is going on here, Husky?
I mean, if you can't do it alone, got to bring someone with you. I think ORV unintentionally got caught in this, though ORV can easily disengage if they want. I can't say the same for Watch and Learn, though Fikri is getting shot at as well, but Watch and Learn finds himself trapped under this bridge, and I think we are seeing the same result. Well, we definitely will see the same result. 3 of them are already gone.
Yeah, and I just do not understand the ideation here from the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. They're giving away free points to the players of GeekFam, but at the very same time, Toda, they engage with No Escape, and No Escape could not escape, but they dropped 2 players first, Chill as well as Exact. Exact doesn't really have a lot of health to sustain, but the one saving grace here for Toda is that they are right beside that revival platform. No Escape can guard it, and perhaps continue this engagement. Toda also has a buy point with them, but do they have enough of those coins to purchase their players back?
In this early stage, I don't think Toda has that. But again, like you said, right, No Escape, they have the revival point, so it is a bit more convenient for them to bring, I think, Cass and don't remember the second guy, but to bring the rest of the team back. But for GeekFam, we see this very early rotation. In fact, I believe they will run into Bloody Head, who are at Factory. So this is a spot that I don't think GeekFam might necessarily expect, especially not Bloody Head in Factory this early on. So they might be able to get to be caught out, but Geek Fam made the safe move into this watchtower, and now there's information that a separate team is around. They spring the trap, and that's going to be Mark. Caught out.
Oh, beautiful.
A double glue wall from Mark, just blocking those bullets, but it was not enough. Man 04 getting the snipe from afar, and a free kill for Geek Fam.
Didn't expect the second Riptide Rhythm to take down his glue wall, but it was a great defensive maneuver coming through from the one and only Mark, the hardest hitter of Bloody Heads. And Geek Fam turns around, shuts down Cookie out of nowhere as well. ORV, they were the ones that forced Geek Fam out of Clock Tower. But I have to say, brilliant move by Geek Fam, identifying there's another team out there, and instead of going in for the engagement, to back away ever so slowly. And now a single player left there for the side of ORV to make the biggest of difference, but a little bit too far away from that revival point. All he can do is back away slowly and get himself to a little bit of safety. Mocha will continue to bleed out. Latte is the final hope for ORV. And as a matter of fact, it is the final hope for ORV to pick up any sort of points. Because remember, once again, we have concluded 4 of those rounds already, but only 7 points for them. And that's the most unfortunate start of, I believe, a day for the side of ORV.
Yeah, can't even make it to 10. It's not even double digits yet for ORV.
I know, right?
Well, they are 1 point away from doing so. All they need to do is to get 10th place. And they will have 3 points to make 10. I'm talking about the bare minimum for ORV, right? And
I want more than bare minimum here, Husky.
of course. But, you know, like just to make anyone feel better for ORV. And in this case, I think Latte would have a decent time because he's going to touch down a hangar. There's a revival point there. Very convenient for him. And the good news is that no teams are in any vicinity of that area to contest. So if Latte wants to bring his team back, this is the best chance to do so.
Everybody else in the clear. Farang slowly approaching Orange Esports. That engagement might just break out on the battlefield in a little bit. But Toda, they continue moving on with Exact as well as Spark. Catches side of Blank. K9 Esports have left this one guy all alone. The question is, where are the rest of the players of K9 Esports in here? Revival platform doesn't need to be used by Toda. Perhaps K9 Esports desperately needs it. Blank all alone here. If he is spotted, it's going to be game over.
And there is nowhere for him to go but to stay quiet. But because it's a revival point, you know that Toda is going to touch down. And, well, Blank decides to spring up from his cover and actually go for a couple of fire. In fact, the rest of K9, they were waiting for this moment for Blank to relay that information and come in for the finisher. But I think that means that they've issued a challenge directly at Toda. And if you issue a challenge, you got to win that though. Spark down to 9 health just now. But thankfully, he did get the initial knock, and now he has time to get his health back up. For K9 though, it is not that simple. It's a different scenario where Wuxi goes down.
I mean, Blank spots the players, sends the information, and the rest of them still project themselves straight into this compound. I mean, regardless of whether or not you know who you're engaging with, what you want to do if you are K9 Esports is avoid all of those initial battles, especially when your team is all around the map and not in a proper defensive position. They fly in, immediately assume a terrible position outside of these defensive compounds and hope and pray to take on a team like Toda. Even though they don't have that information, there was just way too much of risk being played. ORV, final player left surviving in the name of Latte, has to shut down iPens, but both of these players just taking each other out. iPens, on the other hand, just playing the game of survival here, tanking the blue zone, waiting for Latte to make his move.
iPens is running out of medkits, and that is a big concern.
Latte has more medkits.
Yeah, and he just ran out of his as well. While Watch and Learn brings the rest of the team back, iPens is completely getting gate capped by Latte, though he can choose to go the long way. I don't think Latte can necessarily pick him off from this range. But on the other end, Farang is getting hammered by Orange Esports, and Toda now getting shot at by K9 as K9 Esports comes in for a bit of revenge and was able to finish off a Spark.
Chill now, just using the containers as a little bit of cover as he cuts down the distance between himself as well as Blank. Blank just bandages himself up real quickly before continuing to engage with Chill. And Superman, this is the flank that might just end the runner of that player of Toda here, but Pedro and Exact can be the difference change maker here. Chill gets dropped by Superman and that flank that we were just referring to, and that was just a little bit unfortunate. Now Chill's just going to get looted out once he gets dropped, and once again Toda not in a great position. This danger zone might just be the saving grace for the players of Toda as they back away. Kaz and Potter brought back by the players of No Escape, and Toda will be able to peel away from K9 Esports, all thanks to the danger zone that keeps
prevents K9 Esports from going in for the hunt.
Yeah, and this is where K9 Esports can take a step back. There's no rush for them. They have that shipyard to themselves, so there's a lot of resources that they can get out of it. But on the other hand, Anxiety taking on GeekFam, a very crucial moment for Anxiety if they want to get off to a good start against Chessman. The initial pick once more, and gotta keep an eye on this guy. The last time Chessman was shut down was by Fikri, but Chessman has already taken out 2 members of GeekFam. And unfortunately for GeekFam, they only have a watchtower to work with, and you can see what my boy Chessman here is doing. Going to the high ground, getting a better view for himself, and to keep GeekFam at bay. This is the Anxiety that we want to see.
And Anxiety currently holding on to the 3rd spot, just 2 points behind GeekFam, who are in the 1st place. So they are fighting for a lot here. Toby, that headshot would have been spicy. Fikri just playing around with the Kar 98. Toby, on the other hand, AC-80, double shots will down Fikri. But obviously, that's not going to be too much of a trouble here because 2 players, Man04 right beside him to pick him right back up. But the position that GeekFam holds on to inside of this watchtower, extremely dangerous. As long as Kanoho can continue suppressing all of them with those gunfight, they will not have a chance at all. No backstabs, though, to displace the players of GeekFam. But No Escape can meddle in this engagement. If they start firing against Anxiety, it's going to be the perfect distraction that GeekFam needs to find that 2nd circle.
And iPads is getting sniped by Chessman, and you do not escape his line of sight. Well, finally misses 1 shot, but that's it. It was a warning shot from Chessman. And another 3 point for Anxiety to pick up. Todak also might enter the picture soon, but with all those gunshots being heard, Todak would probably buy some time just hiding underneath the bridge. And that's going to be chill. GeekFam able to disengage away from the grabs of Anxiety and get to that revival point. But Latte is there! And Latte, unfortunately, you gotta be evicted from this area. And it was just an ending that he was not looking for, and GeekFam takes over. Thanks for the channel, Latte. Thanks for holding it off for us. And now we're gonna take over the revival zone and we bring our team back.
Good move by Latte as well because he, I believe, managed to buy one of his players right back in here. So ORV's not out of the equation just yet. But I love the respect that Anxiety is showing to all of these other teams out there on the battlefield, prioritizing their own survivability rather than hunting for, you know, those 1-off or 2 kill points that they might be able to pick off, but not really be able to sustain themselves in for that final circle. And with them peeling away, it just gives them a better chance to continue surviving and continue taking strong fights against all of these other teams that pose a sort of danger to them. But No Escape, on the other hand, holding down this angle, waiting for someone to run into their crosshair, and I believe that someone is going to be GeekFam.
And we'll see if GeekFam can handle the heat, but early on we actually saw Farang getting ran at by Orange, so they are not in a good spot to fight. I say that, and Jemba is finished off Chessman. A good catch from Farang from the other side. But the bigger concern for Anxiety right now is this grenade from Exact that does not connect. But without Chessman, Anxiety will find it a bit harder. Kanoho responds in kind, but the glue wall just at the right time to keep Exact alive. And now Todak finds himself pincered between Anxiety and Farang.
And Anxiety, backstab from one player out of Toda. That's not going to be too much to deal with because I believe this player just got brought back in on that revival. Porter drops Fikri off screen, No Escape making big. And this was that player that strayed right into the crosshairs of No Escape. So the patience pays off for No Escape. But Toda, on the other hand, how do they peel away? Barba barricades himself in with those glue walls. Has backup. Kanoho drops speed roll. Big kill coming through. Anxiety, full on engagement with the players of Toda. XX stepping on up as well. Tags the player, drops Barba. But behind the wall, more players from the side of Anxiety. Spark steps on him. Toda get taken out. Kanoho, absolute solid plays coming through from the players of Anxiety. 7 kills up, and the safe plays pay off.
We have seen this before from Kanoho. In those close range, you just cannot run into him like a bull running into a wall. Kanoho will beat you with brute force. But also they receive some help from Farang, who made life incredibly miserable for Todak. And the thing is, we're 12 minutes in, and we get a nade from Farang. Jemba might be able to finish off Toby, but I just want to quickly point this out. Todak went out in 12th spot and is 12 minutes in. The fact that this happened is completely bad for Todak because it means that all the other teams have been surviving for way too long. And Too Bad wants to finish off Toby, and he should be able to do so. Toby does go down, courtesy of the blue zone. And Jemba should be able to bring Too Bad back to life, but he has to move right now.
Super play by Toby, just a little unlucky with that zone there. It's going to be Shanks, Charge Buster, drops a player from the side of Orange Esports. Kaloy has got that M1887 in hand, but Goku long range engagement possibility, but he is not in a long range encounter now. CQC, Morgana
Mark
charging
found
up the grenade launcher as well. Mark comes in for the finisher, disengages. Goku has got nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Mark hops right behind him and puts Orange Esports down. Orange juice for the players of Bloody Heads to drink up before they move on to the next circle.
This is the Bloody Head that we've been waiting for. Just calm, cool, collected, and what a push from these guys to completely snuff out Orange Esports, giving them no chance. But it's time for, but Geek fans reminding us to keep an eye on them though. 10 kills so far under the belt. Access Esports kind of delivering pain over to watch and learn with this incredible push from Neptune to lead the charge. And Venom 96 trying to come around the corner to get that backstab as Farhan gets knocked out in 7. But watch and learn, they're trying to hold the fort, and Access Esports are not giving them room to breathe. In fact, Access Esports have finally came up on top and won that fight.
Flame and Neptune bringing the Charge Buster right back into action here, and the compound's all clear for Axis Esports. Bloody Head doing fantastic as well, and the one biggest difference maker for the side of Bloody Head is the grenade launcher they have in their hands. But what can break their play is the fact that on towards their left-hand side, Geek Fam still alive and kicking. As long as Bloody Heads can maintain their high ground advantage, perhaps they can survive, but they will have to fight with Axis Esports for that high ground. K9 Esports tags up EWG, Manchai getting involved in that engagement, but Blank and his AWM will find no one. Manchai amazingly slips behind that tree and uses the elevation of that hill as a little bit of cover as they continue to reposition. But where can you run? Even as the players of EWG reposition, Axis Esports right in front of them.
Bloody Head also going for the pincer. Access Esports now has 2 teams to worry about. And they, like you say, AJ, they don't have much cover to work with. And now they have made the call to run straight to the EWG. But there's a grenade launcher on Morgana's side. Neptune was able to take out Tua, but Bloody Head are picking up all the stragglers. This is vouchering masterclass for Bloody Head. But K9 from afar also decides to join in the party. Blank picks up 2 kills for himself. And we are down to 4 teams, AJ. Make that 3. It's the full squad of K9 against Bloody Head against Geek Fam.
Let's see if or not Geek Fam will be able to secure this. The high ground advantage we were talking about that Bloody Heads needed to secure, that's all perfect. But now they also have to move within the next 20 seconds as this circle is about to close, and that'll put them in a terrible position. They have to hope and pray that Geek Fam starts firing at their opponents at that bottom of the hill before they start making this rotation into the circle, Husky.
Bloody Head, they're spreading out, and I do like this. They're covering so much ground just to see which is the best point of entry. And they actually saw some members of Geek Fam running out, and look at that. This is why Phoenix is getting tagged left, right, and center, but he has support from both Fikri and Man04 to keep him alive. And Geek Fam finds solace in this building. K9 Esports on the horizon, trying to challenge this though. And Bloody Head, they're coming downhill. Mark gets a snipe onto Blank.
And that was a beautiful hit, but all of these defensive compounds held on to. Time Turner played really well by K9 Esports. Man04 dropped down onto the ground. Wooksy, great hit, but no finisher just yet. Orin tries to sustain for the rest of his team members, but the Riptide Rhythm rips away his glue wall, and Orin runs back in for a defensive position. Great grenade dropped onto their heads, and Fikri from the back shuts down Morgana. Bloody Head's not safe as well. Geek Fam taking 2 fights at the very same time, and K9 Esports not taking advantage of the situation. Geek Fam backs away into a small compound. The grenades can be a huge difference maker in this position.
And Bloody Head, they're cleaning up K9. We might see K9 go in 3rd place, but Bloody Head is getting shot at as well. Geek Fam, they are no strangers to 1 versus 2 in the final circle. And indeed, they have 14 kills right now, up against Bloody Head, who are beaten and battered and have a man disadvantage. It's a 3 against 4. And Geek Fam have the entire world to their own. The world is their oyster right now. And it's down to Shanks, but Fikri is sharper on the shot. And even though Kaloy brings Shang back up, Geek Fam, they're in for the hunt. Again, Orin leading the charge, the Wonder Boy of Geek Fam. The grenade flies through. His T does go down thanks to Kaloy. Fikri also gets sniped. Phoenix now caught in the corner. Is Bloody Head gonna do this? The Geek Fam players from a year ago making it happen. And Bloody Head does it! Geek Fam bows and Bloody Head finds the booyah.
1 year later, Bloody Head still the ones who torment Geek Fam at that final circle. Fantastic job by the Filipinos. And once again, this is exactly what we expect from a team that has seen so many losses in the past, have learned from those losses and made sure those are not repeated in this final circle. The disengagement with K9 Esports initially allowing them to fight against Geek Fam, and then
how much did you pay him, huh, AJ?
And then to take that fight right back against K9 Esports and bag those kills. You know, we go way back. You know, Bloodyhead, you, me, Husky, we go way back, man. And I love you as well, Bloodyhead.
I feel like they pray to your statue on a daily basis with like a ritual.
Actually, hang on. So I think we're so used to seeing the Filipinos show their girlfriends, right? Are you not telling us something, AJ?
Yeah.
Are you not telling us something?
I love the Philippines.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, once again, right? We go way back, and I feel like why Bloodyhead, I guess, favors me as well is because there was a point where nobody believed in them. You know, nobody saw the potential that Bloodyhead brought into those matches, even though they were bombing out.
Right.
But I saw
remember this
so much
too.
of quality. I saw so much of quality in the team because those one-off engagements look so pretty, but just no consistency in the team, right? And they worked on exactly what was needed. And look at how hard they're hitting out there on the battlefield. Insane, Natalie.
Good to know that some things don't change.
Yes.
Right, they still take out Geek Fam.
Absolutely. Yes, they do. But it was the fashion in how they took Geek Fam out. Number one, playing that high ground advantage and securing it from the side of Axis Esports. Number two, managing to pressure K9 Esports and then very smartly disengaging with K9 Esports. That was the most important element, allowing K9 Esports to fight off against Geek Fam and then stepping back into that final fight. That was brilliance that we would have not seen in the Bloodyhead of old.
Yeah. I just want to quickly, I'm not sure if we would see that on the replay, but if you remember towards the tail end
look at the slow
of that circle.
Yeah.
Bloodyhead was, they were on the outskirts and they fan out the entire team to find that perfect entry point, right? And if you were looking at the radar, you would notice that Bloodyhead were already thinking 10 steps ahead.
Yeah.
And that was something that we would not have seen from Bloodyhead a year ago.
Yeah.
And we would have expected from teams like Farang, we would have expected from teams like maybe Orange, but definitely not Bloodyhead, at least from not what we have seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with all of the adjustments that they've brought back into this current competition, they just give us so much of promise, so much of hope to bet on this team. And I feel like it is a sound team to make that bet on, right? And Bloodyhead, as long as they can keep up this consistency that they have never been able to bring in the past,
Up
they've
until
got
today.
a strong chance.
Yeah,
up until this competition, because I think throughout the whole of league stage as well, they've played such a different game in comparison to the previous competitions that they've hopped on into.
Yeah, I mean, they were 8th place during the group stage. I mean, that's already a very big achievement for this team. So, Geek Fam, I still think... Okay, here's the thing. We have to go back to Geek Fam because I think ultimately for this round, this is probably the top one team. They got, I think, 12 kills, I think.
14
after that
at one point.
14 at one point, yeah.
So I think points-wise, they're probably going to end the round first, but Bloodyheads, they get the booyah. That's still going to be an extra 3 points, right? Because you get the extra 3 points for getting that booyah. Possibly going to be getting that second place. I think at this point, we're going to probably be looking at some changes here on the leaderboard. I think Geek Fam have now secured that first place easily. Second place, I think we're still looking at a bit of a race between the rest of the competition. But let's take a look at the round standings very quickly to see what everyone gets. And whoa! So Bloodyhead, I was expecting there to be maybe a 3-4 point difference between Bloodyhead and Geek Fam. But wow, just 1 point.
Yep.
It was so close.
Fantastic. And this is just so unexpected. Once again, we were talking about how Anxiety needs to focus on placement points and Bloodyhead needs to focus on the kills. And remember also the point that I made. It's easier to start focusing on those placement points because you just have to play safer. It's so much more difficult to be more aggressive on the battlefield and find kills. Because, you know, you cannot guarantee yourself points. But Bloodyhead, they're doing the impossible, guys.
And I just want to say that, you know, some points from Geek Fam were delivered to them on a silver platter by Watch and Learn. You know, the cap hot dropping for 4 matches in a row.
Are we? Is this the end of the Watch and Learn hot drops? No? You think it's going to keep going?
It's a setup.
If it's the end of the hot drop, no. But if it's the end of them, then I think we're getting close to that. Because it's already 5 rounds in and Watch and Learn have not done much. Though they did have a round where they got the booyah. And if we turn our attention to ORV, they have broken into 10 points. Finally. Not something to celebrate, but you know, you gotta take what you can take.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are ORV, I guess that's one reason to smile a little bit because they picked up those, I guess, 3 points better than no points.
Yeah, I said 10 place and they actually just went for 10 place. So
I hope things does change for ORV, but you know, to expect it to change drastically within this day of play might be asking for too much, right? Because the momentum just isn't there for ORV. But let's talk about Toda a little bit as well, because this is one of the supreme teams in the competition, but not looking so supreme down at the very bottom.
I would say this is Todak's worst tournament performance so far.
Yes.
Or at least, yeah, I think overall it was Todak's worst, because when Todak first joined Free Fire, they had a bombshell of a group stage, right? They were dominating everyone. It was Todak booyah this, Todak booyah that. Todak is the best team. But right now it looked like they are like they're for themselves. Yeah,
17 points from the first 4 matches and now 2 points. They've got a total 19 from 5 games. They're trying to pull an Orange Esports tomorrow.
I'm not sure if you're
I'm not sure if that's, yeah.
I don't know if they're aiming for it, but they sure as hell need to do that with the way they're performing right now.
You're reaching a bit too far, AJ.
Well, something clearly needs to change for this team, right? Because especially on day one, some people could say, okay, day one's the day where you can sort of bomb out if you mess up. That's fine. You still got day 2, but I mean to be this low on the leaderboard, I mean your team's not going to be feeling pretty good. And we said this earlier on, right? Mentality, especially when it comes into a grand final weekend, is so important because teams, most people play better when they snowball. When they play good, they tend to continue to play good. If you play bad, you kind of know what's going to happen, right? You play bad. So something for Todak has to change if it's a case of they maybe pull off a watch and learn, maybe try and snowball off of a hot drop. So I think some teams sort of need to change things up a little bit, because if you keep playing the same, are you going to expect any changes? I don't think so.
I mean, they are expecting it, but clearly not getting it at all on their side. Right? I think strategy just really needs to change to a more safer play, because they're capable of aggressive plays. But that's not needed from Todak right now. We need them in that final circle.
And we have, I think this, on an individual perspective for the Todak players, right? Especially for Exac, I think this is, I don't know how to put it nicely. It's kind of like a new career low, because I think this is his worst performance in a team overall in a tournament, right? Because previously he was regarded as the best, and I think he still is the best, but that was behind a team. That was with GigFam, right? They won the first major, they went on to the world stage, I think 2 times in a row. But right now in Todak, it really felt like overall he was just not able to deliver what he did back in the days.
He started off hot though. That's the weird thing, right? And Exac was just really, really good off the get-go during the league stage, and then he just slowly waned off the scene. And I don't really know exactly what's going on in terms of chemistry between Exac and the rest of the Todak players, but he really isn't adding any much value than any of the other players on the battlefield right now on the side of Todak. Because I feel like sometimes it's the other teams that are helping out Todak a little bit extra by making those misplays, allowing Too Bad to step up and pick up all of those skills. Exac, on the other hand, he isn't really delivering consistently all of those points. And this should be a warning sign for Todak to just realize to stop engaging out there, right? And play the safe game. Play like Anxiety. Disengage as much as possible. And then when you're really forced, only then get into an engagement. But at the moment, unfortunately, it just seems a little soft.
Yeah, so we've got 3 more games to go, gentlemen. All right, no more Bermuda. We're done with Bermuda. We've got Kalahari, though, and it's our final round of Kalahari. And I know that we always praise Farang on Kalahari because they normally play in Refinery. They got punished during game 1. Is this when Farang just respects everybody coming into Kalahari this time? I'll ask actually a little bit later because it looks like the game is ready. So let's jump into our next game of the day. It's our final map on Kalahari. We've still got 2 more after this, but let's see what happens here. Husky and AJ, take it away.
I'll answer the question right now. I think yes.
Well,
you wanted the hot drop, and we get both teams who are struggling. One is Todak and one is Watch and Learn. And so far it's a 2-2, 2 for 2, tit for tat. Well, I say that Watch and Learn are only down to 1 guy. And that one last guy is about to be hunted down by Todak. What do you know, AJ? I think Watch and Learn really have already shown themselves out the door.
I am so disappointed with what Watch and Learn is doing out here on the battlefield because, it's a team with a lot of promise, but with the strategy that they're executing out there on the battlefield, they're counting themselves out before the other teams put them out of commission. That is
like
so
a sick
disappointing.
joke, right? And you do it enough and it just gets frustrating.
Yeah, And at this moment, it has turned into that frustrating point, right? And Spark, as he tries to rotate around from the right-hand side, will heal himself just a little bit more, but they focus on looting up. And this is exactly where Maske can perhaps take advantage, catch Pedro off. Because he doesn't have a high ground, doesn't have a lot of information to work with. Maske does spot out one player who has the high ground, but the engagement's a little soft. ORV will continue to be punished, and this time it's Orange Esports. And what better team to pick off points for the side of Orange Esports rather than the weakest team in here in the grand final so far?
Yeah, I mean, no mercy at all. They didn't even, give ORV a single chance. And the I wouldn't say the rise for Orange Esports, but the performance of Orange Esports continues to be amplified. Watch and learn out again. 6 rounds in a row. Well, 5 rounds. 5 out of 6 rounds that they have played have been completely underwhelming. I feel like underwhelming is an understatement right now. This is just abysmal. If you're a Watch and Learn fan, like it's I have no words to describe it. I just think that this is just this is a new time low for Watch and Learn.
TMI, I need to pee, so this match better not get super exciting, man.
It's
I need this match to be as slow paced.
Don't worry,
possible.
we already lost 2 teams. We're making good progress, AJ.
Yeah, we are.
Just tell your bladder that the match averages 17.5 minutes almost every match.
I've got 14 minutes to go, man.
You're good. You're good.
I've got 14 minutes to go. But if these teams blow my top off and make me lose my mind in those plays, something bad's gonna happen. And I believe it's for whoever who's in charge of cleaning up the studio.
I don't think there's anyone designated to do so. I think we have a bit of a problem on our hands.
I might have to take on the job of cleaner right after this, right? If I mess up the studio, I don't think the organizers are going to be too pleased. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I've drank a lot of water. These matches have been so hot, bro. They've been taking out a lot of my vocal cords in here, one after the other. It's just getting shut down. But Bloody Heads, very surprisingly, not challenged at command post. And even Geek Fam, who have a clear rotation into command post, are rotating the other way around. And that's the kind of respect that Bloody Heads have earned for themselves.
And that's also Geek Fam just reverting back to their most default playstyle, right? In Kalahari, we go Santa Catarina, we loot up, we then make the rotation, and we know where Bloody Head might be, we know where any other teams might be.
Correct.
And then we just don't take those fights. And sure, we are the best team, one of the best teams at taking those fights, but do we need to do that? Not really. But for Farang, again, this is the exact same setup that they had in every Kalahari round, but this one definitely looks slightly better.
And look at who's here, man. The only difference here is Husky. Axis is not just right by the slope of this hill, right? And Axis won't really be able to shut them down just yet. But the refinery, or at the very least, the compound surrounding it, the players of Farang will be able to hop on right back into play at those platforms if they choose to disengage. As you can see, Too Bad holding on to those platforms. Have gotten the information as to where Orange Esports is rotating from. Axis do not have that opportunity to shut them down because of that long-range distance that they do take this fight from. But Jembal just needs to be careful here. One good shot, that headshot is going to knock him down onto the ground. And the Groza in hand, perfect for these long-range engagements. And the rate of fire will be able to serve up well all of that pressure to the players of Axis Esports. But Jembal just not getting this accuracy on his side.
This is perfect for Farang. This is the kind of situation that they want to put themselves in. They want to create for themselves on Kalahari. Just having control of where they are and having no one challenge them, no one brute forcing their way in. This is going to give them a very good start, but oh boy, Pain. He's going to be flushed out by the members of No Escape. iPad actually walks past him. Not really paying attention to Pain. Not that it matters though. K9 Esports out in 10th place. A very sloppy start for K9. Very surprising as well. I did see them getting picked off, but I don't really remember which team did the job. Nonetheless though, No Escape puts the final nail in the coffin, and K9 once more just has that inconsistent streak like they had from the group stage.
And after the 4 rounds earlier on, K9 Esports only managed to pick up 36, which is not too bad. But with them bombing out super early, it is most definitely going to be affecting them quite a bit here on day number 1 of play. Geek Fam still has an opportunity to right their wrongs after the previous round and secure a booyah for themselves. They got really close to it, thankfully, thanks to the
high advantage when it comes to those aggressive kills that they take out there on the battlefield. They don't really have to worry about teams like Bloody Heads ripping away that booyah from them. But Toda and the position that they hold on to, terrible. Pando EWG have the advantage, but vehicles in the hands of Toda, and they park it right behind the trailer. XX the only one from afar who could get caught out, but he turns the tide by dropping Monito. What a shot from afar, and XX still has it.
Yeah, of course he does. And just needs some time to come online. And I do love that from Exact. EWG kind of challenging Todak and Mammoth. But unfortunately, with that initial knock, EWG might have to make that rotation, though. You can see Todak kind of completely splitting up. Trying to go for that wraparound onto EWG. But Tua, he knows that Spark is coming uphill. We're going to get this very direct confrontation between Todak and EWG. But it seems like Todak are not fully committing to this. They still have a couple of members playing from that long range.
I like the fact that Todak's not really committing for this, because I think they're quite shaky with their strategy at the moment. They just brought in 2 players. You know, those guys haven't really looted up perfectly just yet. So if things do go south and Todak's not able to command that area as well as those gunfights, they still have an opportunity to play the game of revival and still stand a chance to make it into that final circle. But Orange Esports, the possibility looks quite weak here. But as I say that, Decos drops Spade. That's a big opener coming through from Orange, but they just do not have the distance. They do not have the ability to finish things off. Toda being pinched by 2 teams. No Escape taking advantage as well. Eastern Wolves Gang has got an opportunity to shut them down, but they also pay attention to No Escape, who move on into the compound. Era has the Mag 10, a huge difference maker in those close range combat, but cannot drop in and take that aggressive fights just yet because the rest of No Escape haven't caught up with him.
A lot of info for No Escape, though. Now they know where the members of EWG are situated. Kind of make the plan to go for those wraparound. Jays not having the luxury. It feels like EWG are being forced to retreat. Error. They get shot at by Tua, but Tua is just not landing those shots, and that just does not cut it. You have to connect. You have to get those knocks as fast as possible. But for the first time in history in this group stage, we see Farang getting ran down at their own home turf. And it's Orange Esports. That was the team that does it. Farang has lost 2 members, and they've lost control of Refinery.
And Orange Esports immediately one of the best teams in my book, looking at the way they performed at the league stage and looking at how well they played Possum all throughout the league, only to hit hard on that very final day and to also deliver that solid performance at the day of Grand Finals, right? Solid, but Pando EWG will be able to punish No Escape. No Escape had the perfect opportunity to flank around from that right and be the third party in the initial engagement that EWG was in, but they just played this so badly, splitting up on the battlefield. But they play the game of survival, though. But in front of Anxiety, I don't know what the chances are here for RS7. And Kaz is just going to be picked off by the players of Pando EWG. So this is a GGWP. No Escape has got nowhere to escape to.
And No Escape kind of, they had the initial idea, but it felt like they didn't commit to it. At least they overstayed their welcome. And when you have that high ground, you always have that advantage. And you talk about Anxiety, and now they're kicking in Jays.
Oh, nice.
Finished off by Kanoho, who was waiting for anyone to run downhill, and Anxiety with that 1 kill. Again, just making that decision to start rotating. We've got the 1 kill, that is good enough, let's move.
And you gotta love Anxiety and the strategy that they're playing, right? Not getting greedy for kills. Because anybody that plays Free Fire knows, as long as you get into that final circle, those players just come running into your crosshairs. What's most important is you need to find a proper position for yourself. In Battle Royales, it's all about the survivability of your team, and if you cannot survive, you cannot win the championship. But you also need the mechanical skills towards that final circle. Toda, this is danger looming just beyond the horizon. Phoenix, this is a 2v1 and exact repositions. Man of 4 has got what it takes to drop him, but they do not push in quick enough. Ice Grenade is going to be forcing Chill and exact to reposition, and Phoenix pulls out the AC just to tag them up just a little bit, but no finisher. Look at Victory, man, holding on to that bird's eye view on top of that roof, trying to tease the players of Toda and send that information to the rest of the Geek fam so that they can catch them off guard.
Yeah, and no Exact's old teammates pay him a visit, and it's not the friendliest one. Exact actually gets inside with the Victory, he wins that one. You take away the eyes of Geek fam, and now without that high ground, it's an even fight between Geek fam and Toda. And Exact might have just won it for them, but Spark does get nailed by the nade. They were able to bring him back up. Oren hunting for the members of Todak so far.
Oh,
Pito, the next in line. The
beauty.
glue wall is the glue wall just a bit too late, but there is backup coming in. And Orin, he wants to go in for the finisher, but the glue wall perfectly placed. He just cannot squeeze in. Todak has some time to work with Chill. Getting ran down. Phoenix is also around to provide backup, and Pito gets overwhelmed by Orin. The rest of Geek Fam slowly joins the fight, and they have completely forced Todak out of the equation.
Wow.
And Phoenix just hunts down Exac and proves himself as the successor in this team.
You gotta give the credit to Orin, right? And the bravado of this guy to just run into his opponents, all because he believes in the backup that he'll receive from the rest of his team members. But Pando EWG making a lot of noise as they shut down the players from the side of Anxiety, but Anxiety playing the safe game to find their circle for themselves and play the game of survival. But Chessman, one more shot, gets knocked down. That's Phoenix for you. And Phoenix taking him out puts Anxiety in a much more stickier situation here. Without the player on the side of Anxiety that can have their backs, in the name of Chessman, things just become so much more difficult, but they've got one more guy to count on here, Husky.
Yeah, meanwhile, actually, Bloody Head just eliminated Farang, but they are also at the verge of getting knocked out. Geek Fam once more having such good control of the map. And it definitely feels like Geek Fam will get into the final circle. Again, JC's just not landing those shots. This is not going to cut it. He needs someone to do the job for him. And wow, iPants have no escape. Unintentionally helping him up, but they're not getting those kills confirmed. And Geek Fam will just continue to bring the teammates back up and run straight into the safe zone.
Orin is such an annoying guy. He gets those kills, he opens up those engagements, he saves his team members. What is he not doing for that Geek Fam brand right now? Absolutely nothing. He's doing everything in his power to make sure the team sustains out there on the battlefield. Geek Fam right now is sitting down in that #1 spot with 76 points in total, and they're looking to absolutely break this competition on day 1 of the grand finals as well. But can they keep up their consistency? Axis Esports, they toss out those grenades, not gonna tease Kaloy just yet. Great defensive position, but this next one straight, tags him at the very edge of that window. This next grenade should finish Kaloy off, and that does happen. Neptune, beautiful kill. But all of those grenades that were expanded just to take that 1 kill point, I don't know if it was worth it.
That was, I believe, 5-6 grenades. But Axis, they still have a couple of more left in the tank. I do remember seeing one of them having 3, but Orange Esports in the crosshair of Vegeta, and that is just perfect for Axis Esports to go for those pickoffs. Unfortunately for Orange, it might be time to fight right now. Anxiety on the other end. Kanoho is in a horrible spot, and he surrenders himself to the blue zone. 5 teams left, and of course Geek Fam are still going strong.
Axis currently in the 3rd place overall on the leaderboard, so this is a big fight for them. They cannot get overexcited. They cannot expend their lives carelessly before they are the final 3 teams standing alive out there on the battlefield. Yes, they do spot out Orange Esports, who are from afar, and Phoenix does catch hold of Goku as well. He drops them. Axis needs to steal that kill away and continuously put themselves in front, but no angles to work with just yet for the players of Axis Esports. Geek Fam, on the other hand, open compound, and they run straight into Orange, but not a lot of those containers to continue playing with. In the open grounds at Kalahari, which is so rare, this just got so much harder.
And remember, they lost Fikri thanks to Exac. So Geek Fam, they're playing with only 3 members with no revives available. Manowar gets sniped by East with Wolfgang. Geek Fam down to 2, and Jace doing God's work right now is Orin and Phoenix. A good nade onto Goku. Orin again wants to be the hero. Ice grenade onto all 4 of them. And Orin runs in with a shotgun in hand, but can he pull off the miracle play? He cannot. The ice grenade takes himself out. And it's EWG cleaning up house. 9 kills so far, and Jays have 5 of them.
Axis Esports are going to secure that #1 spot if they can get this booyah for themselves. Big plays coming through. And yes, although the players of No Escape are in there, they just do not have enough points sustained so far from those first 5 rounds. Eastern Wolfgang, they've got the opportunity, but with one single guy, there's nothing that they can do. It's all in the hands of Axis Esports to score those kills and to hit that booyah. Pando EWG, fantastic performance so far, but Orange Esports isn't going to allow him to run away anywhere. Speaking of Orange Esports, what a performance on day #1 of the grand finals. Good grenade launcher coming through. Potter has the opportunity for a knock, but gets nothing out of it. Neptune with a grenade launcher in hand. This should be in the hands of Axis, Husky.
Jace, if he show himself, yes he does. He shows himself And I thought he would hide for a bit longer to try and farm for those kills, but right now, with this circle closing in, it is go time for all of these squads. Axis Esports having to make first contact. Jace actually downs Deckles as well. What? This guy's still kicking. Jace is still alive. Top 3 secured, but the grenade launcher is going to be his next enemy. Boom. And finally, Neptune puts a stop to that. And he's also going to finish off Potter Axis Esports with a booyah and keeping themselves in the run.
In the run, brother, they have stolen away that #1 rank from the players of Geek Fam, no doubt whatsoever. And Axis proves that on a day where they are gonna be forced to show us their best side, they can get that done. They flex their brand because that's exactly what they're capable of doing out there on the battlefield. In terms of the league stage and their performance, it wasn't too shabby, but on the day of the grand finals, they are hitting a whole new level here, Ski.
Again, this is also Axis' debut, I believe, in Free Fire, right? Alongside Orange Esports. So for the organization alone, this is a kind of a big achievement, right? They are doing something that Orange Esports wanted to do, but so far they are just doing a bit better.
Man, those final circles were so pivotal for some of the teams in terms of placement, right? Axis and Orange, they had a massive advantage going into that final circle. Geek Fam had to survive the onslaught coming in from Orange, and I mean, I was looking at their inventories. They just didn't have the glue walls to be able to freely run in because we're so used to seeing that team masterfully use glue walls. So resources, they were lacking. Axis, perfect position. I don't think anyone was in a position to really touch Axis. And firstly, can I give props to Jay? I think he saved the game for Axis because if Orange didn't have to deal with him, it would have been a completely different ending.
Yeah, and I think Jay-Z was just absolutely correct, right? Staying silent, that trigger discipline super important. And he just caught the players of Orange Esports off guard at the perfect moment. When that circle was about to start moving in, he knew it was just all-out chaos. He steps in and he gets it done with the Max 7.
He had no glue walls doing that. I looked at his inventory. 0 glue walls. You should not be allowed to do that.
Yeah, but he just had one of the best shotguns to get it done.
He survived with 8 HP.
Yeah.
He patched himself up, snuck to the building where Orange was, and was able to kind of get third place for the team. So EWG, they're not in first place overall in the standings, but that play itself could have kept them in the running, right? There's still a big chance that Pando EWG at the end of day 1 gives themselves a bit of a fight on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, after 5 rounds, they had 53 points, and you're talking about just 20 points away from those who are leading the leaderboards, right? And with Geek Fam doing pretty all right, but Pando EWG picking solid number of points, I'm very sure that's more than 20 for them at the very least, because they had solid number of kills and they got quite a good position in terms of placement points. So that's solid in terms of performance from EWG. I mean, we saw this team get that 3rd spot overall the last time we checked in the overall leaderboard.
Oh, yes.
And this is just EWG being super consistent in the competition, even from the league stage into the grand finals.
And just now we saw kind of what we were talking about regarding Geek Fam, where, contrary to Farang or Anxiety, who knows kind of the concept of push and pull, Geek Fam tends to want to run it, right? Yeah. But in that case, it was, even though it's desperation, we kind of saw Geek Fam being themselves, and of course it didn't work out. But I mean, what can I say, right? EWG again, because of Jay-Z alone, has put themselves in a very good spot.
Absolutely, man. I mean, that 8 points, well-deserved. Full credits goes out to Jay-Z, but it's Axis Esports that steals the spotlight at the end of the day with their amazing, consistent performance in the competition. But I want to give a shout-out to the almighty Orange Esports. The kind of performance turnaround that we have never seen from any team in the Free Fire competitions until today.
Wait, so AJ said that he wanted to find out what Orange Esports talked among themselves before I think
towards the end of the whoever who their handler was just threatened them that they're all gonna get fired.
Oh my God.
If you don't step it up.
Sounds reasonable.
But if you improve, there's a lot of money on the table for you. And that's the best kind of motivation, right? A little bit of a threat, a little bit of a reward at the end of the...
Asian way,
Yeah, the Asian parenting way, right?
Tie him up. Wow. Gosh. And gentlemen, have you believed that we have played 6 games today?
I can believe because I've been waiting for the end of the 6th match to take a washroom break.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
that's not what I was going to say, but I was going to say we played...
you were not around when he said that. She was taking her own washroom break.
So, 6 games, no double booyahs for anybody. We have so far had 6 teams claim Booyah. So it just goes to show how competitive the grand final has been so far. We have not seen any team just hog that first, second, heck, even third place. But we are starting to see some bright, shining stars amongst the competition. We still have 2 more games to play. It's Purgatory, and then we've also got Alpine coming up next. Are we still going to see Orange Esports up here? Because if there's a team we have to talk about, it's got to be Orange.
I think yes. I think they will still be in the conversation for sure. I'm looking at top 4. Well, I'll bump it up. Top 4 by the end of each round. Because they've just been so consistent with their performance, right? I think
magical word, consistent.
Right, they've carried that from day 6. Like day 5 was the day we saw Orange Esports, and we were like, maybe there's a chance, but we gotta look at day 6 because they are so far behind. Day 6 happened, they clocked in more than 100 points, and we were just like, whoa, that's the amount of points that GeekFam clocked in on day 1. That was the amount of points that Firearm clocked in on that day where they had to play 8 rounds in a row, and Orange did exactly that.
Yeah. And for a team to actually pull that off is impressive. Actually, not so impressive if they are one of the top flight teams.
Yeah.
It's impressive if their team has been all right in the competition. It's mind-blowing for Orange Esports to pull that off.
On elimination day.
Yeah, they've been horrendous all throughout the league stage, not showing up at all. They were like pretty much like ORV, like how ORV is today.
Yes.
Throughout the whole league stage, except for that final day, where they just broke the Cambodians' hearts.
Absolutely. I mean,
100 points, you know, on the final day that matters. All right.
Well, the time that I've been waiting for has come, Danielle.
It has finally come. I think it's come for all of us. We are going to go for a quick break. So, of course, if you need to go to the toilet, that's going to be AJ. As well as if you need to grab some snacks, go for a quick walk around. But make sure you are back in 5 minutes because we are going to jump into our next game right after that. We'll see you after this.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege, dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL adalah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Parang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan Team Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Axis Esports, the next team to get taken out of the equation here. As you can see, anxiety just building up their manpower at the front of that entrance there. Time Turner pulled out as the players of Diversity Gaming dropped by to check out the situation as well.
Diversity Gaming runs into a grenade launcher. Kano was like, get out of my house.
Oh my
you
lord.
do not get to do this. You do not get to come in and interrupt my fight. Can be said, K9 are in the best position to win this this one.
Yeah, but actually in the very middle of the circle, look at that one player from the side of Bloody Head. He stays hidden. Will he get taken out of the equation? Kaloy with the way to victory, and it looks like it will be Geek Fam who brings in their team members. Riptide Rhythm. Mark, is he going to be safe? But Mother Nature saves him. Aye! Victory! Too good, bro!
Orange Esports able to down 2 members. K9 Esports to get go. Blank is the third one to go down, and Orange Esports looking for the complete wipeout. And then they might have just found it. Jumbat just needs to get one more kill to get the finisher, and yes, K9 Esports are out. And Orange Esports once more reigns supreme. And remember last week.
First one, can he get the second? He needs to go in for the pop right now, and he does. Beautiful takedown, just one kill, but can he deliver more? Has got the MSMC in hand, 27 HP, and gets away with his life, but X-Man out of the equation. Gonna get taken down here by the one and only Kanoho, but they pause for just a second so that they can heal themselves.
Has come to a premature end. Top 2 is Geek Fam. Normie does not let Geek Fam take.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2 Grand Final. We've got 2 more games today before we have to close it out for day 1. Husky, AJ, the games have been phenomenal so far. The competition is fierce. We do not have a front runner as of yet that is leading the charge. It seems like all the horses are currently tied.
Wait, crazy fact.
Yeah.
A year ago, the grand finals would have ended by now.
Oh yeah. And that's how much I love Garena consistently and continuously making it so much more challenging for the teams, right? And we're talking about... Yeah, tell me.
Wait 10 years from now where grand final ends up being like a whole week long and we get like 100 games. I'm kidding, it's not going to happen.
I will not be surprised.
But I do like the fact that we've had it extended so far, right?
Yeah.
Because it gives teams more of a chance for comeback potential.
Yes.
We can see teams starting to learn to adapt
Yeah.
rather than sort of relying on that cheese and just surprise.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we're here to watch teams outperform each other through skill.
Correct.
Not from these little funny little plays. But sorry, AJ, continue.
It's not just with the extended number of rounds within a play day. Spreading out the grand finals to 2 different days makes such a huge difference because, you know, maybe some of those teams are just having a terrible day out there today, right? But you can go, you can do your homework, and you can try to hope and pray that those adjustments that you bring forth on day number 2 can be a difference maker for yourself. But we still need to see exactly which teams are capable of doing that. Orange Esports, clearly one of them.
I think, and also considered one of the biggest underdogs coming into the grand final as well. But let's just make a quick recap of the games that have happened today. We're going to continue from game 4 here as we actually have our first booyah from Geek Fam, which shouldn't be a surprise, but it was, as the team hasn't performed up until that match. And then we have Bloody Head taking Bermuda for game 5, and Axis Esports is going to be closing out the day for Kalahari with their first booyah. And for all of our viewers at home, as you can see, we have no repeats. It has gone to a different team every single time. 2 more games? Is it going to be 2 more teams?
If it is, then I think we have hit a minor new record, right? Because during the group stage, there was no days where you have, 8 unique teams getting booyah. There is always a repeat on every single play day in the group stage. So this is the first time that, so far, we don't have any team that's gotten 2 booyahs in a row. But I feel like that streak might come to an end pretty soon because I think that the top dogs so far, well, I don't want to include Eternal Watch in there, but most of the teams that have gotten booyah are the top dogs, and they are all getting challenged by one another.
And we have the overall standings coming in. So let's see where everyone currently is and how big the gap is. It's Geek Fam in first place. I think this was to be expected at some point because it seems like the team, they woke up, they're getting the kills, the placements. So we're finally seeing this team in first place. Axis Esports in I have to say, it's still pretty close second, right? It could come down to one round where Axis can take that top place from Geek Fam, but Panda EWG is going to be in third place. Bloody Head in 4th place, Anxiety in 5th, and Orange Esports still able to keep up in that top half with 62 points in 6th place.
Yeah, it's just so insane that GeekFam was able to pull this off, even though in round number 2 they took absolutely nothing. But in all of those other rounds, one thing that they have been delivering is consistency. Consistency through those skills, consistency through the placement points as well. And they've always managed to hit their stride in the competition. And today at the Grand Finals, I feel like it is one of their best performances in the past year, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, do not let GeekFam fool you, because even in those rounds where they didn't get the booyah, they always finish with double-digit kills, right? Which is why we look at the placement points. They are actually ranked, I believe, 3rd in terms of overall placement points, but they have the most kills. And a lot of these kills came from rounds where they didn't get the booyah.
I absolutely agree with you, right? And in terms of not hitting that booyah, but getting, you know, a lot of points within those rounds, it's not all that too unfamiliar to us, because even at the league stage, Danley, they were running with that exact same meta, right? Super aggressive out there. But, you know, I actually thought they would be a little bit more passive at the Grand Finals and focus on those placement points, because they are super aggressive. They can win out their gunfights. But they're taking all of those risks out there and still managing to rise up to the top, which is just so mind-blowing when you look at GeekFam. They haven't been punished for all of that aggression.
Well, here's the thing. I kind of expected it, right? Because if you're starting on the back foot, you need to compensate somehow. So if it's for them, if it's going to be in the case, if it's going to be kills, then so be it. I think this is something that we should have seen coming from GeekFam. But if anything, the team's got to feel pretty happy in their position. I mean, if you're going to end the first day of Grand Finals in top 3, I'd say you're feeling pretty safe, because everyone else has to play catch up to you now. But I have to say, a couple of teams that I was expecting to do a little bit better. Farang, 7th place. Just what's happened to this team?
I mean, if you're talking about Farang, let's talk about Toda, sitting down in the 11th spot, 25 points overall. That's insane.
I'm mentioning Farang because they were 2nd place in groups, and they were pretty far ahead of the competition.
Farang took a long time to warm up, right? So maybe this is one of those cases where they just come in, they hit the reset button, they come in, and they just couldn't find their stride. But Toda was the team that came into the tournament hot. And, you know, if anything, I think the biggest difference between these two teams is that Farang has proven that they can recover. But Toda has not shown that. They have been on a downward slump for, I think, like, what, this is the 4th day in a row where we haven't seen much of Toda. And if we do see Toda, I think, what, they got, like, what, 8 to 10 points, and that's pretty much it. It's nothing impressive if we're talking about a team like Toda.
And once again, Toda is trying to pull off an Orange Esports here, which is the worst strategy in a competition that you can
Not in the
depend
Grand
on.
Finals.
Not in the Grand Finals for sure, man. I mean, even Orange Esports is like, nope, we're not going to do that in the Grand Finals, and they are hitting hard from the get-go, right? And, you know, jokes aside, Toda has got the capability, they've got the general information that you're supposed to have off the game to sustain your life out there on the battlefield, but every single thing has gone wrong for them, right? Whatever that can go wrong has been going wrong, and Toda just needs to find Lady Luck on their side, perhaps on the next round, to change things up for themselves.
Well, the round is ready. We're going to be jumping into Purgatory. Can Todak make that comeback happen, and can they get the booyah? Let's see if they can turn things around as Husky and AJ. Gentlemen, take it over for our next game. Let's go.
Thank you, Danny. And if you're a believer of faith, if you're a believer of fate and destiny, I would say that God might not be on Todak's side. And we do get a hot drop, but this time, it's anxiety against
I'm
Orange
getting
Esports.
anxiety.
And this is very important for Orange Esports, though, because they are the ones who wants the point, but Chessman is not going to give it to them.
Chessman drops the first player and keeps Decos as bait to wait for Dom and his partner Goku. Goku has got the Woodpecker, which puts Chessman in a very uncomfortable position. Woodpecker hasn't been used just yet, but Chessman's not waiting to find out exactly what sort of heavy ammunition is on the side of Orange Esports. Goku swims off first, will be tagged up, Time Turner pulled out. Goku depends on his blue wall as well, just to sustain a little bit more. Woodpecker can be a game changer, but Goku just does not find a spot to take a breath. Chessman shuts him down back to back without a sniper.
Without a sniper, he got an ACS knockdown with an AK. So, Chessman has been doing his practice. Don't worry, he's proving to be a bit more efficient on other weapons. And Chessman getting a second kill for himself. Anxiety ready to run down the rest of Orange Esports. Well, they will find one in this building, and Orange Esports still being able to send the lifeline onto dry land.
Good for Orange Esports playing the game of survival, but it's also big for Anxiety to pick up these initial 2 points. They are racing towards the top. Tom obviously is going to get eaten up here, charging up the grenade, but doesn't toss it out. Barba manages to get the knock on Barba though, but initially traded out by Kanoho, who takes that kill. Barba gets picked right back up, but Toda will be challenged. K9 Esports appear out of nowhere. Beautiful headshot takes down the first player on the side of Toda. And as long as Toda can just keep up those numbers, they are going to be all right. We don't have any information of that engagement just yet. And that shot did come through from a sniper. So let's hope for the sake of Toda, that's a long-range engagement. And yes, it is a long-range engagement. So Spark and Chill have got this opportunity to just drive away and play the game of survival a little bit later on.
Not much space for them to work with though. Axis and ORV will be the next point of contact in front of them. But I do like where Todak is heading towards, kind of making a detour towards the eastern side. There are plenty of revival points for them to work with. There's one at campsite if they want to go that far. But even if it isn't campsite, there's still one on that southwestern side. So Todak, they will just settle for that, bring their teammates back, or get aims back, probably continue this run. So it's not a big loss for Todak early on. We see the start for other teams. I mean, Farang spread out around Marble Works. You have Pando EWG around Mount Villa. Of course, Geek Fam doing the same exact rotation from Central to Golf Course.
Let's see exactly how does Geek Fam survive this round. And Spark brings aims back in for the play, as expected from that revival point. Thank you very much to all of you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for helping us hit our very first target of the day. 4,000 views concurrently has been achieved. You guys get to claim this giveaway for yourselves. Get that screenshot and make sure that redemption is completed before 5:30 p.m. today. Once again, the redemptions are only available for all of you players who are playing on the Singapore server at the moment.
Yep. And that is the only thing that you guys need to be aware of. Well, and also do remember that if you missed out the code, you can always rewind the stream.
Yeah,
that's what I want to say. But thank you for helping us achieve. We still have 2 milestones to go for, right?
Exactly,
7,000 milestone and 10,000 milestones. We have been able to hit great numbers before, and it only was made possible because of you guys watching. I think previously we hit like what 40, 50,000. Let's make our way to 10,000. It's an easy task.
And 10K, no problem at all for the Free Fire survivors. Spark drives right into a defensive spot for himself. No Escape doesn't really have an angle to punish him just yet. But one player on the side of No Escape has been missed, and he will be the biggest difference maker against Toda, who's in the perfect position to take that backstab and put them out of commission.
Oh, they know him.
But Pedro catches him. RS7, his position has been given away, all thanks to Pedro and his recon mission. RS7 backs away, has got the double barrel, and 2 players back-to-back get dropped. AC80 and Mag7 perfection from No Escape. Toda, I don't know what's up with this team, but they really are having one terrible day out there in the game of Free Fire.
Yeah, and if you want an answer to the question, can Todak find a booyah? The answer so far is a no.
Oi.
And Todak just cannot get anything done right. Nothing out of this engagement. And the fact that Todak, it felt like they didn't have a plan, right? They just ran into that area with no instructions on what to do next, with no direction of where to hit to next. Completely caught out in the open by No Escape, who had complete vision of them, by the way. So it's a very questionable decision from Todak that led to them getting knocked out. Well, on the flip side, Watch and Learn didn't hot drop anyone. That's good news, number one. And secondly, well, there's no more good news because Bloody Head just shot one of them down. And Demon 76 is gone.
Bloody Head, beautiful engagement, Anxiety. The 2 Filipino teams taking each other on. Mark Orb! I thought he was going to get away, but Barba still finds him. One final shot with the assistance of Toby. Mark's going to get taken out of the equation, and this is a huge blow to the side of Bloody Heads. Mark is their biggest damage dealer, followed by Morgana. Chessman finds him. The 2 heaviest damage dealers out of Bloody Heads have been taken out of the equation, and this now needs to double down as a game of survival for Bloody Heads. They do not have a choice. They cannot engage with Anxiety.
Yeah, Chessman is just so good from those long range. Making every shot count and Bloody Haze sand packing. And that was supposed to be kind of Bloody Haze territory, right? They have the high ground, but again, Chessman is so confident when he pulls the trigger. Bloody Haze, unfortunately, they don't have much time to cover ground, and they're out in the open. Barbara makes contact with Shanks, and Bloody Haze now just needs to split up and try to play the survival game, but with Shanks going down, the chances of keeping themselves in around number 7 feels very slim. Shanks goes down. 3 members so far from Bloody Head eliminated.
1 survivor is all you need. Bloody Head still have an opportunity. They just need to play the game of survival. Let's hope the final guy can survive long enough to bring his team members back in before we get to that final circle. Anxiety, 6 kills already on their side. They're doing fantastic. And every single time we hop on in and we see exactly how Anxiety is doing, we get a little bit of anxiety because this team has got so much of promise. But Axis Esports did not expect this out of ORV. An initial knock coming through, no kills just yet. Flame trades out 1 player on the side of ORV and backs away. Has got the M1887 close range combat. It makes him super dangerous, but he needs to be accurate as well. Neptune drops the one and only player from the side of ORV as well. Mokka this time goes down. Kuki gets taken out. 1 final player in the name of Lade has got the Mag 7. Great rate of fire, but 2v1 means ORV is out once again super early.
And I believe there's no points for ORV as well, so they're stuck at 11th. 11 points out of 7 rounds is incredibly painful. Bloody Head also out as well. K9 getting the final shot in. Bloody Head kind of facing going towards a downward spiral in the game, in the second half. After that Booyah, it really felt like Bloody Head wasn't showing up much.
Yep.
Though round 6 was still acceptable, but round 7 is probably the worst round that Bloody Head has experienced thus far.
ORV heavily depended on their placement points to make it through to the grand finals. We always knew that the kills department was where they were lacking in. But to take the fight up against all of these supreme teams, the top 12, the other 11 teams out here at the grand finals, clearly a challenge that ORV just cannot meet. Goku, Time Turner, and double glue walls, both expended, but he will lose that as well. Pulls up yet another, and he is the distraction that allows Storm to survive a little bit longer. Gembal, God Nade from nowhere. Goku gets knocked down onto the ground. Tom now has an opportunity to survive this as he peels away. 2 other players from the side of Orange Esports already at the revival point. Very close, but not close enough to pull this off. Tom continuously barraged by all of these shots out of Farang, who hold on to the bridge once again, but I feel like this time around they just need to travel a little bit faster. Farang, as they move on through, they do have an advantage here, but the vehicle isn't going to be driven in just yet thanks to the fact that the railing on the bridge is going to be keeping it away.
Watch and Learn finally shows up. One of the rounds where they actually are still in the game after 10 minutes, but this time up against Axis Esports. This team is very, very close to catching up to Geek Fam based off of their performance. Let's see how Watch and Learn wants to deal with this though, because Watch and Learn, they are one of the few aggressive teams. Meanwhile, Farang getting ran at by Pando EWG, but it's Jesbu in the front line. The screen is getting thrown right through. Monito still alive, but not anymore. Gets knocked down, and Manchai now needs to keep it together for the team, but it's too many members of Farang. Manchai almost closes out the show, but Farang is just a bit way too strong in these close quarter combat. 6 kills for the team.
Axis Esports now running in straight towards the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. Axis does not really have a lot of those angles to work around with, caught inside of a tiny little defensive compound. They have to wait for Eternal Watch and Learn to take the fight up against them. Neptune, only long-range combat engagement ability on his side, but he can catch off one guy trying to flank around from that left-hand side. But Anxiety out of nowhere helps out Axis Esports from afar. They knock down one of the players from Eternal Watch and Learn, and Axis, all they need to do now is just clean up these pieces. Venom takes Vegeta out of the equation. It's a 3v3, and Eternal Watch and Learn still have an opportunity in here because Anxiety just forced them into the compound.
And remember, there is Neptune. He has Charge Buster in hand, but he has been eliminated from the fight, at least for now, so he's down to Shahid. The Miracle Worker not clutching it out this time for Axis. Maske goes down, and Flame needs to take over the torch for the team. Axis Esports needs to stay in the game, and it all starts with taking away Watch and Learn. They're doing a good job. Flame trying to bring his teammates back to life, and was actually successful in doing so. So Venom 96 left all alone on an island.
Eternal Watch and Learn taking the fight up against Axis, but I believe
There are just no winners in this engagement. Both Axis and Eternal Watch and Learn really suffering huge losses in here. The one saving grace is there's 2 players left on the side of Axis, but they have to make that rotation for the next one really count towards one of those buy points, because Anxiety should be able to shut them down. No escape. They had one angle covered, but not the left-hand side, as Anxiety finds that final kill through Barba. Anxiety still sustaining with 3 players and 2 buy centers right in front of them, which means they are going to be a very aggressive team towards the next circle. But Orange Esports making a beeline for Anxiety, who are the kill leaders of this lobby. Farang can prevent that, but they are busy with Axis Esports. So Orange now the best ones to take the fight up against Anxiety.
Yeah, and Orange didn't even get a chance to do so because Geek Fam catches them, going for the cross. Neptune just got tagged slightly by the grenades. Farang getting ready to go in for the kill. Neptune again tries to hold the fort, and he has been the clutch master for Axis so far, but against the overwhelming force of Farang, it really felt like even someone as brilliant as Neptune will not be able to stand. And it's only a matter of time before Farang finds him and Neptune goes down. Axis Esports are no longer in the conversation. Farang with 8 kills, and so far the round looks incredibly good. Of course, we still have Geek Fam in this round. Kanoho brought back by the rest of his team.
One solid booyah from Farang can launch them straight back up into the top 3. So that's exactly what they need to focus on. And that's the blessing in disguise, because yes, 16 rounds are a lot, but at the same time for teams like Farang, it's not too many, and they don't need that many rounds to launch themselves up to the top. K9 Esports, the performance today has been a little bit weak, coming through from those engagements. 21 kills overall from the past 6 matches. Can they now engage with the biggest predators of this lobby, with the biggest predators at the grand finals, Geek Fam themselves? Superman shutting down glue wall after glue wall on the side of Phoenix, managing to tag him up just a little bit, expanding all of those glue walls from the side of Phoenix, and now Geek Fam, they have to rotate around from the right-hand side and stop Superman, or Phoenix is just going to be a sitting duck in that final circle.
And they getting tossed up by Blank, that one directed towards Fikri. So far, no tags just yet. Fikri responds with his, and that one actually was able to tag 2 members of K9 Esports. Blank forced to rotate. Those glue walls are still around. Blank has a couple more to work with, but it seems like Geek Fam are the one pressuring them, and this blue zone is also not helping out both teams. Geek Fam and K9 Esports in a deadlock, and Blank, he's just putting himself outside the blue zone just to get a clear shot, but so far they're not winning those fights, and Geek Fam actually finds their way into the circle, and same can be said for K9. They're now in a better spot to go for this fight, but meanwhile, Anxiety, the nail, too bad. Kanoho once more, the golden lob of the frag, gets himself another knock, and those blue walls are getting teared down by Anxiety. Too bad goes down, Farang goes out, Fikri steals it, and Anxiety with 12 kills thus far in this round.
2 kills stolen away by Geek Fam. Anxiety not going to be happy about that at all, but that is just the name of the game. You want to step on out there, you got to be prepared for those engagements. K9 Esports, they do not stand a chance. They engage with the players of Geek Fam long enough to keep them distracted, and Anxiety, they execute their revenge, shutting down the players of Geek Fam. Most importantly, Fikri, who is the perfect guy when it comes to those long-range engagements on the side of Geek Fam. Orange Esports playing possum inside of that final circle, waiting for that fight to be brought on to them. 4 more teams left alive in here. Orange Esports in the best compound, but the grenades from the side of Anxiety can suck them down just as easily as they step on in there. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they just have to continue running around because K9 Esports still keeps that pressure up, Husky.
There's no time turner for Kanoho, so they gotta be careful with this engage, and I think they have an idea. Chessman, he finds Manofo from across the street. Big knock as Anxiety have found themselves in the circle, but they do see that glue wall, and the glue walls, they don't form themselves, so someone is in this building, and Anxiety are ready to snuff them out, but we'll see if Phoenix can go for the backstab though. This 2 versus 4 can still turn sour if Orange plays this right. There's very little space for both teams to wriggle around, and Anxiety knows it. They gotta get rid of Orange Esports right now. Pain does the job by taking out Phoenix as Geek Fam are no more, but here comes K9, the nade straight into the fray. Everyone gets tagged. The ice grenades are doing so much damage, and K9 Esports might have just snuffed away all of the members. With that grenade launcher coming up, Blank is running in, Deco gets knocked down, Coco sprays down Blank, and Anxiety, they're just letting all of this unfold. Orange goes down, Anxiety, they want to come in for the pickup, K9 with 2 more members left alive. They want to bring Pain back up. Anxiety, this is their chance to go in for the second booyah. We want a repeat. Woozy getting tagged. Woozy tosses a nade. Chessman trying to find an angle. The rest of Anxiety, they're encircling the members of K9. Superman somehow makes it into the open. Loses to Toby. Woozy comes in, knocks Toby's down. But it is Fireball that closes the round. Anxiety finds the repeat in this first day of the Grand Finals.
And it is strategy over aggression. And the players of K9 Esports had nothing on Anxiety, who instantaneously peeled away from Orange Esports, ran towards the back of the shack, allowed K9 Esports to finish off the players of Orange, and then stepped back into the play to pick up this booyah. And that is the supremacy of Anxiety. The strategy absolutely sound, and it pays off to keep an eye on the other teams out there as you're engaging with the people in front of you.
That was incredibly smart. I didn't even notice that in the first half, right? We saw K9 just running in, guns blazing, 10,000 nades raining from the skies. And then you realize that, wait, Anxiety were not even in the fight. Orange Esports were used as a bait to trap K9 in that building.
The speed of disengaging, the speed of running towards the back of the hut when they... And of course, this was the mistake by K9 Esports, right? Instead of just shooting up the players of Anxiety, where they had a clear line of sight, they didn't. They just wanted to tease them, they wanted to close the distance, but that was also because the blue zone was just chasing them all down towards the players of Anxiety. But the decision-making at that instantaneous moment from Anxiety, that was the winner right there, Natalie.
I thought it was going to be K9's game. I'm going to be completely honest. I thought they had them cornered. I thought they were stuck around that compound. I thought it was just going to be like pushing sheep into a pen. But Anxiety's positioning, absolutely beautiful. And I do agree that I think K9, they got a little bit excited, right? They knocked out Geek Fam, which was probably one of the biggest Goliaths in the tournament. And then they just saw everybody, you know? And when you see blood, you see kills, you get a little bit excited.
And
overheat.
More importantly, they knew obviously, you know, they were one of the 3 teams, so 2 more teams engaging with each other.
They had to have been there.
They were the best vultures in that situation, right? But what could have been the biggest difference maker was, instead of an ice grenade, a proper grenade, a frag grenade to be thrown into that equation. And that would have gotten most definitely, at the very least, a knock, or it would have tagged up the players of Anxiety enough for them to just finish them off. Because Anxiety, although they had enough time to circle around the hut, they wouldn't have had enough HP on them to sustain that circling around. And then after that, following the ice grenade would have been such a huge difference maker. It's just a small little adjustment that the players of K9 Esports could have brought into that final engagement, because they had the advantage. The players of Anxiety were totally caught off guard, but they just gave it away.
That ice grenade hit like, what, 5-6 people? The whole area was about to be frozen. But I do agree, I was waiting for a frag grenade, that never came. I assume that some of them were flashbangs in that final engagement, but again, it's just Anxiety playing an incredibly smart game going into that final circle. This was, by the way, this was as close as K9 has ever came to a booyah in a long, long time.
It was their best game, and I mean, they've done it by knocking out Geek Fam. That's a team that you would never expect K9 to be able to take down.
Fun fact. They scored 5 points in the first match, 9 points in the second match, 11, 11, 14. They've just been improving every single round, back to back.
Is that a sign that they're supposed to get booyah next round?
Hopefully.
I mean, for their own sake, I most definitely hope so. But if they approach that final circle with a soft strategy like that, where they get excited, where they don't think through their strategy enough, like Anxiety, then a booyah is just not going to be possible for them, because you have to be like Anxiety. You have to not only be prepared to execute your strategy, but also respond in a timely manner to the challenges posed by the other teams. This was the play, right? When they hit that initial ice grenade, Anxiety doesn't even turn around to take that engagement, because they know they will be sitting ducks. They immediately run behind the hut, not expending a single glue wall, Husky.
They used Orange to fight K9. It was an evil thing to do, but Orange had no choice, right? Like,
what do you do when you see a couple of K9s chasing you? You throw some food, Orange Esports. But you know, usually K9s can't digest oranges. Did you guys know that?
So it just goes in and out.
It just goes literally in and out, and the way it goes in, it comes back out. I mean, disgusting point, but...
Speaking from experience, clearly. Moving on, though, we have the standings.
29, come on, guys.
29 for Anxiety. I just played so good. I think this is just also a perfect example of how anxiety can be if you let them snowball.
Yeah.
Like during the mid game, they had 11 kills. They had their entire roster alive. They were literally picking teams apart, left, right, center. No one was able to really take them down. This is a team that you don't want to be running into. And this is what we should be expecting from anxiety if they can fix their consistency issue.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's having a good game. Chessman is having a good game. He's having a good day. I have not seen any rounds where he gets caught out in an awkward position, or at least he gets caught out by his own mistakes. So far, he has been landing those incredible shots, and he's no longer the guy that we look at and we go like, yeah, without a sniper rifle, he's inefficient. He's killing people with AK-47s from long range, without ADS.
I mean, those are the rare situations, right? Because unfortunately, although Chessman is one of my most favorite players out there in the battlefield, the guy just absolutely bombs out whenever he doesn't have a sniper. So very lucky with those initial engagements with the players of Orange Esports, but he still took that opportunity, the initiative, right? Because he was in a position to engage. The rest of them had already peeled away, and he had the AK-47. He went in there, got very lucky with that initial knock. Orange Esports, on the other hand, not so lucky with that initial engagement. But with this booyah, this solid booyah, they're right back in contention for that #1 spot, which is just insane. Anxiety, they kind of bombed out the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they kind of did. Maybe this is their time to come back, right? I mean, we're coming into our final game of the day. After this win, the team's going to be completely focused coming into that final round. And basically, this is everyone's last chance to try and push themselves up that leaderboard before we close out that first day. I mean, this is probably the most important game of today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, I just noticed that ORV and Toda had no points in this game.
Toda again, bro. I mean, if you are Toda, you are not going to be happy as a brand. But that's the exact same statement that we have been making for Orange Esports since the start of the league stage. And now we all agree that Orange Esports are going to be absolutely fine with the players. So Toda might just have a chance to recover.
And this was a kind of a big season for them, right? Because they brought in Exact. So this should be like a revitalized Toda. New roster. We had someone with world stage experience.
Yes.
Toda has been onto the world stage before. And alongside Farang, right? When Farang first acquired majority of Freedom Rumble. So to look at Farang and Toda, the two most recent teams to the world stage, and look at how big of a difference they have right now in the grand finals is crazy. Because I would never thought that Toda would be at the bottom.
I never would have guessed that Toda would be one of the bottom teams, right? But, it is what it is in a competition where you cannot really bring out your sound strategies. And for some weird reason, Toda just hasn't been the usual team that we see out there with those solid
It's a weird
rotations
feeling,
and
right?
engagements.
Well, what if today is just a bad day? I think realistically speaking, some teams just have bad days, and maybe today, unfortunately, is that day for Todak. I mean, they've got another day to pick up, but I mean, you're playing at a deficit to play this horribly on the first day of Grand Finals.
They've had like, what, 3-4 bad days? That's not a bad day, that's a bad weekend.
But the saving grace here is the Grand Finals is fully reset. You can have a bad day #1.
I mean,
you
it's
can
not
make
really
a comeback in day #2. But the problem here is, if the teams that are already doing all right or well on day #1, all they need to do is just remain consistent in day 2 to just ruin the chances of Toda. And you're talking about teams like Anxiety, Geek Fam, Axis fighting at the very top for that #1 spot. Toda has got nothing on them when it comes to consistency.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically asking them to pull off Orange Esports on the final day. It's a big ask, but we'll see if they can do it because we jump into our final map of the day. It is Alpine. Is this maybe an opportunity for Todak to come back? Let's find out. Husky and AJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danley. As we hop on into the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not forget to hit that like if you haven't just yet, and share the stream out a few more times as well, because we still want to hit our targets for those giveaways. Toda early engagement, and they will shut down the player of Geek Fam from that very early encounter. But it's only one guy who's just straight away a little bit too far from the rest of his team, and Toda, they capitalize on that at Forest Red. For the time being, that is going to be the only slay they get. They just need to focus on the looting process first. No escape though. Gonna be very happy with what they find in this high tier loot zone.
And I just want to kind of amp up the stakes a bit, right? Even though we still have one more day of Grand Finals tomorrow, is if Todak doesn't even make top 6, they don't even get a chance to have that direct invitation to qualify for the next major. And they'll have to go through the gruesome qualifier stage. And that is going to be really painful for Todak, right? Because it's a great symbolization of the fall from grace of a team who was once at the top of the world, right now at the bottom of the well.
Painful in terms of ego, right? It's going to hurt their ego a little bit that they actually have to play through the qualifiers, but it's not going to hurt them in actuality because I think they're still one of the best teams out of Malaysia. So they're going to be able to bag the qualifiers very easily. But, you know, when you look at the ego department, on the other hand, that's got to be bruised. And, you know, to the point that Danley brought in earlier on, your mental state needs to be as healthy as possible when you hop into the battles, because not just your mechanical capability, but how you feel before hopping on into these fights really do matter.
I like how Barba just jump-shotted one of the K9 members. There's no mercy at all. Anxiety having an incredibly good time. And this is kind of what we expected from this team when they all get to function as a unit, right? And then I know a lot of focus is on Chessman, but we also did touch on the rest of the team, like Toby, Kanoho, and Barba. When they all get to play together, when they all get to play the game that they want, they look seemingly unstoppable.
Yeah, and you know, the only reason why we focus on Chessman is because he is the glue that holds the team together, right? The players of Anxiety are very, very dependent on the information that he sends back, and usually when he goes down, the team falls into disarray. Without that extra bit of information, they usually are not very lucky. They rotate straight into teams and they find themselves in sticky situation. Chessman is the one that not only helps them with those rotations, but also gives them that solid backup as they're rotating. So even if they get a little bit unlucky, they can always depend on Chessman. So he's an integral part of the team, but that's the weakness of Anxiety, like you pointed out already. You lose Chessman, you lose the match, man. But Eastern Wolves gang hunting down the players of Eternal Watch and Learn, Demon as well as Venom, both caught in a predicted, unfortunate situation here. Manchai engaging with Venom. Demon, on the other hand, will have to deal with Jay-Z. Jay-Z trying to take the fight against everyone.
Yeah, he just, I mean, he has had a good run. Yeah. Well, at least in what few of those games, so he's kind of still riding on the tidal wave. But right now, Todak is crashing the whole compound of No Escape at Fusion. And Todak, they actually commit to it. Going for the 2-2 split. Cass and Era will be on one side, and Ames, oh, he's going this frontal fight. Era is on the top of the roof, and Ames, he's getting tagged. And Kaz about to turn the corner, wins that one. Boy. No contest at all. Kaz able to heal himself back up with Inhaler. And unfortunately for Todak, again, this initial engagement could turn out to be extremely atrocious. But Chills was able to find some sort of return on the other side of Fusion. And even Error also gets snuffed out by Afix.
Good play by the players of Todak just to turn the tide around, but No Escape. Still sustaining with two more players. Kaz, as he backs away, Exec should be able to catch him off guard. The M1887, absolutely deadly, close range combat, but the accuracy needs to be sharp, and it is sharp as the player on the side of Todak get dropped. It is Exec. Exec doesn't sustain. Chill now engaging with Potter. Has the M1887 as well, but it's a 2v1 for Potter as he gets squeezed into a tight little corner. Potter should be able to finish this. Chill gets dropped. Afik, the final survivor on the side of Todak. Potter on the side of No Escape. It is a 2v1 that you would not expect to turn around here for the players of No Escape, but that's the exact situation we've got on our hands, and all Afik can do is turn tail and run.
Yeah, this is probably the best course of action right now, and No Escape. They are trying to hunt him down, and they've already seen him. Afik gets on top, gets into the cars, starts driving away, and should be able to cover enough ground to get out of this area. So it's a saving grace for Todak. No. But again, it was by their own accord. They were the one who made the decision to run into Fusion and contest No Escape. Unfortunately, again, it's bad news for them. No Escape, though. They bring their teammates back up.
Yeah, I mean, even halfway through that battle, they were like just bringing their team members back in, just buying them back through. That's one of the advantages of taking the drop into a compound that does have that buy station there. All you need to do is just be a little bit lucky to get to that buy station without your opponents catching you off guard. Eternal Watch and Learn, trying to play the game of survival as they go for a quick dip in the water. As X-Boys was brought right back into the matchup. It's going to be quite the challenge for him because he barely has any ammunition to sustain his life out there in the battlefield, so needs to evade as many of those teams as possible. ORV gets dropped by Tom. Mag 7 perfection. Cookie gets taken out of the equation as well as he drives on straight through into Tom's Mag 7. Oh, look at Tom. Just avoid all of these engagements. 3 players back to back. Mokka dropped as well. Tom on fire.
And Tom just wiped the whole team of ORV.
What the hell?
A quad kill from the hero of Orange Esports. I mean, Tom has been having a phenomenal second half of the group stage, and he's showing his chops right here in the grand finals. But it was also ORV who were just
little
trickling
messy,
in
yeah.
one by one, you know, like...
It was like watching a Tamil movie, right? You know, you watch a Bollywood movie where the superstar is the one guy in the middle. He's taking on like 10 guys at the market, and you know
For some reason,
his
in the-
opponents just do not attack him at the same time.
Yeah. For some, I'll give a Chinese reference, right? Ip Man.
Oh yeah, Ip Man.
They
It's the
never
exact
attack him at the
thing.
same time.
Nuh-uh. They respect their opponents, but you know, in this situation, you shouldn't be respecting your opponents. You should just be running at them, shutting them down back to back. But Geek Fam playing a very weird strategy this time around. They are all spread out on the battlefield, trying to loot up as much as possible. Very clearly, this is not the map of selection for the side of Geek Fam to conquer. Oren buys back Man 04. That's going to be the survival strategy of Geek Fam to deal with a map which they do not feel super confident on.
Yeah, they are just all over the place right now. You have Man 04 on one side, you have Oren on the other. And, well, Man 04, if he... Not really sure if No Escape sees him. Thankfully, they did not.
Yeah,
Just
weirdly enough, right, Husky? This was the map that Geek Fam picked up their booyah on.
Oh, yeah.
And
I tell you, man, this map is a free-for-all.
Chessman Shahid taken out of the equation already. Just dealing the damage. Axis Esports playing the game of survival, but Afix doing the exact same thing as well. He is at a revival point. Nobody else here, but he's just checking his surrounding first to make sure he doesn't get caught out. Eternal Watch and Learn has got X-Boys waiting for Afix to just approach him just a little bit before he can just spray him down. Afix has got the AC-80, pulls out the glue wall, already starting that revival process. X-Boys trying to take him out of the equation. Double glue wall on the defense for Afix. And when Afix drops his guard just a little bit, this can be game over for Toda. X-Boys, it's all up to him to pull this off. Vegeta dropping Kanoho off screen. Anxiety in a little bit of trouble as well as Axis Esports takes the fight up against him.
Afix is holding on so long, this guy. Finally forced away from the point. Sprayed out by X-Boy. If only he had one more glue wall, he could have brought the whole team back. Very
Toda
unfortunate.
is one of the worst performing teams at the grand finals. Would you have guessed, Husky?
No, I would have easily said any team aside from Toda.
Yeah, I know, right? Eternal Watch and Learn. Now they want to bring their players right back in, and that revival platform is all for him. Geek Fam, full squad once again. It looks like their strategy is sound to split up and play the game of survival through those revivals. And K9 Esports, on the other hand, on the verge of finishing off Anxiety. Barba will be caught out here, but Toby and Chessman are spread out. And as you can see, there's one player on the side of Anxiety, not so sure exactly who that is, rushing towards that buy point to purchase Kanoho right back into action. K9 Esports will be caught in a very tight situation here. Not many grenades for Barba to play, but he's got the AC-80. But Blank charges up the grenade already. Barba closing the distance. This is terrible! And Barba gets eaten up by Blank's nade, taken out of the equation. But we did see Toby bring his team member right back in. So Barba now getting taken out. Anxiety still have 3 players out there to fight this winning victory.
Yeah, and K9 Esports wants to finish what they could not in that previous game. And Anxiety, they ruined the fun for K9.
Yeah.
We say that this is K9's best performance. Well, in that previous game, it was their best performance in a long time. And that should have been their booyah deservingly. But sometimes people, you just have to work harder for it. To us, kind of facing the fire of No Escape. But the bad news for No Escape is that they don't have much cover to work with.
The one thing that Anxiety just needs to focus on here is to pick up as many points as possible. But even if they can't, they just need to pick up more than Geek Fam as well as Axis Esports. If they can do so, they will launch themselves up into that #1 spot. The top 3 between Axis, Anxiety, as well as Geek Fam right now. Everett 7 gets dropped by Jay-Z from afar. Great engagement as the Pando Eastern Wolves gang take this fight against No Escape. All of them caught in a small, tiny little compound. Geek Fam approaching from the back. Can play the distraction for both of these teams, but who will Geek Fam choose to engage with? This is a risky position because there's no cover. If Geek Fam runs away from this boulder, they'll be out in the open, forced to expand those blue walls.
And they don't have much resources to work with.
Yeah.
And Geek Fam, even a team like Geek Fam will need the proper tools to do the job. But right now, they are dry on that.
Oh, timing.
And this is going to be very...
GG.
And they actually caught, 2 members of No Escape off guard from long range. Man 04 with a great start, and No Escape were not prepared for this at all. And this could be kind of the trampoline that Geek Fam needs for themselves. If they wipe out No Escape, they get the resources, and now they're back in the game.
Oh my
Orin
God.
goes for the push, gets knocked down. 2 members of No Escape left. Can they hold the fort? Phoenix comes in to try to go for the finisher. 2 members of Geek Fam so far down. iPens and Potter, the last vestige of No Escape, doing a great
nice
job of
blue
keeping
wall.
Geek Fam at bay, and the glue wall's gonna buy some time. Grenade
GG.
go in, iPens tag, and
Where do you run?
almost forced into a corner. Potter tanking the damage as well. He's trying to heal up with the medkit, and he's gonna do exactly just that, buying a bit more time and health for himself. And Geek Fam, they really want to get into this building, but they just could not do so. The gap isn't long enough. iPen does get knocked down from the corner.
Wow.
Phoenix brute forces through, and Geek Fam once more survives on the back of Phoenix's performance.
Fantastic play by Phoenix. Now Raja not in here. You see the change of pace coming through from the players of Geek Fam. And Phoenix this time, the final surviving member. Can he survive as great as Raja and bring the rest of the players right back in? We will catch up with them in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Pando, EWG, on the other hand, will not be able to save their one player who's just straight away a little bit too far, but they deal with Eternal Watch and Learn. Monito charging up the grenade. X-Boys will reposition, pulls out a great blue wall to bounce the grenade back up, and Eastern Wolves gang will not be able to catch him off guard. AC-80 in his hands. Monito has the exact same gun. It's all about who gets that direct shot quicker. Phoenix brings back the whole squad of Geek Fam, and you know they're aiming for that #1 spot.
Farang, they're on top of Farang. I'm not sure if Farang sees this. This is very crucial moment for Geek Fam. If Farang snipes them right now, it would be the end for them, and
my
Fikri
God.
decides to land on top of the windmill.
Big play, but he only has a pistol.
There's nothing that he can do. This is the best possible scenario for Geek Fam. Just
Demon.
play that survival game. The map is just way too small for Geek Fam to navigate right now. You can see Bloody Hit down there. Fikri, if he gets a kill with a pistol, I would be super impressed. But Geek Fam, it's just them holding on for dear life, holding on for placement points.
Is Anxiety out already? I haven't spotted them out there at all. Bloody Head still playing for the win here. They engage with Axis Esports. Geek Fam at the very back can take advantage.
no!
Bloody Heads moves on in. Vegeta sprays Morgana. Shanks takes the trade. Neptune down on the ground. Galloy loses his life as well. But Shanks now has got the shotgun. Close range quarters combat, but it's a 2v1 and Axis Esports drops him as well. Flame for the win, and Bloody Heads are being obliterated. Mark, final player. He's got a sniper, but not a lot to play with. Orin gets shut down, but it's not by Mark. Mark, can he take the kill? No! Bloody Heads get backstabbed, and before Mark can steal that away, Axis finishes him off.
That was all timing. That one glue wall, half a second late. And Bloody Head lost because of that. Anxiety still in. Farang also around.
GG.
K9 in the middle of the circle.
If Geek Fam gets taken out now, the #1 spot is only between Axis as well as Anxiety. It's all going to be as to who picks up more points from here. K9 Esports in the center of the circle. Nobody cares at the very moment because they haven't performed just as well as the other teams. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they have been phenomenal at this grand finals after a lackluster performance over at the league stage. But now with Pando Eastern Wolves gang right behind them, what will be the decision here by Orange Esports? EWG, remember that encounter earlier on? I'm very sure they do not want to see Jay-Z towards the center of the circle. Axis taken out in the 7th spot, and Farang continue to deal all of the damage from afar. And Orange Esports catches Anxiety as well. This is big engagement. Anxiety, their hopes might be over, all thanks to Orange.
Orange Esports getting the perfect angle, and Anxiety, they don't have much members left to work with. The grenade launcher comes up on Jimbo as well. Farang, they get the initial knockdowns, but no finishes just yet onto K9. So K9, they have time to bring back Superman and Pain, and Farang now needs to go in for the final push. But Anxiety, they're not out just yet. Orange Esports will also need to move. They might not have time to safeguard Anxiety, and that means that it might come down to Anxiety going for the backstab again, as Rosso, his head's popping out, Spade lands the initial shot, blows that helmet off, but he doesn't get the knock yet.
This is for Anxiety. If Anxiety can continue to stay
Jembo!
surviving. Jessman shuts down Jembo, good engagement, but Anxiety should be keeping quiet, straying away from all of the engagement. First shot does not get the headshot. Spade, can he finish things off? And he's just waiting for Chessman to step out of his defenses, but Chessman very quickly goes in for the prone, pulls out the time turner as well, sustains on the battlefield, but Kanoho is dropped, and the players of Anxiety get taken out of the equation, only for one final survivor. But Chessman, as he gets dropped, it is Farang with that final shot in. Can that be the point that makes the biggest of difference? Because the teams that are still fighting in here, they're not playing for that #1 spot.
Again, grenade launcher, again, taking out 2 members of K9. This is the second time they're in the last circle. Orange Esports also They were not able to get the booyah, and they are here for revenge. But Orange Esports, they blow up. It's Jumbo. One grenade launcher to rule the world. And we thought that we forgot about Farang, but Farang makes us remember.
And although we do remember Farang, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, remember what we talked about. They need a solid booyah, more than 20 points, to be right back in the race for that #1 spot. Today might not be the day that Farang secures that, but they are right back in the race before the end of day #1 of the grand finals. Day 2, all Farang needs to make sure is they bring in the kind of consistency that we expect from them. Husky, you did mention that this team starts off slow. This team starts off soft, and they build up that momentum towards the end of that league, and they're doing the exact same thing at the grand finals. Fantastic consistency from Farang.
Just love the performance, right? In second time that Orange and K9 were fighting, and they both ended up being the losers.
Danily, your thoughts, Danily? Amazing stuff. I mean, the games today have been insane.
Yes.
It has been. I mean, it has been a massive race between everybody. Those final 3 teams, none of them have had booyahs today. So it was actually a race to see who was going to get that booyah. I'm not going to lie. I was cheering for Orange there. I mean, I think they had 11 kills before they went down.
Correct.
So it could have been an amazing booyah for Orange. Unfortunately, grenades are a little bit too good when it comes to those final circles. They do get taken down. But this is good news for Farang because we were worried about this team at some point, right?
Correct.
They were towards the bottom half of the bracket. They needed a lot to come back. And I think this is what they needed to sort of propel them back up that leaderboard and maybe even build up a bit on that team morale because... I'm worried.
When we looked at the overall leaderboard for the second time, Farang was at what? More than 30 points away from first place, right?
I think they were 7th place.
58, about 20 plus points.
Yeah, so like close to 30, right?
Correct,
so this one round compensated for a lot of that.
Correct,
Yes.
And they're right back in the race, but just not one of the threats in the competition just yet. Tomorrow, though, things will go ahead and change. And all Farang needs to do is just do Farang stuff, right? Get into that final circle, win those gunfights, which we clearly know that they can get done. And, you know, what surprises me mostly in this day of grand finals is Toda. That was the kind of performance I did not expect from the brand at all.
11th place, if I'm not mistaken, for that round.
They had 0 breakout rounds.
Yeah, 0 breakout rounds. And, you know, Toda's performance in here today has been absolutely abysmal. 4 points in the first game, 2 points in the second game, 3 points in the third game, 8 points in the fourth game, and all single digits, Husky.
Right, like I think 8 points was their best performance, right? That was their best performance today.
Man.
Yeah, exactly. We are all dumbfounded by that statement.
This was our representative for the World Championship in the last World Series. So and again, right? I mean, you come in with that reputation, right? You look at the resume, and of course, people would expect a good performance. But now, you look at the qualifications of Todak, and you're thinking to yourself, wait, didn't they just get an upgrade with that bit of a roster shuffle? But that did not shine through at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are being a little bit hard on the team, right? Because there were a lot of expectations on Todak, and unfortunately, they haven't quite met those expectations for day one. So it could be maybe the team just not meshing right. Again, I mentioned this earlier today. Maybe it's just not their day. I think we've got to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? We've still got another play day left. Of course, maybe not first place, but they might still be able to make top 3. It's a lot to ask for because they are playing from... They're playing at a massive disadvantage, let's be honest.
The bare minimum is top 6. For the next major, I think top 6 is where you need to be, where you want to be.
Realistic expectations.
Yes. Farang picks up 20 points in this round. Fantastic performance coming through from the team with the 8 kills in hand. Orange Esports picks up 20 for themselves as well. Absolutely, yeah, correct. This is the kind of performance that you would have not expected if you saw Orange Esports playing the league in that first week. But my biggest question was, who's going to score the biggest number of points between the team of GeekFam, Anxiety, as well as Axis Esports? And the answer here is actually Axis. Axis equalizes with GeekFam with 11 points, which means GeekFam should still hold on to that #1 spot, guys.
Yeah, realistically, I think they
crazy.
are going
They bombed out in this round.
Okay, they kind of bombed out for half of today, right? But they made it back with the other games.
Yeah.
GeekFam bombing out is equivalent to you getting top 6 in a round. That's their definition of bombing out.
Yeah. Bloody Head unfortunately couldn't really chug out much in this round. Only 3 points to their brand. Toda picks up 3 as well. No Escape at 5 to their side. Eternal Watch and Learn ever since they stopped hot dropping, we forgot about them once again, which clearly tells us exactly why Eternal Watch and Learn is picking up all of those hot drops. Anxiety with a little bit of a disappointing run this time around. We knew that they had to focus on those placement points, but a little bit too much of focus on those placement points. And once again, with Chessmen being taken out of the equation, no long-range cover, no long-range engagement capability, and Anxiety just could not make it into that final circle. But overall, very impressive stuff coming through from Farang and Orange Esports. EWG, on the other hand, has been quite consistent throughout the whole day.
They have been, I think Orange has been a little bit more consistent. I feel like EWG and Orange, they have been tired, I guess, in terms of their performance for today. But very quickly, let's just recap the teams that have managed to get booyahs for today. So as we can see here, for Bermuda Game 1, it was going to be EWG. Kalahari, we actually had Watch and Learn, which was a surprise booyah. But this was also the round that they eliminated Geek Fam, and the only time they eliminated Geek Fam. Third here for Pegatory, we had Anxiety. Fourth on Alpine, we finally had that booyah. For Geek Fam Bermuda, it was actually Bloody Head. This was also a surprise booyah. I think this was something we did not expect at all. Axis securing our 6th game on Kalahari. We had our first double booyah for the day. Anxiety picking up Purgatory for Game 7. And then finally, Farang able to secure Alpine for Game number 8. Folks, this is not over for the grand final. We have 8 more games tomorrow, so plenty of opportunity for comeback. We could see a brand new team taking that first place away, but let's take a look at the overall standings to see where everyone is and how big the gap is between the competition. And it's looking very, very tight, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
4 points between Geek Fam and Anxiety, and you thought that Axis Esports are the one behind Geek Fam. We got a new contender in the house.
I mean, but you know, this is way too close, right? A single match can just change the whole setup at the top 5, right? You're looking at Orange Esports with the capability of sliding into the #1 spot with one solid booyah
This
to
is
their
the
name.
crazy thing.
Yeah, and they haven't had a booyah just yet. And we're talking about the team that was dead last at the league stage, and we had practically given up on them because they were just abysmal rounds. They were just absolutely taking the life out of me with how they were performing out there, soft engagements all around, and then the final 2 days happened, and we were thinking that, you know, it's the best thing for Orange Esports to do, to rile themselves up, to prepare for the grand finals, and it seems to be the exact thing that they were focusing on as well, because with all of that adrenaline, they jump right back into the matchup. And what is this? 91 versus 108 points.
You know what's
not
happened?
a lot at all.
You know what's happened here for Orange Esports?
Vitamin
it's because it's not vitamin C. It's because it's all downhill. You know, the faster you go down that hill, you're going to keep that momentum going. I mean, Orange, they got 100 points during the group stage. We're in the grand finals. They are just continuing to roll down this hill. And I think tomorrow, this team's going to play even better.
Does that also apply for Toda and ORV, who are barreling down the hill?
I was thinking of the same thing, right? Like, you gotta fix that analogy a bit.
No, it works, because if you think about it, you start rolling that orange down the hill, it gets faster the longer it goes.
You know what's sad? You know what's sad?
Right.
The sad thing here is Toda and ORV are actually doing worse than Eternal Watch and Learn, who should have been punished so many times around in all of those 8 rounds.
Yeah, Watch and Learn was the team that was like that meme 6 out of 8 rounds.
Yeah. And they're still doing better than Toda and ORV. I mean, ORV understandable, but Toda, they cannot. I mean, I think they saw what Orange Esports did, and they want to pull off the exact same thing. But once again, guys, this is the grand finals. You cannot be playing around with your rounds in this way. And even if they do have a breakout performance tomorrow, they have to get 80 points more than Geek Fam in order to be able to take this championship away, which is just insane.
When I look at this standing, right, I would say that some of them are not what I predicted. Like Geek Fam Anxiety, top 2, sure, right? I would have Farang, I would have Bloody Head, and I would have Toda. Right up there.
When have we ever had a grand final where we could successfully predict the winner?
The first major.
Yeah, when Geek Fam was just
that
insane.
was it though.
That was it.
They get infraction and they're still the #1 team. They were just absolutely cracked in that first major, right? But tomorrow's schedule is going to be the exact same. Same number of teams, same exact teams, 8 rounds on the same maps.
But the only difference is everyone now has points to their name. So we know that who's going to be under pressure and who's going to be feeling a little bit easier going into our second day of grand finals. So I'm looking forward to seeing what changes we're looking at tomorrow, right? Because some of these teams are going to have to revise their strategies going into tomorrow, maybe looking at where everyone is dropping. Maybe we're going to see more teams consider hot dropping now, especially the teams towards the bottom of the bracket, because let's be real, right? If you're down there, you've got to be thinking, we don't have much to lose anymore. Why not risk it?
Ma'am, that's the exact opposite of what I would do. I would just try
YOLO,
to drop.
man. You have to
far.
YOLO.
No
If you
YOLO.
continue to
This
play
is
safe,
this
you
is
gotta
the Free
YOLO.
Fire Challenger Series
I love
Season
it.
2, not some pub match.
Here's the thing, though. I swear, if Todak just does if Todak does the exact same thing that they do today, they are not moving. Something
yeah,
has
of
to
course.
drastically change.
I just love it when we have Danny as the host, because you two can just argue. You two look cute as a couple. I'm just saying. I'm just here
Jeez.
watching.
You know, I love
Spectator.
the banter. I absolutely love what we've got going on in the competition, because all of these teams are giving us so much to talk about, right? And I'm talking about the top teams. I'm talking even about the teams that are dead last in the competition. ORV. Whew, what a terrible day for them.
Well, to be fair, ORV did enough to make top 12.
They
and not
scraped by.
Yeah, they scraped by, and they did not have to worry
Yeah.
about getting back in the top 12 once they got in.
Yes.
But that was the group stage.
Yeah.
But to be very fair, I think coming into this grand finals, I didn't really expect ORV to hit home hard. I think that they are still one of the weakest teams we have in the entire team list of the grand finals. Just that they did enough to make it into this stage.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I think stop. I know you want to say something. Stop right now, okay? We're going to save it for tomorrow, because we are going to continue more of our free fire action tomorrow. So for everyone that's watching, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. If you haven't already, make sure you claim the code as soon as possible, because it is going to expire at the end of today. So if you try to claim it and it's expired, sorry guys, no bueno. You're going to have to watch tomorrow, and make sure you share the stream tomorrow, because we have only hit one of our milestones, I believe. We're going to hit our next one, which is 7,000 viewers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can, but we are not doing. We are pulling a Toda today, guys. What's up?
We've hit higher numbers than
We
that.
have. I
We've
mean,
hit like
Toda
what?
has hit higher numbers. That's exactly why we said, right? We're pulling a Toda today with the viewership, but it's okay. Day number 2. Toda can do it. We can do it as well. Let's hit 10,000 tomorrow. But it has been one fantastic day. I love having you right back here, Danley.
It's good to be back. I mean, I thought I was just going to be a thorn in your side, you know, just be here, annoy you, maybe pretend to be your mum. I don't know, whatever I do on the panel. But any final words before we close out the broadcast before I embarrass myself some more?
No, I think I've spoken a lot. I think I want to just see, you know, one very specific team step it up tomorrow, and that has to be the one and only Toda, right? They've got so much of promise in the competition, but not a lot to show for at the grand finals. But if they can pull off a tremendous run tomorrow, that'll give us a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Orange Esports potentially win the whole thing right now.
Yeah.
Because it's history in the making.
If they actually... I absolutely agree. Orange Esports, they are, I don't know if I can say this, the shit. But I'm so sorry, Galina. But they are, right? Because from being absolutely nothing in the competition, they are everything to fear right now. Because they have shown that they can turn absolutely nothing into everything. And one good booyah is going to launch them right up to the top. And they showed us exactly what they can pull off in that final round.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. First, I'm going to flame Husky here because he jumped so fast off of that Farang bandwagon. So we'll see if he's going to be there tomorrow. But that's going to be it for us. We'll see all of you tomorrow at the exact same time for day 2 of the grand finals. And if anything, I hope you all have a fantastic day and grab some booyahs before you go to bed. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's live, but X-Man out of the equation. Gonna get taken down here by the one and only Kanoho, but they pause for just a second so that they can heal themselves.
Has come to a premature end. Top 2 is Geek Fam. Normie does not let Geek Fam take.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos.